Good morning and welcome to the ordinary meeting of Council for Wednesday, the 22nd of February. And I'd like to welcome councillors, staff, members of the community joining us in the gallery. We have two members of our churches here. Thank you for joining us, pastors. Anyone that's watching via live stream, welcome to this council meeting. I'd now like to go to item 2, leave of absence and apologies. We don't have any, so we'll move straight on to item 3, which is our opening prayers, and I'd like to now invite Pastor Chris Downs to deliver such. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you for the opportunity and privilege to share and pray for you guys. The first thing I want to do is make a statement that please don't throw anything at me till I make the second statement. That is, I believe you all want good for the community. That's why you're in this role. If you don't, I am hoping and praying you get voted out as soon as possible or kicked out or something. Now, my second part of that statement is I may disagree with you on what the good is. That's okay. But if you're not wanting good, get out. The hard thing is, what's the good? What is good? It's complicated. I was listening to some teachers just recently on what good is, and there's been a whole lot of things, but some things that are agreed on over thousands of years is good is what is morally right or just. None of us like injustice, so when you're looking for good, make sure it's correct, morally right. It's got to be true, as in connected to reality. If it's not, nobody likes being lied to or deceived. So if you're doing that, it's not good, don't do it. And it's got to be beautiful. Now, there's a whole can of worms as to what the shape of that is. But nobody likes things that are ugly. So in your seeking to do good for the community, is it right, just and moral? Is it true, connected to reality? And is it beautiful? So, to do all that, my goodness, you guys need wisdom, guys and ladies. It's just, even balancing those three things against each other has its difficulty. Recently, I preached a series on wisdom, and I defined wisdom as this: choices that lead to the best possible outcome for you and others now and in the future. Oh, there's only 4 things in that. You, others, now, future. There's a lot to contain in that. So I don't know where you stand with God. Obviously, as a minister, I believe in him. If there is a God, having his help and assistance for you is something worth having. If you don't believe in him, you don't mind if we ask him for your help. So I would like to just now pray for all of you that you be given an extra dose of God's wisdom to find the things that are morally right, true to reality, and bring beauty to our community. Father God, I thank you for these men and women who have chosen to serve their community in this capacity. Lord, they all have different skills and talents, different insights. Lord, we pray that you bring those things together and utilize the skills, talents, and knowledge and insights they have to come together to bring good to our community of the South Burnett. We pray that you give them special divine insight into the areas that are morally right, to what is true and right and connected to reality and what would be beautiful. Lord, we just pray that you'll help them all to have wisdom to do what is good for the community now and in the future, and for all of us. Lord, we pray for our community that we will see when they have done something good and give those compliments. When people in our community disagree with something that's done, we pray that you will help them to bring it forward in a respectful and polite manner so that it can be solved rather than just a whinge or an attack. We just ask for your peace, strength and guidance for our community, and may you bring good through our council. In Jesus' name, amen. Thank you all for your efforts to do good for our community.
And thank you, Pastor Chris. Always welcome words. And we understand you have a busy day, so we'll let you go about your business, but thank you for joining us this morning. Again, Councillor Duff, would you please provide us with our recognition of our traditional owners? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to acknowledge country and the land where we meet this morning, the Waka Waka land, and acknowledge the elders both past, present and emerging. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. We'll move on to item 5, declarations of interest. Councillors, we have the agenda with us. Does anyone have any disclosures to make in relation to conflict of interest? Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I, Councillor Kirsty Shoemaker, inform this meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item 17.1, material change of use, telecommunications facility at Redmonds Road, Coolabunga. And the lot descriptions there. Applicant Amp Litel Pty Ltd BMM Group. The nature of my interest is as follows. This declarable conflict of interest arises due to a close personal relationship whereby my sister lives in close proximity to the proposed tower and I currently house sit a property only a few kilometres away. I propose to leave and stay away from the place where the meeting is being held while the matter is discussed and voted on.
Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. Duly noted. Councillor Shoemaker will leave the meeting prior to item 17.1. Councillor Erkins.
I'd like to inform this. I'd like to inform this meeting that I may have a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item 17.1, material change of use, telecommunications facility at Redmonds Road, Coolabunga. The nature of my interest is that my sister-in-law resides in Harris Road, not close to where the proposed tower is, but she has a close personal relationship with one of the objectors. So I propose to leave and stay away while the councillors discuss whether I have a conflict.
Okay, we need to clarify that. On screen it says that you're going to leave and to stay away, but would you like the matter, so are you leaving or you would like the matter dealt with by council?
I'd like the matter dealt with by council as to whether I have a conflict, whether they believe I have a conflict.
Okay, so that matter will be dealt with by council. Mr CEO?
Mr Mayor, given this one, can we see who else is proposing to leave and come back and then we'll deal with them, because it'll be only the unconflicted councillors can deal with the matter. I did seek advice on this on Monday. So Councillor Shoemaker would step out at that point in time because she's declared a conflict. So the remaining unconflicted councillors, even if it's less than quorum, would decide on the councillors performing their duty in the public interest.
Thank you, Mr CEO. So Councillor Shoemaker has elected to leave the meeting when the matter is dealt with. Item 17.1 is dealt with. Councillor Erkins has indicated that she would like the matter to go to the unconflicted councillors to make a decision as to whether she may remain in the meeting or not. Anyone else? Councillor Henson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Same position as Councillor Shoemaker. Mr Mayor, I'd like to inform this meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item 17.1, material change of use in the telecommunications facility on Redmonds Road, Coolabunga, described on lot 3, SB 307603. Applicant Ampitel Proprietary Limited /BMM Group. The nature of my interest is as follows: that the declarable conflict of interest arises due to a close personal relationship with my brother living in close proximity to that described area. I also am proposing to leave and stay away from the place where the meeting is being held while this matter is discussed and voted on. Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Schumacher. Councillor Henson, just confirming Councillor Henson has elected to leave and stay away while item 17.1 is being addressed by council. Councillor Potter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. After legal advice, I have been informed that I do not have a declarable conflict of interest.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. Anything further? Councillor Jones.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I'll just throw this one in here. I attended that meeting yesterday, and some of the objectors there I have close relationships with. So where does that put me? I'll leave you up to sort that out, Mr. CEO.
Yeah, no, and that's the advice should be before. In all seriousness, that's not a conflict. Yeah, but of course, and this is why, councillors, if we can receive that sort of advice prior to the meeting, we can actually get an opinion and get it sorted. So if there is an issue, but that is not no. Yes, no.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. CEO. So, Mr. CEO, confirm that Councillor Jones does not have a declarable conflict of interest to disclose, based on what he's told us. Is there anyone else? Okay, no one else. So, Mr. CEO, we've had those matters raised. Do we now deal with those matters?
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor. If we could deal with this one and then go forward if there's any other issues raised. So the three conflicted councillors being Councillor Shoemaker, Erkins and Henshin would leave the room. The remaining councillors will vote on Councillor Erkins returning to the room and performing her role in the public interest.
Thank you, Mr. CEO, for clarifying. So we'll now ask the three councillors to leave the room, if you could, please. Thank you very much. And the remaining unconflicted councillors will decide on the matter relating to Councillor Erkins only, as councillors Shoemaker and Henshin have elected to not participate in item 17.1. Okay, councillors, do we have anyone looking to put forward a notice of a motion? Councillor Potter, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move a motion that Councillor Erkins come back to the room for the vote on item 17.1, please, because I don't think she has a greater or lesser interest than any other person. Thank you. Okay,
so we'll take that the motion is that Council resolve that Councillor Erkins has a declarable conflict of interest in the matter, and notwithstanding the conflict, Councillor Erkins may participate in the matter, discuss and vote upon it. That is the motion. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Duff, speakers. Councillor Jones.
So, correct me, we are only referring to Councillor Erkins on this because the only difference, Councillor Erkins' sister-in-law is in reference there, and the other two councillors have mentioned brothers and sisters. Still family, so what... It's their personal choice that they step away, and Councillor Erkins has asked for us to discuss. Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. CEO.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor, for the question. This is where it gets, it depends, and it really is dependent on the councillor making the consideration that the relationship is a close personal relationship and it may conflict. So the issue is will it or will it potentially conflict, and would a reasonable person having all the facts and information before them make a decision that it may conflict? Now, each individual councillor needs to make and come to that position as far as where they are, but if the relationships are of such a close personal nature that it may conflict with them doing their role, they are obliged to declare it, and then if they believe they can still act within the public interest and not be conflicted on the decision, will then ask for council to consider them to participate.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. So we are only dealing with the Councillor Erkins matter on the basis that Councillor Shoemaker and Councillor Henshin have taken it out of the hands of council, and they have elected, as they are entitled to not participate in the matter. So very separate matters. We only have to deal with the Councillor Erkins matter. I myself have looked at the nature of my relationships with everybody up there in the area, and I don't feel that any of those constitutes a conflict of interest, a declarable conflict of interest under the legislation as it stands at the moment. And that's why I haven't disclosed it, I think, because I don't believe that I have any declarable conflicts of interest with anyone up there. However, Councillor Erkins does, on the basis that this is her sister-in-law. So we do have to make a decision on whether we feel she can still act in the public interest despite having that conflict of interest. Okay, so any further speakers before we go to the vote? No? Okay, let's go to the vote. Those in favour of the motion? Carried 4 votes, 4-0, 4-0. Okay, carried 4 votes to 0, and we'll now bring the councillors back to the meeting. All councillors can return. So councillors, just for the information of the councillors, Councillor Shoemaker and Councillor Henson will not be participating because they've elected not to. We only addressed Councillor Erkin's matter. We did not address your matter because you've made that choice, and we'll honour that. You're entitled to do so. Councillor Erkin's council has resolved that you may participate in the matter, that we don't feel that the conflict of interest that you've raised will materially impact on your making a decision in the best interest of the community. So thank you all for doing so. Any further conflicts of interest on any other issues in the agenda, items in the agenda?
One, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Henson, thank you.
Just want to bring to the Chamber's attention, Mr Mayor, item 13.1, the application fee for clearing vegetation or burning on the road reserve, being a primary producer. That could have implications there. I think you'll remember that I moved the motion in relation to that some time ago, and I don't believe that I have a conflict of interest, and the Chamber's comfortable with me. I believe I can participate in that 13.1.
Mr Sear, has that matter been dealt with previously?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Councillor Henson raised it as a potential because it would also flow on to other councillors in the room potentially, as some similar articles have. No councillor has a conflict of interest. Section 150EF, personal interests in ordinary business matters of local government. Section 1, Section A, is solely or relates solely to the making, levying of rates and charges or fixing a cost recovery fee by the local government. This is a legal definition on it. This by its very nature is a cost recovery fee. It's ordinary business and no councillor needs to declare an interest. We will make a notation against 13.1 that it is a cost recovery fee rather than putting councillors' individual names because there would be several that could possibly be captured, but it is ordinary business under 150EF.
Thank you, Councillor Henson. Thank you, Mr CEO. That will be regarded as ordinary business and you're entitled to stay in the meeting. Councillor Duff. Conflict of interest? No, you had your light on. That's fine, accident. Okay, no further conflicts of interest matters to raise. We have no deputations or petitions. We'll move on to item 7.1, minutes of the previous meeting held on the 25th of January. Can be found at page 7 on the agenda. And Council, we have a recommendation that the minutes of the council meeting held on the 25th of January 2023, be received and the recommendations therein be adopted. Do we have a mover? Councillor Potter, seconded Councillor Henson. Speakers to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, Mr CEO, we have a matter in relation to an adjournment of a special meeting in relation to Pound Street that was addressed on Monday. Would you mind raising that issue for us? Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. So, councillors, it's not an agenda item, it is an emergent issue, and again, on behalf of all councillors and staff, sincere condolences to the Councillor Potter's family. Absolute condolences. The Pound Street special meeting was adjourned to Monday, whatever that date is, 27th of February. That date will not be suitable. Now, under, Mayor, I'm just bringing up the Act. Under 254B, it's a public meeting notice, so whilst it's been adjourned, we could do two things. We could just wait till Monday, meet and adjourn it again, or Council can decide today to hold a meeting under 254B and advise the community. So while we had everyone in the room, this is a matter that council wishes to deal with quite quickly for a range of reasons. We have the infrastructure committee on the 1st of March. Whether you would try and push through, start that a bit earlier and have that finished and do the afternoon. We have a rates workshop as well on Monday afternoon, the 27th. Tuesday, the 28th, is relatively free at the minute, bar a couple of other things. Thursday's meetings, or Mayor, I'm in council's hands to a degree of whether we wish to hold the meeting next week or continue on with just the 6 councillors on Monday.
Mr. CEO, I think it was made clear by the committee, the council today, that we certainly see the importance of having Councillor Potter in attendance. The matter's in her division. She's got a proposal that she'd like to put forward. I think there's a meeting of the minds in the chamber in relation to that. Would we be able to start the ordinary meeting, the infrastructure meeting early on Wednesday, and then look to have the special meeting after lunch or in the afternoon?
We certainly could, Mayor.
Okay, I'm just thinking of councils having, a lot of councils have to travel a long way in and out. You're coming in and out for meetings almost on a daily basis. So I'd like to move that the special meeting, Pound Street, Kingaroy, be adjourned to Wednesday, 1st of March 2023, following conclusion of the infrastructure Standing Committee meeting. And that the commencement time for the said committee meeting is brought forward to 8 a.m. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Potter, thank you. Speakers? Any speakers? Okay, no, we'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Thank you, Mr. CEO. Matter resolved. Okay, 8.1, business outstanding table at page 37. We have the recommendation there, council, get to the right page here, that the business outstanding table for the ordinary council meeting be received for information. Do we have a mover? Councillor Schumacher, seconded. Councillor Potter. Speakers? To the vote, those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Item 10.1, confirming council's attendance at the ALGA National General Assembly, 13 to 15 June 2023. That is at page 63, where this matter had been considered by committee. And the recommendation is, we had that the Mayor and 2 councillors should attend the ALGA conference in June this year. Do we have any recommendations? Councillor Potter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would actually like to attend ALGA in person this year. Last year I attended virtually, and I really would like to attend ALGA this year because I would like to catch up with some of the ministers down in Canberra while we're there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. Anyone else? Councillor Erkins?
I'm thinking about that. I think I would actually like to attend. I think I could gain a fair bit from that, so I'm very keen. I enjoyed the state one, and I think it's fairly important to further my experience.
Thank you, Councillor Erkins. So we have the recommendation there, councillors, that the Mayor, Councillor Potter and Councillor Erkins from the South Bennett Regional Council attend the ALGA National General Assembly 2023 with council meeting the normal cost of attendance. Do we have a mover? Councillor Henson, second to Councillor Duff. Speakers? Councillor Jones.
Yeah, excuse me, Mr. Mayor. As we know, with previous experiences, when we go away to these conferences, something comes up and other people may, or the people that have been nominated may not be able to attend for whatever reason. Is it reasonable to possibly ask Councillor Shoemaker or Councillor Duff, Henson or myself, put in as a reserve if somebody does happen to pull out? Is that a reasonable thing, just to have somebody sitting there so that they're not surprised at the end of it if someone pulls out and says, oh, do you want to go? And if so, I'd like to see if Councillor Shoemaker would be interested in being that reserve. Okay. Possibly if that was an opportunity, if someone wanted to pull out.
Okay. Councillor Shoemaker, are you happy to be the reserve?
Yes, Mr Mayor, I've attended other conferences where either yourself or other councillors have been unavailable, so I'm happy to be a reserve for this position. Thank you.
Councillors Henson and Duff, you comfortable with the change to the motion as the mover and seconder? No objections?
No, Mr
Everyone's comfortable? Okay. Further speakers? Anything to close, Councillor Henson? No? We'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 10.2, the Alga National General Assembly call for motions 2023 at page 65 of the agenda, and we have the recommendation there, which is on page 66, top of 66, if we can bring it up on screen. Thank you, Kimberly. Okay, so we have the recommendation. South Bennett Regional Council resolves to submit the following resolutions to the National General Assembly of Local Government. 1, that the Australian Local Government Association calls on the Commonwealth Government to conduct an inquiry into the primary healthcare crisis and specifically the decline of the number of general practitioners. That the ALGA advocates to the federal government for increased funding for all areas of domestic violence in rural, regional and remote areas. 3, that ALGA advocates to the federal government for increased support for the Medicare rebate for private practices. 4, initiative and taxation reforms that encourage private investment in increasing housing stocks in regional areas. 5, local government representation on Economic Transformation Authority / relevant body in relation to climate change / decarbonisation. 6, university numbers for general practitioners needs to be increased. Do we have a mover? Councillor Jones, seconded Councillor Potter. Speakers? To the vote, those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Thank you, Mr CEO, for assisting in compiling that report. We'll now move on to 10.3, 2024 local government elections, divisional review at 87. Council, the recommendation is that the South Bennett Council advise the Minister responsible for local government and the Electoral Commissioner that after conducting the review of divisional boundaries, all boundaries are within quota and no changes are recommended. Do we have a mover? Councillor Duff, seconded. Councillor Potter. Any speakers? No? Everyone's comfortable? We'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all.
Mr Mayor,
Yes, Councillor Shoemaker.
I'd like to move a motion, please.
Yes, thank you.
That the South Bennett Regional Council advise the Minister responsible for local government and the Electoral Commission that South Bennett Regional Council requests the Change Commission to conduct a review of Council's electoral arrangements to go from a divided, to an undivided local government area. Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd seek a seconder.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Henson. Councillor Shoemaker, thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Albert Einstein said insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. On the 15th of March 2008, Nanango, Mergen, Wondai and Kingaroy Shire councils amalgamated to form the South Bennett Regional Council. And we have been doing the same thing with the same divisions ever since. It's been 15 years since amalgamation, and in my reflections of this past term, our region stands more divided than ever before. We have turned our towns and villages against each other because often what's right for your division or the people who elected you might not be right for your region. This contradiction has created divisiveness as councillors have fought for their patch, for their fair share, and from my front row seat, I know this often means we are in the weeds. This lack of strategic oversight has come at a cost. As councillors, we need to think and act strategically in the best interests of every one of the 33,000 people who call the South Burnett home. Every one of the 33,000 people we represent. Sometimes I feel I've been in the boat rowing with the team while others have been drilling holes in it. If we are ever to make it across those turbulent seas, we can't keep plugging those holes. We need to change and try something new, and that will take courage and leadership. I know the decisions we make may at times be unfavourable for your division. That's not the time to sink the boat. It's the time to be the leaders our region deserves, to work together to build trust and understanding with our community about the reasons why that decision was made. Because strong people don't put others down, they lift them up. Instead of standing together as a council, I've seen fellow councillors undermine one another in the spirit of their patch of their fair share, and it's eroding our core values and who we are as a region, strong, resilient people who are always there for each other. When you took an oath to be a councillor of the South Burnett, you took an oath to faithfully and impartially fulfil the duties of office, regardless of where you live or the division you represent. Like you, I love every square inch of this region. I am proud of who we are, no matter what town or village I am in. Like you, our people, our communities, our towns, our decisions all matter to me, no matter what your geography. I have faith in our community to select a representative. So I ask you, are we caught up on our geography, so caught up on our geography that we're putting constraints on who our residents want to represent them? As a councillor, I'd like to see us focus more strategically on our portfolio responsibilities, work that takes us across the region and is not defined by your division. If there was ever a time, I believe it now, those who were aged 2 in 2008 will be 18 at the next election, and when you ask them, where are you from? They will tell you proudly they are from the South Burnett. It's time to stand together and work together and bring down those divisional boundaries. I absolutely commend this motion to the chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. Mr. CEO, just a technical point. To request the Commission to conduct a review, I believe that request has to be submitted by a certain date, which I think is March, the end of March was my understanding. Would that, and do we have an understanding as to what the process would be? So, for example, would we be taking the community on this journey? How are the community consulted engaged with in relation to any such change?
Okay, thanks, Mayor. You're correct. Two separate, although they're two separate points. So the first resolution, which is the one, so by 1st of March, we're required to conduct a review of the divisional boundary system or the divisional boundary quotas. So all quotas, as per the report, all quotas are in all boundaries, all divisions. All divisions are within quota, so we have to advise the Minister and the Electoral Commission by 1st of March. Generally, it's a good idea if you're going to do something like this, you do get it in as early as possible. So the 1st of March is, because all the arrangements now, so the mechanics of it's hard to think how quick it's coming around, but all the mechanics of the elections are now starting, hall bookings, all that are starting to be put into place, and returning officers and ECQ's quite proactive at the minute, which is good. The second part to your question, so 1st of March generally is if you're going to do anything, hence why the divisional quota review. The Change Commission, so the Minister refers any request from a council. There's no guarantee that the state or the Change Commission will recommend change. So the change, so just in previous experience, and also with knowing others that have been through it, the Change Commission the Minister, so we're going straight off the top of my head without looking at the legislation, but Council refers it to the Minister refers it to the Change Commission. The Change Commission will look at it and make a preliminary assessment whether they'll proceed or not. They will then conduct if it runs the same as previous elections back, They will then run a campaign, public advertising, so contacting affected parties. So if it's a small boundary change with half a dozen properties, there will be a direct contact to the properties, which we've had a couple of those where there's been individual properties, I think with Toowoomba and Sherburgh. Peter, I'm just thinking where the two individual property owners are directly contacted for their point of view. For something like a divided versus undivided, though, I have known councils to do, I'll call it a plebiscite, where they do a mail out to all ratepayers, residents on their database, requesting a yes, no, do you agree, don't you agree? There's other ones where they advertise and just seek public submission. So it really will, I know it's a sort of a bit of a lawyer answer, Mayor, but it really will depend on what the Change Commission decides as their engagement process, but they would not do anything without public engagement.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. Further speakers? Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, I've seen where councillors have council, and particularly Gympie Council, they actually had an undivided council, and when I was first elected into the amalgamated council, and the complaints coming from that Gameri end, people, they were saying that they wish that they could be in my division because at least they felt like that particular area in Mergen was getting looked after, and the Gameri people felt like they were completely being isolated. And so the actual councillors voted to remain undivisional, undivided, and the government actually, the people rallied and the government stepped in and made divisions. And now, since that's happened, and now we've got, Gameri's got, they have Deputy Mayor Hilary Smurden represents that division, and I haven't, again, now they feel like they have representation. And my concern is, with an undivided council, that if you think you've got division now, like at least those small areas, like Councillor Erkins is batting for Nanango, and Councillor Jones is batting for Blackbutt, and Councillor Henshin for Wandai, and me for Mergen. Everybody feels at the very least that they've got some kind of a voice. If you don't, if you become undivided, then you get where the most votes are is where all the councillors are going to be, because it becomes very, very political. I've seen it happen. It happened in Gympie. I've seen it happen in other areas as well. And so if you, the whole issue with amalgamation has caused all sorts of issues, but at the very least, the thing that we've hung on to is that those small areas still at least have a voice. So I am absolutely opposed to risking our region going into a situation where they those small communities don't have someone that they can at least feel that they've got someone to bat for them. And so also the other issue was in Gympie was they ran 44 councillors and hardly anyone knew their council. They didn't know who to vote for, so they were just picking and choosing on names or because they were female or something like that. Because at least this way, because you've got we got 3,800 people who we represent in our division, they get to know who they're voting for as a councillor. But when you open it up, they don't know half the councillors. So then it becomes a lottery. So I'm absolutely opposed to it.
Further speakers? Councillor Hitchin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. It's a challenging motion, isn't it? Yeah, look, and it's amazing how we always get compared to other councils. And, you know, if we go over that side of the range to the Gympie region compared to the Western Downs region where they don't have division, they have councillors there that represent a huge area there that's undivisional in their area from to the north of them, and they deal with a lot of things, and I think there's 8 in that council that is representing the Western Downs. Doing a great job, I might add, as well, as with many other councils across the state that are undivisional. We came into this job not just to represent our division, but also to represent the entire South Burnett. I think our portfolios, as Councillor Shoemaker has alluded to, certainly allow us to do that. I think in the event of becoming an undivisional council, our portfolios would become more and more important, where you actually represent the entire region more, even though we do to our best ability at the moment. But with what we've got to work with and the funds that we've got to work with, it's seriously challenging. But I'd like to think, and of course we do, we all go into bat for our divisions, whether that's out in Geelong or out in Proston or Mergen or Nanango. But, and we'll see it a little later on today in the agenda, I think a pretty good job across the board has been done, where at the moment the division in the community is, I believe, completely unjustified. And the pacing we get because of it is unjustified. I will support this motion, Councillor Shoemaker, because I think if this region needs to move forward, I think that's probably a step in the right direction. When I say probably, I think it's an exciting time for this region to perhaps move forward. We've been divisional for a long time and it's created division. It has seriously created division. I'm passionate about Division 6 and my colleagues here hate me saying it all the time that it's 40% of the South Burnett. It is 40% of the South Burnett. You can laugh, Councillor Jones, as much as you like, but I've kept fairly busy in that 40% and I love every bit of it. But I would also enjoy doing 100% more than I do at this present time. So, Councillor Shoemaker, I will support your motion. I think it's a great step in the right direction. I think it would also benefit our staff. We would probably find a little bit more consistency across the board. So, yes, support of Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Councillor. I just want to perhaps clarify the motion here. So I'm just looking at the Department of Local Government's fact sheet on this. So it says that when council's looking, whether the council should change from divided to undivided, the process for changing is as follows. You need to detail the proposed change and its public benefit. Most proposals will need to demonstrate support from the community and the affected areas. It also goes on to say the department will assess the proposal for referral to the Change Commission by the Minister to ensure it is consistent with legislative requirements and policy. The department will only refer proposals to the Change Commission for review if the proposal is supported by resolution of the council, if the proposal affects more than one local area, then all local government areas. Well, that's not relevant. And the proposal is supported by a reasonable level of community support, and the proposal will not adversely affect the sustainability of the affected local governments. So what this is saying is that to instigate an independent review by the Commission, the department, the Minister, will require a resolution of council to become an undivided council. Number one, we will need to demonstrate that it has, the word here is supported by a reasonable level of community support. So I just, first of all, Councillor Shoemaker, it was just a quick question, Mr. CEO. Is this motion saying that we are resolving to approach the Minister to go from a divided to an undivided local government area? So we're giving the Minister that resolution, that's our intention, because that's what we're required to do. Councillor Shoemaker, is that the intention, that we actually we approach the Minister to go from a divided to an undivided local government area?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, and certainly I appreciate I've done my homework as well in terms of the process, and if that means going to community consultation before we write this letter, I'm supportive of that by all means. I like the idea of a mail out. I guess I'm mindful of the time frame and getting a motion that council can act on that with the Minister to see this happen.
Thank you, Councillor. That's my question. So then we will have to demonstrate to the Minister that it has broad community support, reasonable level of community support. That needs to go with our application to become undivided, in accordance with this statement here, Mr. CEO. So if there's a deadline to submit this, which I do believe there is, I have seen that in writing somewhere, there is a deadline for council to submit this, after which it won't be accepted. We'll need to make sure that we go and do that community engagement before that deadline. Otherwise, I would imagine the Minister will probably bounce it back to us if there isn't demonstration of community engagement and support.
Okay, yeah, Mayor, this is where the two bits overlap. So the deadline for support is for the divisional quota review to keep the Electoral Commission advised as to do we need a change in our division. This doesn't affect that process for the ECQ, or as I would read it.
I have seen a document from the department that gave us a date by which, if we want to go from divided to undivided, we have to have that submission in by a set date. Now, I can't remember what it was. I had a feeling it was the end of March, but I know it was March 2023, and I did raise it in the chamber some 12 months ago that we had a deadline to meet. So does anyone know when that deadline is? Councillor Shoemaker?
I imagine, Mr Mayor, if we write to the Minister and advise that we actually want to go from a divided to undivided council, that further information would be supplied to us.
I'll take that as a question. Thank you, councillor. Well,
That's how I read it.
I think I would be more comfortable if we were to approach the department to establish the process and the timelines associated with this, Mr CEO, before committing to going from divided to undivided. Because to me, to commit to go to write to the minister and say we want to go from divided to undivided without engaging our community, I think is in contravention with the key principles of Local Government Act. We really need to engage our community on this before we make this approach. So, Mr CEO, on that basis, I'd like you to move amendment to the motion. And the amendment is as follows. Thank you, Kimberly. That the South Burnett Regional Council write to the Director General of Local Government, write to the Director General of Local Government seeking clarification as to the process and deadline associated with a potential application to move from a divided to an undivided local government area. Do we have a seconder for the amendment? Councillor Potter, thank you. Look, I'll speak to the amendment. I feel that we're probably flying a little bit blind here, councillors, and we're being asked to make a decision on going from divided to undivided and resolve such without actually having gone through a proper process of community consultation. If we write to the minister, the reality is that the minister's probably going to send it back to us and say you haven't demonstrated that there's been broad community consultation as required under the Act. In which case we'll be back to square one again and have to go out and consult the community and resubmit. Now, if we do that and we're running tight, because it is March 23, I do know that. I don't know exactly when, but it certainly is sometime in March 23. Then we could be giving ourselves very little time to deal with the whole process of community consultation. And I don't believe that a big shift like this should be rushed. I think it's something that we should be taking our time, making sure that our community have an opportunity to have a fair say in what, because at the end of the day, it should come down to what does the community want. If the majority of the people of the South Burnett want to go undivided, I will support that. And I think we should go that way. But I think we should find out what the process is first and what the deadlines and timeframes are before we jump in and make that resolution. Further speakers. Councillor Henson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just a question, I guess, and it would have to be on notice, and it probably not been able to be answered quite to the full extent, but in the financial and resource implications, the 2020 election cost was $249,827. I guess in correspondence with the relative entities, would we be able to get an idea of whether the undivisional or divisional has further cost implications?
A cost associated with running an election, Mr CEO, and divisional versus undivisional. Any thoughts?
No. It's quite. We haven't got our cost estimate for this year yet, but the one thing you can be guaranteed is it won't be less than the last time. So some councils resolve to go full postal, which isn't recommended, given some of the issues that are associated with that. But yeah, no, Mayor, not without checking. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Perhaps we could take that on notice for Councillor Hinchin and come back. Further speakers, Councillor Erkins.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I know that when Nanango, prior to amalgamation, I was a great supporter of whole of Shire. However, since amalgamation, I see the area is a huge area, and I think it's very difficult for councillors to really know the thoughts and the issues that are involved with people in the other area, in the areas out of where they live. I know that I came into council very focused on my division. I believe, but since being on council, I believe that I have really taken on the whole of Shire responsibilities. I believe I have worked very hard for the whole of Shire. I've tried to keep in contact with what's going on through my fellow councillors. But I do understand completely what Councillor Shoemaker is saying, and I do sometimes feel here that we are not all working on the same team. But I don't know that if that's something that would be resolved through having a whole of Shire. I think the team working together as a team, and that includes councillors working together with staff as a team. I do sometimes feel that that's not really happening because we are going in and wanting things for our own division and not looking as the region as a whole. But I don't know that that would actually be solved with going whole of Shire. I do think that being able to represent my area does not necessarily mean just steamrolling over the rest of you. It means putting the ideas and the thoughts that I think are coming from my division to my fellow councillors for them to take heed of and to understand. But I do feel that what sometimes happens in here is sometimes it comes in that people do try and steamroll over, and one of the things that I would like is for us to actually, as a team, be a little more involved with one another's communities. And I think having a divisional councillor means that for my division, Division 1, that I can encourage councillors to come into my division and that we are then working together as a whole. So I have mentioned to some of the people in my division their thoughts on an undivided council, and I do believe that they are definitely not in favour of that. They like the divisions, they feel that they are represented, and I think it probably comes down to who they choose to represent them, and for them to understand that once you get in here, into council, you are responsible for the whole of the region. And I think, as I said, it comes back to your councillors. They have to remember that they're here looking at things to be done on a priority basis and not necessarily because it's in my division. So I probably would be supporting the amendment.
Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm certainly supportive of the amendment. I really do want to make sure that we do meet the time frame, and my understanding from previous debates that we had was that we would do this electoral review in the beginning of the year and make this decision in the lead up to the next election. This is not the first time we've had this discussion in this chamber. I have brought it up before, and I absolutely believe we are all representatives of the South Burnett. I myself, personally, I've spoken with residents from across this region about this very idea, and I do believe that people are ready for a change. They're ready for a reset. They're ready for a fresh approach. They're tired of the parochialism. They're tired of the arguing between each town, the haves and the have-nots. I grew up in Blackbutt. I've worked in Nanango, Kingaroy, Wondai, Mergen, and I have invested social investment funds in communities all over the South Burnett, regardless of their size. I've sat with people of all ages, and I absolutely have listened. I've worked for council, CTC, and Stanwell, and that work has taken me across every square inch of this region. I went to school in Blackbutt and Nanango. Does that mean that when I sit in this room, my views as a divisional councillor for Kingaroy are above all of those other communities? I think not. I think it means that I have a really solid understanding of this region, of its people, of our community, and the things that matter. I think it's absolutely time to try something new. I think fear, if we are afraid of every decision that we make, well, we'll be in a holding pattern and we'll stay there. I think I've heard that we're making a lot of assumptions about why it wouldn't work, and not once are we actually thinking about why it would work. I know I've spoken with councillors from across the country. I've spoken with local councillors from Western Downs and Toowoomba and Gympie, and I've suggested this. And I've put forward my reasons why, and they've said to me, yeah, you know what? I can see why you're interested in pursuing this idea. Last election, there were 2 seats out of the 7 of us that weren't contested. And with all respect to my colleagues, I think we need diversity. We need people who are willing to step up and serve their community regardless of where they live. Because I'm afraid it's been very easy to knock the people who sat in those seats when others could have stepped up. I have faith in our community to decide a representative. I have faith in our community to decide whether I've earned my position here next election or not. And if I haven't, I'm okay with that. I'll continue working to improve the South Burnett in many other ways. As I said, we have all taken an oath to impartially and faithfully fulfil the duties of office regardless of where you live. And I think too often we get stumped on that geography piece. We get stumped on where we live, who we've got to try to please for the next election, how we get their support, how they keep us here. And I've seen decisions, very poor decisions made purely because we're trying to keep everybody happy rather than looking at the bigger picture. In the South Burnett, we are such a bigger picture. We are not divided. I see collaboration across this community every day, and I think unless we're standing together, we are never going to go forward. So I absolutely support this. I just would like to confirm with CEO Mark that this is actually the correct process, and that we will see action from this, because I do not want to miss this opportunity.
Right, Mr. CEO.
Yeah, Mayor, thank you. So if the amendment, so we're talking about the amendment, if the amendment gets passed, we'll get on. Again, I'm separating out the 2 points. So the first one, so we have an obligation to get that back to the Minister and the Electoral Commission by the 1st of March. So that's a
separate matter that's been dealt with, Mr. CEO. Yep. Just want to focus on going from divided to undivided.
Yep. No, well, we can get that letter off in this next week to the department and clarify process and timelines, and then bring it back to the March Standing Committee, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. Okay, further speakers? Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not supporting any of the motions to do undivided council. I've seen it. You can go across the state and talk to any person pretty much, and they hate amalgamation. And whether it's divided or undivided, they don't like amalgamation. We had small councils, they were close to the people. People respected, when I was part of the Wondai Council, they loved our council. So I think that that's all been lost with this big, now it's all too big. We've lost the connectivity. I think the only thing that we can hang on to with this whole thing is those divisions. And when it's working properly, like I have seen in the past over my 19 years as a councillor, when it's working properly, each councillor is parochial. They actually bring to the table the passion for their area, but then collectively, because we're all working together for the South Burnett, we then make a decision for everybody. But if you're not, but at least, at the very least, Councillor Erkins can bring forward all of the issues that matter to Nanango. But when you've got all these people that don't represent a particular area, that's all lost. So then amalgamation becomes even more of a disaster. So I'm absolutely opposed to this. I'm opposed to any suggestion of it. So I'll be voting against the amendment, against the motion. Thank you.
Okay, further speakers? Councillor Jones.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. Sat and listened to all the comments and all that sort of stuff, and the last comment from Councillor Duff, working properly. That's the critical conversation in this, and if it was working properly, I don't know that we'd be having this conversation, even contemplate changing boundaries. But this council, in my view, it's a divided council and it's not working together, and these are the arguments that we have, and all the comments that have been made around the table are all genuine from both sides of the party. So we, a community consultation, everyone knows my thoughts on community consultation. It's a needed thing, but sometimes we go out for community consultation on issues that I don't believe that we need to, but this is one. This is one that you need to know what the community wants. I've made some phone calls in the last 2 days, and after I read my agenda that was brought to my attention on this particular issue, I made a few phone calls to people in my division, and surprisingly enough, I was quite surprised with the results. A lot of people, as Councillor Duff is saying, is they want to have, who do they contact in a undivided council, who's their representative, how do they get things done, all that sort of stuff. But I totally agree with Councillor Shoemaker and Councillor Henson and all that sort of stuff. When you come to work with works across our region, we all go into bat and we fight and we squabble, and Councillor Shoemaker said it, we've made some poor decisions just to try and keep people happy. That's not what it's about. This job is not about trying to keep everybody happy. If you come into this job as a councillor thinking you're going to be 100% accepted in the community as Mr Popular or Miss Popular, it ain't going to work. You have to make hard calls somewhere along the line. And in a perfect world, in a divisional council, with councillors coming in, understanding that they do have a division to look after, but if they don't have a regional view, you only need one councillor out of a group and it just destroys the whole process, and it doesn't work properly. In a perfect world, everyone works together and looks after their own patch, and they all look after the whole region. And when it comes to works, you know, it should be on a priority basis. We've discussed these items, roadworks. I'll use roadworks out of my portfolio. It's been said by a number of people in this chamber on a number of occasions that it shouldn't just be done because it's in that division or whatever. It's on a needs basis, a priority basis. An undivided council will give you that opportunity. Now, Councillor Shoemaker has touched on the fact that, you know, people stand up and, you know, you could get 6 councillors out of 6, all come from Kingaroy. They could all come from Mergen. I'd hate to see and you come back to wages and that sort of stuff, and Councillor Henson has alluded to it, that, you know, we get based on whatever we do. But there is people out there that I know, good, genuine, hard-working people that would like to run for council and have thought about it, but they can't afford it on the wage that they're getting. But they want to be a part of it. So not that that's going to change much, you know, with the whole divisional thing or whatever, but it's time for change, possibly, but I support the amendment simply because of the mention of community consultation in there first. Now, if they come back, like you said, Mr Mayor, and there's a majority of this community want it, I'm in. I will be guided on this one by the community. And that's what I will listen to, and I do on most occasions. But, you know, there's sometimes out there with people with other agendas, and if you only have a small portion of people that your community consultation involves, you don't get the real picture. I think with good publicity and pushing this out, you will get a response, and I'm half expecting the same thing as Councillor Shoemaker, that the people I've talked to, well, other than the people that I rang in Blackbutton and the Nanango area, they want this. They're talking that they want a choice to vote on everybody that represents them. That's the indication that I'm getting, and I'm talking to people from Mergen all the way through, Blackbutt, everywhere in between. Not a lot of people from each area, but there is people that I've spoken to in each division that have all said that they want to have a say on whoever represents them, whether it would be good, bad or indifferent. And so I will support the amendment simply because it's going to community consultation and we'll get the real feel of the community out there, and I will go with whatever it says. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Jones. Further speakers? Okay, look, just in speaking, closing comments, a right of reply on the amendment. So first of all, yeah, I absolutely agree with Councillor Jones. I haven't formed an opinion on this. My position on this when it comes to vote will be based on what the majority of the community say. If the majority of the people of the South Burnett say that they want to go to an undivided council, I will support that wholeheartedly, subject to being confident that the consultation process has been sufficiently comprehensive, broad and robust. If we end up like a situation we did with the wheelie bins, where we only get a few people pushing back and the minority ends up being the voice, and I feel that that's what's happened here, I won't be supporting the outcome. But if I feel that the majority of the people, that we've had a good, strong, robust process, as Councillor Jones saying, it's been comprehensive consultation, everyone's had their chance to have their say, no one's been left out, and then the feedback comes through that there is community support for this by the majority, then I will support whatever the community say they want for the South Burnett, because our job, I've always said this from day one, our job is to be the voice of the people in this chamber. And sometimes I will vote against things that I personally feel differently about, but I vote that way because it's what the community told me they want. It's not about what my opinion is or my view, it's about what the community wants, and that is critical to the local government principles. It is written in the Act that we are to be the voice, the representatives of the people. So I stand with Councillor Jones. If the people say, whether the people say jump left or right, that's the way I'll be jumping based on their opinion. I will say a couple of other things, and that is, councillors, I am concerned that there's been statements made in this chamber today that indicate that certain councillors knew this was coming to the table. Now, I could be wrong, but Councillor Jones, you just indicated that when you were made aware this was coming to the meeting. Can I say I feel blindsided by this? I had absolutely no knowledge, Mr CEO, as the Mayor, that this motion was coming to today.
Point of order, Mr Mayor. I referred to that because it's in the agenda.
No, it's not in. No, the divisional quotas is in the agenda.
And that's what divisional council.
No, the divisional quotas, councillor, is in the agenda. There was no mention of changing from divisional to undivisional.
I apologise if that's how you took it, but that was not what I meant. I rang and spoke to people in my division about other things, and I looked at that and I thought it was...
All right, well, I'll stand corrected. I'll take it that councillors, unless otherwise advised, that no one else in the room was aware of this motion coming today. I stand corrected. Thank you. Okay, now, having said that, when it comes to the divided council, and I know there are people in the community who will level that at me, let me say this. This council was divided on the very first day I sat in the induction chamber, and I was shocked. And I went home to my wife that night and I didn't sleep, because I was one of 3 councillors that walked into a situation where the pre-existing councillors were at each other's throats on day one of our induction. And I'm sorry, that's what I felt. And I went home that night pretty disenchanted with what I saw.
Point of order again, Mr Mayor. Could you explain that and explain, like...
Councillor...
The 4 existing councillors that...
I said the pre-existing... Please be seated. You had the opportunity to say that this council is divided. I'm addressing the issue of it being divided. In my opinion, it was divided when I walked into this on my very first day. That is my opinion. I'm entitled to that, and it was. Okay? And it hasn't improved. There were people who felt personally attacked in the room, who ended up being quite... We had one councillor in tears on our very first day. We had banter going from one side of the room to the other. I had to come in the next day and ask the staff to leave the room while I spoke about and laid down the law about the Local Government Act and the importance of working together and representing the people. Now, I'm sorry, but I have clear and vivid memories of our very first day in induction. And I'm sorry, but I felt that we were divided on that day. I felt that we were divided from day one. So, we might have different opinions, and that's fine, but that's how I felt. And has it got any better? I don't believe it has. Okay, now I know that divided councils have worked well in the past, where you have people with the right mindset and a similar philosophies and values around the table. We have very different philosophies and views around this chamber, okay? And that's part of democracy. We've got to respect that. Anyway, that's my opinion. I want to share that because I don't think it's fair to say that this has developed, that this has something that's developed, in my view, the signs of it were there on day one. Okay, so look, I would, however, like to commend this to the committee. I think the proper process to council should be that we go to the Director General. Let's find out what the process is. Can we do that fairly promptly, Mr. CEO? Then we've got that information. We can then make an informed decision about moving forward. Let's go to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? All in favour, bar Councillor Duff against. Motion has been carried. The amendment now becomes a substantive motion. And again, I'll move that substantive motion. Do we have further speakers? Okay. We'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? Carried 6 votes to 1 with Councillor Duff against. All right, so what do we do, Mr. CEO? 5-1, sorry, yeah, my apologies. 5-1, Councillor Duff against, Councillor Potter out of the room. Okay, we'll move on now, Council, to item 10.4, adoption of the South Bennett Regional Council contact with developers and submitters policy. That is at 90 on the agenda, where the recommendation is the South Bennett Regional Council conduct and with developers and submitters policy, statutory 071, be adopted as presented. Do we have a mover? Councillor Duff, second to Councillor Henson. Speakers? To the vote, those in favour? Okay, carried 6 votes to 0. Next item, adoption of the South Bennett Regional Council computer, internet and email usage policy at 94, where it is recommended that South Bennett Regional Council computer, internet and email usage policy, strategic 007, be adopted as presented. Do we have a mover? Councillor Erkin, seconded Councillor Henson. Speakers? To the vote, those in favour? Carried 6-0. 10.6, adoption of the South Bennett Regional Council body-worn cameras policy, statutory 069, Council, that is at page 98, where we have the recommendation that the South Bennett Regional Council body-worn cameras policy, statutory 069, be adopted as presented. Do we have a mover? Councillor Erkin, seconded Councillor Jones. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay. Council, I'm now going to move that we adjourn for morning tea. Seconded by Councillor Henson. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Now we'll break for morning tea and resume at 10:30 a.m. Thank you. In the meeting, do we have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Henson. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all and welcome back. The next item on the agenda, if I can find the right piece of paper, is 10.7, adoption of the South Bennett Regional Council unreasonable customer conduct policy. It's recommended that the South Bennett Regional Council unreasonable customer conduct policy, strategic 033, be adopted as presented. Do we have a mover? Councillor Henson, seconded Councillor Potter. Speakers? Okay, Councillor Henson, did you want to open with anything? Anything to open with as the mover?
I will, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much. Customer conduct policy. We are all well aware of some conduct within our community, and I have gone through this. There's been some great work done in this policy. We also have a council conduct policy, of course, which we have to adhere to by the rules and regulations that govern us. Mr. Mayor, I move this motion because with the support of this chamber, I can see no reason why this won't go through unanimously. So fully supportive of it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Henson. Further speakers? Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not supportive of this particular policy. It's the first time we've had a policy that's called unreasonable customer conduct policy. I think that we're taking away the rights of our customers to actually challenge, and when it's like in this unreasonable persistence, it's got attempting to engage with different departments across council by contacting different officers across the organisation, including the mayor, councillors, the chief executive officer and senior staff, in the hope of getting a different outcome. That's happening to me on a regular basis. Engaging with external organisations and individuals by contacting state and federal government agencies in the hope of getting a different outcome. I think that that's fair. If a ratepayer wants to engage with other organisations, contacting state and federal members, I can't see an issue with that. I also think that our customer service department, and I say this with the greatest respect, but I have so many complaints about the customer service centre section where people, not the staff at the coalface, but the responses back, the fact that no one rang them back, and now I'm also getting my requests that I'm putting through on behalf of customers are saying that they're resolved when they're actually not resolved. So where a road has been put in a program of works or something like that, it's said that it's resolved. So there's all sorts of, in my opinion, before we go down this unreasonable customer conduct policy, we need to get our house in order with regards to our whole customer process, because I'm getting continuous complaints and I'm thinking that we're going to have like so many people falling into this, challenging us on our decisions in like as far as this thing's resolved when it actually isn't, that I'm not prepared to support this unreasonable customer conduct policy at this point. Thank you.
Mr. CEO, did you have anything you want to share? Thank you.
Oh, yeah, thanks. And Councillor's comments are similar to a media inquiry I got recently in the same area. And so that section of the policy, actually we utilised Ipswich as our guide because with all the issues that Ipswich City had over a period of time, they were a really good guide, as that they've been strengthening up. And with due respect to the councillor, certainly some of the points you raised with phone calls, that is not what this policy is about. Everyone, we've had vigorous discussions about conflict of interest and things like that. Agencies such as Ombudsman, OIA in particular, OIA utilised the term unjustifiable use of resources, and this is what this policy is. And Mr. Mayor, if I may, do make a policy position statement from myself. I stand with the staff on this because the abuse and the treatment that our staff are taking, this is what this policy is designed to address. We have, for some reason or other, we've had examples of mobile phones put on counters so that people could allegedly tape staff. We've had physical confrontations. We have abuse. We had just recently one that I'm aware of, that the abuse was so loud over the headphone set that the next door staff member could hear it. It is just, this policy is designed to give us a framework to move within, that people aren't, we have other unreasonable conduct where abuse won't be tolerated and staff are informed and supported if they hang up or terminate a call. The unjustifiable use of resources, we have had prosecutions of arguments and complaints, both about operational, organisational and councillors, that have cost us tens of thousands of dollars of vexatious in nature, and they just continually go through every agency that they can find after it's been factually disproved. Now, this doesn't stop anyone going to the Ombudsman, Administration Action Complaint, Ombudsman, OIA, CCC, any agency they wish. It doesn't stop anyone, but what it does do, at some point, we call time, because we get tired of wasting money on an individual that utilises, and it's tens of thousands of dollars. And as I said, in this policy, its main intent is to support the staff. And certainly in saying that, certainly respect a number of the issues the council raised are true and fair feedback, return phone calls. This policy, that's not its intent to stop honest and genuine feedback or to court, but where we do have a unique individual who utilises and wastes council resources consistently on a vexatious manner, that's what it's aimed at.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. Further speakers? Who was next? Councillor Shoemaker? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just in relation to our customer request charter, our business systems improvement, and where we're at with that process. I have a question to General Manager Jarvis. Can you please provide an update?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor, we're currently reviewing the whole process with our customer service charter, including our business systems processes. We're engaging with different departments to get their feedback on the functions relating to our customer service, both, like I said, the business systems unit and the customer service charter. However, I just reiterate what CEO Mark has said, that this council is actually different to our customer service charter. It doesn't relate to that. This is more relating to us trying to, because of the escalation of the bad behaviour that my staff are experiencing at the front counter, at the coalface. We have a duty of care to protect our staff. As well, from this escalated form of abuse. These young ladies and gentlemen, they come from local families who live and spend money in this region, and they should be protected. We have a duty of care under our workplace health and safety legislation to also protect them from any form of abuse. But to answer your question, that process is being evaluated, the customer service charter, as we speak.
Yes, it's a work in progress. I've sat on the phone for council. I was 18 at the time, actually, in Nanango Shire Council days. And I can tell you that I copped abuse, but I never copped abuse like what I hear in this chamber. When I sit in my office, which is right there, and I hear some of the comments that come into this council, it's disturbing. Often people are very confused about what level of government they should be at, or they've reached a point where they're having a really bad day, and to take out how they might be feeling on a really bad day on our customer service staff, it's not good enough. If it's fair, honest feedback, it's always welcome, and I think we all can agree we're on a continuous road to improvement. There's a lot of work that we've done in the customer service space, and if we can get the systems right, I do think people get responses quicker and much sooner, and I know we're all in support of that, and we want that for our ratepayers. I believe people should challenge respectfully. I agree with CEO Mark. If you've got a concern, we need to know about it. But hatred, name-calling, abuse, violence here in your council chamber to some of our youngest residents should never be accepted. I have marched in the street for domestic violence. I've marched in the street for better, to improve, create awareness, and for better awareness, and to encourage kindness and more understanding in our communities. That's all this policy is asking for. It's asking for more understanding. It's asking for respect. And it's laying out that if you come into one of our council offices and you do not respect the people who are trying to help you, that you will be asked to leave. And I absolutely 150% support that. If you have a problem, we need to work through it. We need to resolve the problem. Absolutely. And I know we can do better. I know there are times when things fall through the cracks and mistakes are made, and I apologise for that. But at the end of the day, coming in and abusing our staff is not okay. And I am not at all comfortable with those young people, our next gen of people. We want them to stay in our council. We actually want them to look at some of these roles and say, I would love to be an environmental health officer. I'd love to be a building compliance officer. I'd love to get out and work with the planning team. That's what we need. We need that pipeline. But if we're scaring people away from the beginning, they're not going to stay, and there won't be that trajectory of growth. And that's a giant loss, because the reality is, to be a compliance officer in the community that you live in, it would be a really difficult job and we're not recruiting people in those roles. We need people to stay. So I absolutely support the management's decision here and I support our staff. We do have a duty of care to them. As a board member of this organisation, I absolutely believe that. I want our staff to feel happy and valued and like they add purpose to their work, the work they're doing, because at the end of the day, if you're doing that, you'll do a really good job.
Councillor Okins.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. While I agree that customer behaviour is definitely not good, I have been in the office myself and I've heard customers come in, but what I want councillors to understand that a lot of the reasons that people are in there is they're unhappy with decisions that we are making, and that's what we have to consider. We're making the decisions and our staff are having to bear the brunt of those decisions that we make. And in this financial state, what we have to understand that if somebody gets in a bill from council, whether it be for their rates or their dog registration or their water or whatever it is, you know, people are struggling. When what happens, they go in to pay it, they're not happy because quite often the money that they're paying, there's something else that's got to be given up for it. So I do understand that people are quite upset when they go in, or whether it's other decisions, nothing to do with finances. And I think that we do need to take some responsibility for that. In saying that, I also think that our community need to be more considerate and, you know, understand that, you know, our staff are not there to be abused. Let them ring up one of the councillors and complain to them, because that's why we get the big pay. So, thank you.
Further speakers, Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you. Look, I totally agree with Councillor Erkins. It is the decisions we make in this that cause a lot of the grief out there. So, but I would also like to be known that, you know, it's not only our council staff that cop a lot of the abuse from people. I was in the shopping centre the other day and heard someone talking to one of the Woolworths staff members, and I was quite disappointed. I was quite disappointed with humans at that point. And I think this is something that we really need to back our staff on, to be quite honest. We need them to feel safe when they come to work.
Okay. Councillor Jones, anything from you?
Yeah, through you, Chair. Councillor Erkins, I commend you for raising that point, because it's a very simple matter. The decisions that we make in this chamber are the reasons why these wonderful men and women are getting abused out there, because of the impact we have. And the unfortunate thing is, and I've said it before in the chamber, that the federal, state governments and all that sort of stuff, we are the last line that the local community can get their hands on. And these people can come in and see them face to face, and they air their frustrations, not just on council's decisions or whatever. It's just the whole impact of the cost of living on everyone's lives, and it's forced upon them. And these poor young men and women that deal with these complaints and abuse all the time is unwarranted. And we as a council need to understand that and give them the support that they're asking through a simple backup of a policy for unreasonable council or customer conduct. So it's a very straightforward decision for me. I'll fully support this, because it's the decisions that we make and I make and a part of that affect what goes through to these young men and women out there that they have to deal with every day. So I'll fully support this.
Okay. Councillor, I'd like to move amendment to the motion as follows, if I could please, Kimberly. For the South Bennett Regional Council, review clause 3.4 of the, you can cut and paste the policy name, as it relates to the definition of unreasonable persistence, with a view to moderating such definition so as to not the definition of unreasonable persistence. Yep, you got it. Okay, council, as it relates to this, with a view to moderating such definition so as to not compromise the ability of a member of the community to raise genuine concerns and issues with appropriate council officers, elected representatives, and other bodies. And that such be brought to the May 2023 Governance Standing Committee meeting for consideration. I'll let you tidy that up, Kimberley, while I seek a seconder. Do we have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Duff. I'll now speak to the proposed amendment. Councillors, I have consistently said to the community, please do not shoot the messenger. The young men and women and others that work on the front counters across the service centres of this region could be your daughter, could be your son, your daughter, your sister, your brother, your mother, your father, one of your family or one of your loved ones. They are simply carrying out their duties, doing a job that we employ them to do based on the decisions that we make in this chamber. So, well, again, I will say to the community, the front counter and the men and women that work on that front counter, you should not be directing your frustrations to them. You should be directing them to us. Our phone numbers are on the website, and if you have a problem, ring your divisional councillor. And if your divisional councillor doesn't ring you back or ring you or email you back, you ring me, and I'll guarantee I'll ring you back or I'll email you back. That is the process I'd like to see the community follow. I don't think that it's the front end of, I don't think the front office is the problem here. My experience and the feedback I'm getting from the community, it's the back office. That the front office of this organisation, the people that sit on the front counter and answer the telephone are doing a magnificent job, and I think they're first class. The problem is in the back office. And I came into this, I decided to run for council because as a private business person 5 years ago, I tried to get through to one particular department of council, left multiple messages, didn't get a return phone call, sent emails, didn't get a return email. 3 months later, I got an email with an attachment of a document that was 500 pages thick with a notice to say, read this, it'll provide you with the information you're looking for. No name, no contact details on the bottom of the letter. It was a bureaucratic letter that came from the back office of one of our departments. So I will defend the front counter staff every single day because I've watched them. I move around the region, as you know. I've been in the Blackbutt office, the Mergen office, the Wandai office, been in the Nanango office, working in the library, watching what's going on. I have never seen our staff be anything but absolutely professional and polite in the way that they do their business under challenging circumstances. Community, please stop shooting the messenger. Having said that, I think we have issues in our customer service charter in relation to it's not being, I don't believe our customer service charter, as we adopted in this council some time ago, is being delivered as it should be, and I have moved a motion, put forward a notice of motion that we review our effectiveness in delivering on our customer service charter. And I believe it goes to the back office of the organisation with people not getting phone calls, not getting responses. Now, in some cases, that could well be a resourcing issue, and I acknowledge that. But I believe that's where a lot of the frustration's coming from. And I also believe it's coming from the fact that at times community feel that we make decisions without consulting them appropriately first. And we have to be responsible for that. I have to be responsible for that. This motion, I believe, this motion goes to 3.4 because I am concerned that we've gone a bit too heavy-handed by saying that unreasonable persistence includes attempting to engage with different departments, including the Mayor, councillors and Chief Executive Officer, with the hope of getting a different outcome. If a member of the community gets an outcome from one of the departments, I don't want them in a position where they can't call me or they can't call one of you councillors because it's going to be deemed as unreasonable persistence. They should be able to call us as many times as they want. We are elected to represent them. I have a concern with engaging with external organisations by contacting state and federal members. Our members of our community should be able to ring Deb or David or Colin or Lou any time they feel the need to about an issue in council. They are also elected to represent them. And I have real concerns about repeatedly contacting council by phone calls, visits, letters and emails after being asked not to do so. Now, if it is vexatious and it's unreasonably troublesome and costing us resources, absolutely. But there may be people, like I was, that ring up 6 times because they wait 3 days, don't get a phone call. So they ring again, and they ring again, and they ring again. And I don't think we want people being told you can't consistently ring council if you're not getting a return phone call. Overall, I think broadly, generally the intent is wonderful. We have to protect the safety of our staff. We have to look after their mental health as well. And we will not tolerate bad conduct in our organisation. But we've got to be careful that we don't overreach on this and make it that prohibitive that members of the community can't reach out to the councillor, can't reach out to the local member, can't reach out to anyone else about any issues they're having with our council. I think that moves down a path that is a dangerous one, where we're starting to take away the rights of our residents. And so I'd like to see this. I'd love the council to support me on this because I think we need to review 3.4. I think it's a bit too tough. I think we need to water it down a bit so that we can start to make that a little bit more reasonable for the community. I'd commend that to the chamber. Further speakers, Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. That goes with exactly what I said earlier. That's where my concerns were with the unreasonable persistence and not allowing the customers to engage with councillors and mayor and etc., even the chief executive officer if they not happy with what's happening at the front counter. And I agree with you, the back of house is where we really need to get our affairs in order. People, like I said before, the biggest complaint I'm getting is the fact that no one's getting back to people, to customers. And also now the latest is that the customers, that it's been resolved when it hasn't actually been resolved. So very, very supportive of the amendment and hoping the chamber will support the amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. Certainly appreciate your feedback. I think you've made some really reasonable comments. I hadn't thought about your view on how you interpreted some of those guidelines. I certainly interpreted them maybe a little differently, and happy to take another look at it. I do certainly agree with your comments that our team is always very professional and polite, and I think at the end of the day we're all doing what we can to support and help. I also am just very mindful that often, and it's not fully understood in the community, but we receive the reports here. We're receiving thousands of inquiries every single month, and sometimes we just don't have the resourcing to respond, and sometimes they are triaged, and you know, unless we're investing in more resources, I can see in more improving our systems, I can see that not really changing. So I think we just have to, yeah, I think it's good feedback. Let's have another look at it by all means and bring it back. We need to get it right.
Okay, further speakers? Let's get this sorted. Okay, no, look, I'll just conclude by again saying, look, I think we need to have another look at this. Let's take our time, get this right. There's far too much government overreach in our world today, in our society. I think we're going to be really careful here that we're not cutting our community off from contacting us and dealing with us, expressing their views. So, look, again, I would commend the amendment. I now go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. It now becomes a substantive motion. Thank you, Mr CEO. And I'll now seek speakers on the substantive motion. Okay, if there are none, I've had my say. We'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Councillor, I'd like to now move a procedural motion that we escalate items 17.1 and 17.2 to the next item on the agenda. Can those with a conflict of interest report on procedural? Yeah. Okay, so procedural motion that we escalate 17.1, 17.2 to be the next items on the agenda. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Potter, thank you. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, we'll go to 17.1. Councillor, I'll just clarify something. I'll go to, first of all, Councillor Shoemaker has elected to not participate in the meeting based on her conflict of interest. Councillor Henson has elected not to participate in this matter based on his conflict of interest. Councillor Erkins, it has been resolved by council that she may stay in the meeting. So she'll going to stay, but Councillor Potter will now go to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I know I said earlier that I had legal advice to say that I was able to stay in the meeting and vote upon the matter, but I think morally, due to my personal, is there some particular word, due to my, is there some wording there I need? Sorry. Okay, so I'd like to inform this meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item 17.1, material change of use, telecommunications facility at Redmonds Road, Coolangatta, as described. The nature of my interest is as follows. The declarable conflict of interest arises due to a close personal relationship, whereas my husband is a member of the Pistol Club who will receive a benefit from this. Yes, and I. Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor.
Councillor, we'll note there, Kimberly, that Councillor Potter has also exercised her right to not participate in the matter on the basis of her concerns as to declarable conflict of interest. Okay, thank you, Councillor Potter. So, yes, General Manager Jarvis. General Manager O'May.
Thank you.
Sorry,
Through
is
you,
there an issue?
Mr Mayor, I'm just seeking permission to move so the town planner can sit here if I can.
Oh,
move
look,
up.
absolutely.
Is that all right?
Yes,
Thank
go
you.
for it. We'll now call our town planners up. If we could. Did you want to also move, Kerry? We want to make room for both gentlemen? Okay. So we're now going to deal with item 17.1, Council, which can be found at 347 on the agenda. Okay. All right. So page 347, and the recommendation is as follows. It's at the bottom of page 347, can be seen on screen. Officer's recommendation is that the application be approved, subject to conditions, as stated there at the bottom of 347. Those conditions extend through page 348, 349, and 350. Okay, I'm now going to move an alternative motion that the application is not approved for the following reasons. The potential impact on community as to mental health. Next bullet point. The detrimental impact on the visual amenity of this rural residential precinct and landscape. And I did have an item 3, Mr. CEO. I did have an item 3, bear with me here. I'm doing this off the top of my head, but I have thought about this carefully and I've considered the views of the community on this. And, well, I'd like to put there genuine concerns raised by the community to whom this council is elected to represent in accordance with the key principles of the Local Government Act of 2009, being the primary legislation under which this council functions. Genuine concerns raised by the community to whom this council is elected to represent in our role as prescribed under the Local Government Act of 2009, being the primary legislation under which councils operate. Now, councillors, any councillors that want to add further reasons in support of that, I'm happy to tweak that motion before I move it. If so, please speak now. Otherwise, I'll move the motion. Oh, sorry, I will also put one other item in there, Kimberly, if I can, as number 3. Leave that one as number 4. And that is the impact through construction of access on the local residential area. Yeah, that'll do. Thank you. I'll now move that motion. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Duff, thank you. I'll now speak to the motion. Thank you to the officers, Town Planning Technical Officer, providing this report. And I certainly acknowledge and understand that your report recommends that this be approved, having applied the relevant planning scheme and standards to the facts of this application. And so I understand that technically your approval is on that basis. However, the laws in this state give councils the ability to make decisions for the best interest of the people of their community. And that's why we sit in this chamber. Otherwise, we wouldn't have elected council. We would have an administrator running our council who is an employee. Our job under the Act is to listen to the community. And I'd like to quote the Local Government Act in that regard, if I can find it, because I've got papers all over the place here. But the Local Government Act, if I can't quote it, I know it quite well, talks about meaningful community engagement. It talks about acting in the best interest of the community and the public we're elected to serve. It is stated at the front of the Act as 5 key principles of local government. Those key principles should undermine how we conduct ourselves and the decisions that we make. And I believe that's why we're in this chamber. And I believe the people have spoken. The people gathered yesterday to share their concerns. Now, yes, the jury's out on the physical health impacts of this, and there's differing views from science. But there is no doubt that the mere presence of a 5G tower within a location, the mere thought that it may cause harm, is enough to affect the mental health of our residents, enough to give rise to anxiety, which can have detrimental impacts on their health. The visual amenity of that beautiful rural landscape we have up there on Redmond's Road will be adversely impacted upon. It is a rural residential area that council zoned rural residential, was put up there and developed so people could enjoy a country lifestyle without large buildings and infrastructure around them. Access into that area through the construction process will no doubt have impact on the road, have impact on the traffic flowing past people's houses, and genuine concerns raised by the community who we are elected to represent the Local Government Act, I believe need to be taken seriously, because that's our role. And I believe that I know there's a lot of legislation around all this, but for me, I come back to the Local Government Act. I come back to the oath that we took under the Local Government Act to make our decisions based on the best interests of the people we're elected to represent. The people have spoken. They are very concerned about this, and I would be certainly commending this motion to my colleagues here in the chamber. I'll now seek further speakers. Further speakers. Councillor Erkins, thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. The points that you have up there, I've also consulted with people in my community or people in our community, and a lot of people in our community actually want internet coverage. They want better internet coverage. As a real estate agent, I can tell you one of the first questions that people ask is, what is the coverage like? There is apparently 80% of Australia is covered now by 5G towers. So a lot of people are actually living with it. When you talk about the visual impact, I mean, I was up there yesterday with you guys, and I don't really think that the Pistol Club with the big fence along it is a vision anyway. The tower is apparently going to be way up in the air. It's not something I think that is going to stand out any more than what a big fence going along there. It's also, I believe, on the same road as Swicker's Abattoirs, which is also, in a residential area and not really a very good visual thing. So I don't think that's a very good comparison. But I do know that when you say that they haven't decided on whether it's safe or not, I mean, everything that I've read actually says that it is safe.
Order, thank you. Members of the gallery.
I was there and listened to the comments that were made yesterday, and I found some of those comments very, very difficult to actually believe. As I said, I believe that the majority of our community want 5G connectivity. And as a person...
Order, please. I'll caution members of the gallery to please be silent.
...elected to represent the people in our community, and I understand that there's a lot of people here today, but I also understand there are a lot more people in our community who rely on councillors to look after their what they want, and the ones that I've spoken to do want me to do the right thing by them, and that is to be voting against your motion, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, further speakers, further councillors. Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I 100% support what you have put forward as the motion. I was there yesterday and saw the people who are concerned. They stood in the rain with umbrellas, and mostly when you go to do community consultation, people, you don't get so many people. But when I saw the commitment and the concerns that were raised there yesterday, I believe as councillors that we are an extended arm of the voice of community. The community, in my opinion, has spoken on this, and they do not want that tower in that particular setting. There was talk that there are other options, farming land and places like that, where it's not going to have the impact. It's got whether you argue for or against the impact on the health, it's, as the Mayor has suggested, even the mental health, even thinking that you're raising kids in that environment is a concern. It's a concern because every day you get out there and you have a look at that. Also the environmental impact and the visual amenity, because these people bought into that area believing that it was going to have that kind of feel. So they don't want to have a big tower, so that when I spoke to people that, they're going to step outside or look out their view, and now it's a big tower. That's not what they bought in for. They believe that it will devalue their properties. I'm 100% supportive of the amendment, and I also think we need to put the environmental impact in there, in that wording, because I saw that there have been some other councils have supported not going ahead with some of the towers, and they used it, and so we have to come up with sound planning reasons. Environmental impact and health impact, I believe, are both, that should be included in that wording of sound reasons to object to the proposal going forward.
Okay, thank you. I'm happy to have environmental impact in there. I think I've already addressed the health impact in terms of mental health. We're not in a position to make scientific assessments as to physical health. And so, Councillor Duff, I'm happy with that as the mover, to have environmental impact included.
Thank you.
Are you happy with that in terms of that slight addition to the motion? Okay. Further speakers to the motion? Councillor Jones.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Before I make any comments, I'd actually like to get some comments through you from our town planners that have been asked to come back and put some meaning behind the reasons why you've recommended it to be approved before I speak, Mr Mayor, if that's possible.
Yes, most definitely. We'll now open the floor to our town planners to provide further information as to their report. Thank you, gentlemen.
Yeah, thank you, councillors and Mr Mayor, for the opportunity. I guess I'll run through our process in assessing this application. As the council knows, it's impact assessable, which means it's assessable against the entire planning scheme. The relevant parts of the planning scheme in this case are the strategic framework, so the higher order provisions of the scheme, the rural zone code, and the services and works code. In making its assessment, council issued an information request which relating to site access and parking. The applicant responded to those matters, and it went through to public notification, where there was 29 submissions made during the public notification period. In short, I guess we've undertaken an assessment against the relevant codes and parts of the planning scheme, and we've considered both the matters raised in the submissions. Primarily those were health and safety related. Inevitably, these things are balancing acts, and we've balanced those concerns and the applicant's response to those concerns, including the relevant reports which assess the potential emissions from this tower against the government standards. And we've balanced concerns and those responses to the concerns against the potential benefits of improved telecommunications for this part of the Shire, and in terms of self-sufficiency and resilience. And ultimately, we came to a position that, on balance, we recommended approval subject to conditions.
Feel free to ask questions, Councillor Jones or other councillors.
Yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor. So, in my experience as a councillor, you have to have very, very, very good reason to object to a development application that meets all the requirements and conditions. I was there yesterday, and there were 67 people there that I counted. Not all were residents of that particular area. There was other residents that were identified from other areas. And in regards to your comments, Mr Mayor, around the community has spoken, I've been in this chamber when we've had community consultation and all that sort of stuff, and we've looked for a far broader reach of this, and we have 18,500 ratepayers and 33,000 people that we represent. Now, Councillor Erkins has mentioned that everybody wants internet coverage and all that sort of stuff, and I fully understand the health concerns that you people have. You live right next to it. I'm only within 150 metres of a tower myself, living at Maidenwell. You can go out, it's placed up in the back corner of Maidenwell on the oval, and I live right within that umbrella of 150 metres. So I understand your concerns, but as a councillor and with the particular issues that the Mayor has raised, fully understand that, but as a councillor to represent the whole of the region and what people ask, and I'd done a quick look on the World Health Authority report that's been over 30 odd years, and it contradicts everything, and what your reports and your speakers said yesterday contradict each other. So you're damned if you do and if you're damned if you don't, whichever side you want to understand and listen to. Depends on what side of the fence you're on. I guess that's a report that you'll stand by. So I understand fully, but I've had phone calls. Obviously, it's been in the media. It was advertised on the radio and all that sort of stuff. Please attend. I've had almost as many phone calls, I would suggest, as what there was people standing there yesterday in the rain saying that they're in favour of it in Kingaroy. So it makes it hard, but at this stage, and correct me if I'm wrong, if this was to be voted against, the telco provider has the ability to go to the planning court and appeal this decision, which they probably will, and they'll probably win in the way that history shows, and it will be a substantial cost. And the comment was made yesterday that if we were to defend that in court, and I don't disagree, it's money well spent in your view. I understand fully, totally understand. But as a representative of the South Burnett region, we spoke about this morning in councils and how we represent the region. I, at this stage, won't be supporting the amendment that the Mayor has put forward, simply because on the numbers that I saw there yesterday, and understanding that not all people lived in that area, and please understand, I live inside 150 metres umbrella of one tower myself. So on that, and with the information I have, and the reasoning behind the development application, and yeah, I won't be supporting the amendment at this stage.
Okay, I think every councillor has spoken. Has every councillor had a chance to speak? Okay, I'll now provide my reply. So I find it interesting, Councillor Jones, that you've had 60-odd phone calls about this. I live in Kingaroy. I'm the Mayor. My phone number's all over the website. I advertise this on Facebook, and I haven't had a phone call from a Kingaroy resident saying that they want the tower. But what I did see is 67 people lined up there who took a unanimous vote yesterday to say that they don't support it. So, you know, I invited to that meeting not just those who were against. It was an open invitation to anyone that wanted to come and share their views on the tower. It was on the radio, it was on social media, it was spread through the community. So if you want the tower, your opportunity was to come up there and tell us yesterday. It was an open forum, and I went up with an open mind. I tossed and turned on this last night. I did my research. I listened to the people yesterday, and I made my conclusions in the early hours of this morning. But I can assure you that I didn't get those phone calls, and I live in Kingaroy and know a lot of people in Kingaroy. In fact, I have a business in Kingaroy. So, you know, I find that interesting. I would also say that this is not the first time a council has done this. So, for example, the Currumbin Valley Council, Gold Coast, voted to halt the proposed 4G tower in July 19 in response to community lobbying and presentation of petitions and written objections. Randwick Council in 2018 resolved that rollout came at a time when international research reported to link uncertainty as to the impacts and potential for connection to cancers. That council resolved to not approve that development. I would clarify, the council's not saying that they knew the science, they were saying that they felt the science was out on this. Sutherland Shire Council objected to small cells being deployed in Lillypilly in New South Wales. And my understanding is that this may have to come with small cells in time to come. But I'll stand to be corrected if that's incorrect, planner. Victoria Park Council, a proposed 4G tower in Lathland, denied by council, citing reasons of environmental and health impacts arising from the insufficient information on the technology of the tower and the adverse visual impact on the surrounding localities affecting residents. And I would further put this to you. The Kiama, New South Wales Mayor, Kiama Mayor, has come out and publicly supported a moratorium on the 5G rollout until further research and discussion can take place, and I will be proposing such a motion to a future standing committee that the South Burnett region impose a moratorium on 5G until such time as the science and there's further research undertaken. I will be proposing that at a future standing committee meeting for deliberation and consideration by this council. I will also point out that the Australian Local Government Association, our peak body, this is an article from their website. On April 2021, they wrote, The continued expansion of telecommunications infrastructure under the low impact facilities determinations remains a concern for local government, ALGA said. In a letter to the Federal Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development Communications, ALGA said the rollout of new networks such as 5G in a non-regulatory environment was eroding local government's planning role and its ability to grow towns and cities in consultation with its communities. Local government's preference is for changes to the powers and immunities for carriers to be regulated. This was based on the long experience of carriers interpreting the rules as they see fit and installing infrastructure outside the planning process. That is the Australian Local Government Association. So, based on my research in relation to the position of ALGA, based on what other councils have done, based on the concerns expressed to me as a councillor elected to represent the people and to act in their best interests, I wholeheartedly commend this to the chamber and seek your support. Let's now go to the vote. Those in favour of the motion, Councillor Duff and Councillor Otto. Those against, Councillor Erkins and Councillor Jones. Under Council's policy, the chair now has the casting vote where the vote is equal, and I will be supporting my motion, of course. The motion has been carried. The 5G development will not be approved. Okay, thank you all. I would ask for order, please, in the chamber, in the gallery. Thank you. Okay, Council, let's move on now to 17.2. Oh, sorry, let's bring the other councillors back. Sorry, Mr. Chair, I'm keen to move through this meeting. It's going to be a big day. It would. Okay, we have all the councillors back, so we'll move on, Council, on to item 17.2 now, which is proposed major amendment to the South Bennett Regional Council Planning Scheme 2017, resubmission in response to the State Interest Review feedback at 383. My eyesight's failing me. At 383, Council. So the recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council note the incoming notice from the Department of State Development, Infrastructure, Local Government and Planning dated 6 December 2022 and enclosed feedback from the State Interest Review, refer to attachment A. Endorse the proposed major amendment 1/2022 version 2.1 to the South Bennett Region Planning Scheme 2017 and including mapping amendments to reflect an updated, is that cadastry? How do we pronounce that? Cadastra? And state mapping data as set out in the agenda report, refer to attachment B. And 3, decide to submit in accordance with Chapter 2, Part 4, Step 17.4 of the MGR, the proposed major amendment 1/2022, version 2.1, to the Planning Minister via the Department of State Development, Infrastructure, Local Government and Planning in response to the notice of 6 December 2022. Do we have a mover? A mover, Councillor Duff. Seconder, Councillor Potter. Thank you. Speakers? Thank you for joining us. Thank you again, Town Planner, for joining us. Would you be so kind as to give us an overview of your recommendation? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Happy to do so. So this is the next step in the planning amendment process. We submitted the proposed amendment to the state back in August of last year, and we've received some feedback from the state on that, as this is what they refer to as their first state interest review. That feedback is split into 3 sections. Section 1 is state interest requirements, So the state has interests in planning scheme drafting across topics such as economic growth, safety and resilience to hazards, environmental and heritage, and the list goes on. So part one is where the state considers that there's some issue or some conflict with the state planning policy, the state interest that needs to be addressed as part of the amendment. Part two, so that's items, I'm referring to, I think it's attachment A in this item. So those are items 1 through 5. Items 6 and 7, which is part 2, is legislative requirements. So these are parts where the state thinks that there's an issue as far as the planning scheme drafting legislation goes. So parts 1 and 2 of this list, items 1 through 7, are matters which council really is obligated to change unless there's a good reason not to change. And then item 3, part 3, which is all the other items, I would describe as the nice to haves. So these are where the state considers that there's some improvements or clarifications that could be made as far as council scheme and council scheme amendment goes, but they're not matters which council is obligated to do. Following receipt of these, we've had workshops with council officers. We've also had a meeting with state government officers to talk to and clarify some of the matters. And ultimately, we've come up with a recommendation here for council today about how matters that should be responded to and how to respond to each. In that Appendix B, which is the long list of items, parts 1 and 2, part 1, 2 and 3 that I spoke to earlier, you can see there we've tried to categorise them into sort of 3 broad headings. One is technical sort of drafting matters. So to best describe that, I'd describe them as matters which assist in the clarification or the technical running of the scheme but don't change the policy position at all. There's matters which, obviously in part 3, which we've recommended that council doesn't change at this time, either because of a timing implication or because we think it's not necessary or it would add confusion. And then there's 3 items which we've raised in the report here today, which we just want to bring to council's attention. One of those is rural living lots, which was very briefly was a lot size that council was interested in exploring between a rural residential size and a full rural lot of 100 hectares. So it was a subdivision of lots within that range, call it 4 to 100 hectares, to add choice, housing choice to the Shire. In short, the state has given us advice to say that in their opinion, it conflicts with the state interests, primarily agriculture and environmental, and they see without some further work, it'll be difficult for the state to accept that proposed amendment. For the reasons that are in this report and the table, our recommendation is that council remove that proposed amendment from the scheme. The second item we'd like to bring your attention to is the model bushfire provision. So this was some work done between QFES and the state primarily to, I would say, modernise or create contemporary bushfire provisions to put into your planning scheme. So we've recommended that those provisions be adopted as proposed in this amendment to bring it up to current standards. The third item we bring your attention to is mapping. The state, and again this is in part 3, recommended that council update some of their constraint mapping, bushfire and environmental, to match the current state planning policy. So to give a bit more background on that, when the scheme was first created, council didn't decide to go out and do their own assessment of matters such as bushfire and environment. They adopted the state mapping for that. That state mapping has changed over time as other assessments has been done. Now, at an application level or at an officer level, the way that the legislation works is that council, in assessing an application, must refer to the current mapping anyway in making decisions about things. So the recommendation was to update it to that current version of the state constraint mapping. and at the same time, whilst we're going through the exercise, update the underlying cadastre, so that's the lot layouts, just so that your zoning maps match subdivisions and things that have been approved since the scheme was adopted back in 17. So those are the three items that we wanted to bring to Council's attention, and we've attached a copy of the scheme to this report to show you, highlighted in yellow, where those changes have been made since Council last considered the scheme mid last year. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, officer. Speakers, yes. Who was first? Councillor Potter, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just curious with regards to some of these mapping issues. Recently, my parents have sold their property, but part of the issue was that they actually lost money on the sale of their property due to the mapping. And they said that their house was 60% in a flood zone. Now, the house had been there for 30 years or something, and no flood had ever come near their house. And I'm just wondering where the flood mapping arrangements come from with regards to the South Burnett, because they're not the only ones in that situation. I've heard of quite a few others that have said that their house is classed as is in that flood mapping area. So I'd just like some more clarification around with regards to flood.
Thank you. So the flood mapping that was adopted originally with the South Burnett scheme was again state government mapping. It was so the state. My understanding is that's not done on a detailed assessment of rivers and creek systems in the Shire. It's done on I'd say a fairly rudimentary basis. So as I understand it, again, I'm not a flood engineer, but as I understand it, based on historical flood levels, sort of extrapolated over elevation or contours. So it gives it's almost more a risk, identifying where it might be worth investigating further rather than a detailed assessment, which probably explains why there would be properties which are identified in the flood overlay that have never flooded and maybe never will, subject to that detailed flood work being done. One of the parts in part 3 that the state, some of the advice that the state gave to us in part 3, which is something for council to think about, is to do that detailed flood work to clarify both, and it would go both ways. There's probably some properties that aren't identified now, which might be at subject to flooding, and there's probably some properties that are identified that would then come out of the flooding overlay. The reason we recommended not going down and doing that body of work as part of this amendment was primarily a time issue. It's not, it would be a costly exercise, but it's primarily a timing issue. And one of the things that falls out of that is I mentioned that some properties would go from being outside the flood overlay to in the flood overlay, and council would have to consider compensation that would fall out of that change. So it's not just a case of doing the work, but then also considering the impacts of that work in amended mapping. So our recommendation in this report and in this table is that it's something that council seriously consider, but because of the impact on timing, we've recommended you push ahead without it for the moment.
That being the case, General Manager May, the process for further considering that, this is an option we have now with the planning scheme. Councillor raised a good issue. How would we then make sure that issue is addressed in terms of that mapping into the future timeframe process to see that happen?
Yeah, well, I might defer to Kieran, but essentially it would be another amendment. But without delaying this one and all of the provisions you're trying to bring in here, it would be a further process. Whereas,
so to your knowledge, there's no limitations on council bringing back further amendments at any stage in the future?
No, Mr Mayor, there's no limit on how many scheme amendments the council can do. In some of the larger local government areas, they'll have rolling amendments every 6 months or so. So I think Brisbane City Plan's up to version 23 or something. So.
Okay, good, thank you. Yeah, you're comfortable with that, Councillor Potter. Thank you, Kieran. Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm supportive of the recommendation because it still includes it's my belief that the proposed amendments to facilitate smaller scale rural subdivision in the winery precinct identified around Moffordale and the current circumstances of a boundary realignment in the rural zone being code accessible, regardless of resultant lot being less than 100 hectares, are preserved. So I'm happy that that's gone through unopposed. But just I guess it's a question. So if there is these rural lifestyle lots and it's on a rural property, it's still impact accessible, but if they go through the process and put the signs up and all of that, and it ticks the boxes for us as far as, not too far from other amenities and things like that, we can still approve that rural lifestyle lot. So it's just, we were just seeking it to be code accessible as opposed to impact accessible. Yep, okay, thank you.
Sorry, look, that's correct. We weren't, just to clarify, we weren't, sorry, I'll tackle the first bit, yes. Status quo, as far as council in making its decisions, would still have the ability to approve an application that came in for a smaller lot in the rural zone as it has for the last sort of 6 years under the current scheme. So that's still, your right as a council to do that. It would go through the impact assessment, and the proposed change wasn't to make the lots code accessible in the rural zone. It was just more so putting in a criteria that council could work with to make those decisions. If I can explain it that way.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. So and the state objected to us even having those conditions. Yeah, I'm surprised at that. Were you surprised that we got that feedback?
Not entirely surprised, because the state's always held an opposition to further fragmentation of the rural zone. So whilst in some ways it was an incremental move towards maybe decisions that you're already doing, the state's position forever has always been any further fragmentation of the rural zone would conflict with their state interest of protecting agriculture.
Just while we're on this line of questioning, Kieran, rural residential, I know we've had approaches from people in parts of the region, the Nango, for example, where they've got the 5 acre block, the 2 hectare block, want to be able to split that down the middle into 2.5s. For example, where they don't need the whole 5 acres. We have a housing crisis, we have a land shortage. Where are we at with that issue at the moment as a council?
Mr. Mayor, that wasn't something tackled, so further subdivision of the rural residential zone wasn't something tackled as part of this scheme amendment. There are opportunities within your existing scheme to re-subdivide in those, in a precinct of the rural residential zone, and I understand councils are recently receiving applications for that. So yeah, not something tackled as part of this scheme amendment any further.
Very good, thank you. Who was next? Councillor Erkins?
Just to answer your question there, I've actually had a resident in Nanango contact me. She has a 5 acre block, and she's just found out that the 7 acre block behind her has, it looks like it's been approved to put 7 1 acre blocks boundaring onto her back fence. So she's a little unhappy with that, and that wasn't, she had no notification of that. So obviously you can do that.
Just a question then on that regard. Would that have been code accessible as against impact accessible under our current planning scheme?
I'm I'm not aware of the exact application mentioned, but if there was no the notification requirements for impact assessment are to send a letter to each of your adjoining neighbours. Also put a sign on the land and a notice in the paper. So if she was adjoining and there was no letter provided, it suggests that it was code accessible.
Thank you, Kieran. Further speakers? Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you for the explanation. Certainly understand the position in relation to the state's position in relation to rural living lots. I understand it's not something that we can actually override the state on. However, I do think it's quite contradictory when renewable projects are allowed to be established on prime agricultural land, and I would argue that that actually further fragments our region's ability to produce food and fibre, but I understand that's their state policy. I'm really excited about the Moffat-Dale opportunity. It's wonderful to see that that's actually, that we've come out the other end and that that is something that we'll be able to proceed. I think for our region and its future, that's, in terms of this planning scheme amendment, our ability to make those smaller boutique style tourism experiences, particularly food tourism, agri-tourism, opportunity to take Queensland's largest vineyard, being Clovelly Estate, and actually leverage that opportunity for more tourism outcomes, I think is really, really exciting, along with the many other parcels of land in the area that could be further developed to offer those experiences in our local region. So thank you for your work on that. I just wanted to check in terms of the bushfire hazard provisions here in the mapping updates. I understand the state's done their review and we've done a review. I guess I'm a little confused about how those maps are actually ground truthed, and just ensuring that they're true and correct and representative of our region.
Yeah, thank you. I guess I'll start by saying I'll struggle to answer the question with accuracy because they are maps created by the state at a state level. But I understand the bushfire maps, for instance, are done using mapping of vegetation. So there's mapping done and mapping updated of vegetation based on aerial photos and known vegetation communities. And I understand that is then used as a basis combined with, for instance, slope. So, you know, the state has contour mapping which addresses slope. So a combination of the region, the climate, the vegetation type and the slope to come up with broad risk categories. And I think that's the way to look at it, is it's a risk category. It's a trigger for someone doing an application where you might be putting in a sensitive use, a house, a school, so on, to go away and get somebody to do that detailed assessment, which might reveal that, you know, there is a real risk there and you need to set the building back or clear some vegetation around it, or conversely, there's no risk and no further action needs to be taken.
One supplementary question, Mayor Otto, just in terms of that 100-hectare rule, do you know how that was actually set or established?
I don't know the exact origins of it. All I can say is almost across every single local government area in Queensland, it's been a long-held limit of 100 hectares. So it's probably a little bit like the 6 metre setback from the front boundary in your residential areas. It's something that somebody's decided a long time ago, that was sort of where the limit applied in terms of fragmentation of rural parcels. I'd like to think there was some science behind it at some point, but the best I can probably say is that not only in this local government area, but almost every other across Queensland, except where it's larger, 100 hectares has been the limit for rural subdivision.
And just the last thing I was just thinking about in reading the report, I just wanted to clarify. So if you have a rural living lot at the moment, and you want to build a house on such a lot and it's 100 hectares, the changes in our planning scheme don't inhibit that in any way, no?
No. If you had an existing lot, a house would be accepted development.
Okay.
So there'd be no change there.
Thank you.
Okay. Any councillor has an opportunity to speak? Have you an opportunity to speak, Councillor Duff?
I was just wanting to answer Councillor Shoemaker's
Oh,
question.
yeah, okay. Well, in that case...
I believe I have some background knowledge on it.
Okay,
So
thank you.
back before that rule was put in place about the 100 hectares, that was where we had all the Washington developments, and they were undermining all of our rural land. And I know one property that my dad's cousin had was 5,000 acres and it was a viable rural proposition, and it got divided up into 40-acre blocks. And so it was on the back of that is where this came in. And I think the 100 hectares was about where they thought you could still have a viable rural business. I think that's where the 100 hectares came from. But it was certainly, and I supported 100% to stop that subdivision of that, you know, agricultural land. And it was yeah. So that I'm pretty sure that's where it came from. Thank you.
Councillor Henson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Duff. Yeah, one thing that's been noted with that, I'll make comment on a couple of things here. With the subdivision back in the early 80s with that washing developments, and no more so than today, if that was to continue in that same scale today, I would hesitate to guess that your valuation on your properties will go through the roof. There will affect the rates enormously with that style of development. Hence the 100 hectares, I can fully understand, and I would appreciate that the 100 hectares, that's 250 acres in the old scheme. The 40 hectares, they were 20 and 40 acre lots developed back in the early 80s, I think, when Tarong was being built. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you know, to give you an idea, those blocks sold for $20,000 and $40,000 back then. Now, if we were to go through that same style of thing today with land valuations, your rates would take a serious hit. So I supportive of the 100 hectare. Council still, though, has the ability to review whatever. The other thing I'd just like to make comment on the mapping updates, and it's only a comment that, and Councillor Potter has alluded to it, your parents' property deemed to be a flood zone. Now, that being said, with some of this mapping updates and properties that may be deemed to be flood bound, I would suggest people would want to, or real estate agents, perhaps Councillor Erkins, note that that could have serious impacts on your insurance, because that is something that's overlooked today. That I know on my policy there's a clause in there about flood. So I'd just like to bring that to the council and the chamber's attention that in that mapping, I would encourage that property owners look and certainly review and have a look at their insurance policies in that matter.
Oh, thank you, Councillor. Further speakers? Okay. Right, Councillor Duff, anything to close?
No, Mr Mayor, I think it's been well debated. Thank you.
Yeah, well, thank you, Council. Thank you to the officers involved. Let's go to the vote. Those in favour? Carry unanimously. Thank you all.
Mr. Mayor,
Sorry, Mr.
oh, that's right. With the leave of the meeting, and I know it wasn't in your original, but while the planning staff are here, there's only one item left in this section, which is the pre-lodgement. It's been through the standing committee. Could we just knock that over, and then that frees the planning staff up?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Absolutely. So I'll move a procedural motion that item 17.3 be escalated to the next item on the agenda, seconded by Councillor Henson. Thank you. Those in favour? Carry unanimously. Thank you all. 17.3 is at 8:17. And I will get that. Oh, Kimberly, can you get that up for me, please? Recommendation there is coming forward from the previous discussions, is that the Mayor and all councillors be invited to attend pre-lodgement meetings as an observer for information purposes only and conduct themselves in accordance with section 3.1 of the councillor contact with developers and submitters policy statutory 071. Do we have a mover? Councillor Duff. Second, Councillor Potter. Speakers, Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This was one that I'm very passionate about. I believe that where we get, as councillors, get our into difficult situations is where the pre-lodgement meetings happen and then the developer comes to a councillor and says, you know, they're not happy with what the outcome, you know, what's been suggested in that pre-lodgement meeting, and then we are in a compromised position. But I think if the councillor can actually sit in those pre-lodgement meetings as an observer, then they can understand what is transpiring between the planners and the developers, and that would help to mitigate a lot of the confusion, a lot of the risk that councillors run. I heard where there was some other councils have two councillors talking to developers after the pre-lodgement meetings. I think that's risky myself, just to say that in their policy you've got to have two councillors. I think that ours, if we endorse this, it would be much more professional, that we just sit there, we listen, and then we're well informed. So I'm really keen to see this happen. Thank you.
Okay, further speakers, Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to propose an amendment to the motion.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to propose that the Mayor and all councillors receive an email providing a summary of what pre-lodgement meetings have taken place during the week and an update as to any concerns or issues identified in these meetings that have relevance Actually, I'd like to delete that. Just that the Mayor and councillors receive an email providing a summary of what pre-lodgement meetings have taken place during the week and a reasonable update on such.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Erkins. Councillor Shoemaker.
So, point of order, Mr. Mayor. I think that is in direct contradiction to my my motion, and it should be a procedural motion rather than an amendment.
Okay, Mr. CEO, is the amendment relevant or not? I think we'll be guided by a CEO on this. Can the amendment proceed or not?
It's not procedural, so that one's easy. But I'm guessing the councillor was going for foreshadowed. Yeah.
I meant foreshadowed.
Yeah, Chair, it's your call, but yeah, if you deal with it as a foreshadowed, the effect is the same. If the amendment gets voted up or down, it changes the substantive resolution. If it's foreshadowed, well then if the original motion, this one comes to light.
Okay, we'll take that as foreshadowed. Thank you, Councillor. Right, we'll stay with Councillor Duff's motion then, as it stands. Righto, further speakers. Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I certainly would like to speak to the motion as Councillor Duff has moved. I understand we've had conversations about how we interact with developers and how council can get the best outcomes, I guess, for certainly growth outcomes in terms of inspiring that economic outcome, but also in terms of, working better with the bureaucratic arm of council to get outcomes for the region. My concern is we met with the Moreton Bay Regional Council Director of Planning and his team members this week, and we had this very discussion. It's my understanding that the Moreton Bay Council actually receive a weekly briefing, an email that has all the details about what activities have actually been undertaken by the planning department that week, what pre-lodgements have been undertaken, and what information is relevant to the council. And I think I've been thinking about this one, and it's my view that that would be a much more fluid opportunity for council to receive that information without being biased or coerced into a decision by being present in a meeting, in a pre-lodgement meeting with a developer. I'm not comfortable in attending pre-lodgement meetings with a developer because I understand I'm not actually able to contribute anything at all to the conversation other than listen. And I think in some ways that's a waste of my time. If I could receive this information via an email that was, and I trust the staff can put together a decent summary and report of what activities have taken place and what information is relevant to me and to each of us as a councillor, I'm happy with that mode of communication. I'm also very happy with the fact that it doesn't
wedge councillors or position us in a way where we're actually influencing an outcome or a decision outcome. Because it's a learning of mine, I've been in some pre-lodgement meetings, and the reality is the developer is looking at you as the elected representative to comment, to provide feedback, to provide guidance, to provide a surety that you support them in what they're trying to achieve. And 9 times out of 10, I absolutely do. But the reality is, if I provide that feedback, if on one instance I just, I do the wrong thing, I say, yes, I support your application. A simple mistake, a mistake that I could easily make because I get very excited about the growth of this region, I could potentially be put forward for a complaint against me. I could be seen to be influencing a decision of our planning team, and I could be held accountable for that. And I'm not willing to go to jail and wear striped pajamas for the simple mode of receiving information. And I'm certainly not willing to have my integrity as a councillor consistently dragged through the mud. So I'm of the view that all of the information that Councillor Duff is trying to obtain by sitting and observing in a meeting, I'm of the view that we have very capable staff who can put together a weekly report for us that will be more than enough information for us to know where things are at. Should we receive a phone call from a developer or somebody, we can say, yes, received the briefing, can see you've met with council, you've met with council's planning team, this is the right process. I would rather separate myself from these discussions because I know I won't be able to help myself. I'm very excited about the growth of our region. To sit in a meeting with a developer, I think, is high risk for our council. I also think it's not fair if not all of us, all 7 of us are represented, because there'll be a perceived view that we don't care, and that's not true. So I believe an email is more than suffice, and I won't support this motion.
Councillor Erkins, we'll come to you for closing at the end. Thanks, Councillor Duff. Councillor Erkins.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor. I was under the impression from the meeting we had with Moreton Bay that they felt that councillors were putting themselves in some risk to be attending them. That was the take that I took on it. I believe as a councillor, if somebody comes to me with an idea that they would like to do something, I believe my role is to encourage them to meet with council and meet with the planning department. And I also, if I can just check, when you have those pre-lodgement meetings, I would assume that you guys take notes anyway at those.
Through you, Mr Mayor, councillor, yes, notes are taken and can be provided to the customer.
Thank you. So, I wouldn't think that would be hard for us to get that information back so that we know what is happening. And then if something comes out that someone has some complaints, well, we can just speak to whoever we need to or discuss it in the right way, rather than, as Councillor Shoemaker said, when you're in a meeting, it is very difficult to keep your mouth shut. I find it very difficult to keep my mouth shut, as you all know. So, I just think that we need to know what's happening, for sure. But I think we have staff where we employ staff, and I can't see the point in us being in trying to do the job of the staff. So I can't support that motion.
Further speakers? Councillor Henson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, I totally agree, Councillor Erkins. I'm not sure why we should sit there and just be an observer. As you said, anyone that's contacted me, I certainly encourage them to contact our staff and the right departments to follow up with that. No, I am certainly not comfortable in pyjamas or stripy ones. That be the case where you might end up, which is certainly in this day and age where we live, very, very possible. So, that being said though, stating there that we receive an email which has notes are taken and appreciate that, that's fine by me. We're invited to attend pre-lodgement meetings. It's our onus as to whether we go or we don't go, and I personally wouldn't be attending anyway. So, yeah, I'm happy with Councillor Shoemaker's recommendation, but that being said, with the previous one, pre-lodgement we don't have to accept it, just being invited to it. I can see no reason why we would go there as an observer and say nothing when we can have a previous conversation and recommend, as Councillor Erkins has said before. So fully supportive of Councillor Shoemaker and her motion, her foreshadowed motion. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Further speakers? Okay, Councillor Duff to close.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I think that I'm certainly supportive of the second point as well, that we receive an email providing a summary of what pre-lodgement meetings have taken place. So absolutely supportive of that. Where I think we're all going to end up in the pyjamas in the jail, the striped pyjamas, is when we go, as was suggested by Moreton Bay, to the developer with two councillors. If you think that you can sit in a meeting with all of these regulations and you can't say anything, imagine if you go out and meet with the developers with two councillors, you think you're going to not say anything? So that's where the risk is, in my opinion. So I'm concerned about councillors going out and meeting with developers without a staff member. So I'm supportive of the first one and the second one. So I'd actually, like to see both happen, but I can see I haven't got the support in the chamber on point number one. Certainly going to vote for point number two, but keen to see us sit in those pre-lodgement meetings so it's professional, councillors are on the same page, the developer sees that the councillors have council, and you don't have to go if you're not interested or not concerned about that particular development. You don't need to be there, but if you've got skin and like you're concerned about something in that particular one, you're invited, as Councillor Henshin said. We still have that opportunity, so I can't see a problem with it. I think it would actually help the process. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
We'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Councillor Duff, Councillor Potter. Those against? Councillors Shoemaker, Erkins, Jones, Henshin and Otto. The motion has been defeated 5 votes to 2. We'll now move to Councillor Shoemaker's foreshadowed motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to move that the Mayor and all councillors receive an email providing a summary on what pre-lodgement meetings have taken place during the week and a reasonable update on such. And seek a seconder.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Erkins has seconded. Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just think this is a more reasonable way to work with our staff to receive the information that we need that's relevant to councillors, to stay across what's important and not put ourselves in compromising positions.
Further speakers? Councillor Erkins.
Just some clarification. When they said about meeting, if you met with developers, so I'm not sure whether what I'm talking about is the right thing, but for example, where we were all invited to go and look at a proposed, well, we actually were invited to go to the place of objectors to a proposed feedlot. Is that what they're talking about when they're saying for two people to, if you're going in anything like that, for two people to be there and to keep a record of what's...
Yeah, if I could just clarify perhaps for those that haven't been involved. First, I'd like to thank my colleague, Mayor Flannery, for making his staff available to workshop with our council earlier in the week how their planning department operates. They process 3,300 DAs a year. They are one of the fastest growing regions in Australia. So it was really good to get an insight from them as to what their processes are. They indicated that where councillors want to meet with a developer, that under their policy, 2 councillors go. And they have a process whereby they hold free pre-lodgement meetings as we do, but that at the end of the week, I believe, all councillors are sent a list of all the pre-lodgement meetings that were held and a copy of the minutes from each pre-lodgement meeting. They indicated that their minutes are extremely thorough and extensive, so every detail is noted in the minutes. So if any councillor has an issue, they can pick it up in the minutes, and then the councillor is allowed to then go and ask for a meeting with the planning team about that matter once they've identified from the minutes that there's an issue they'd like to raise. So that's the process.
So the 2 councillors was to go to the planning team?
Now, the 2 councillors was to meet with the developers. So when they meet with the developer,
Yep.
the staff don't have to go. They take 2 councillors go, often without a staff member.
So isn't that similar to what we did?
No, we highly recommend that you take a staff member with you, a senior staff member with you. I would tend to, obviously, in my case, I'd take General Manager O'May or the coordinator, the manager, the senior planner.
Okay, but what I meant was, is that the same type of meeting? Where we went there, what they're saying is they don't take staff, they just go themselves.
I believe so.
Oh, yeah, I just...
Yeah, I'm not sure whether it was before or after, but I guess once the assessment commences, then it might be a whole different ballgame because they're then in the process of being under assessment. Yeah. So I think primarily we're talking about pre-application. Once that application is received by council, extreme caution from there on. Yeah.
So that's what I'm just, like, I'm not stating any facts. I'm seeking clarification on that and when we would be, like, why would we be going to look at a development, and is our policy that we would go with staff? You know, I'm just a bit confused there. If we don't go to a pre-lodgement meeting, why are we going to have a look at it? Are we just going for information? But wouldn't that be after it's been to the planning department?
I think the intent of the policy was to address matters where you would be looking to meet with a potential developer, a prospective applicant, prior to them lodging an application. They might call you out on site to have a bit of a look, get a bit of an understanding of what they're proposing. And our policy, I think, talks strongly about the need to take a staff member with you in those cases, Mr. CEO. But I think it's probably time we got your thoughts on this, Mr. CEO. Thank you.
General Manager O'May was going to have a yarn too, but I think we drifted. Could we take this one offline and do something up to assist the councillor and the conversation? Because we've already adopted the policy, which had the pre-meeting and then post-lodgement meeting prior to the assessment and prior to coming to the council meeting. But just also with time considerations, Mayor, it just maybe we're happy to grab the planning team and the councillors and just have a talk through that policy and what it means in practical effect.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. I now move that the matter lay on the table. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Duff. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. Okay. Councillor Duff seconded. Thank you, Mr. CEO. Right, well, we'll go back to where we were, which was the 10.8 monthly financial information second quarter budget revision at 108. And we have a recommendation there. The recommendation is that the monthly financial report, including capital works and works for Queensland, W4Q4, as at 31 January 2023, be received and noted that in accordance with Section 173 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, the revised 22-23 operational budget be adopted, and that in accordance with Section 173 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, the revised 22-23 capital budget be adopted. Do we have a mover? A mover? Councillor Shoemaker. Seconder? Councillor Jones. Thank you. Speakers, Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to put forward a question on notice. I would like to understand what cash we have spent during this term of council and how much cash we have put back into the bank. And I would like to see an updated cash reconciliation based on the information that we've received here.
Kerry, I'm sure you'll take that on board. Thank you. I know you've done a cash reconciliation for the revised budget as at 30 June 23. which shows an approximate value of about $48 million, I understand. Thank you. Yeah, but looking for a cash reconciliation as at a particular date, councillor?
Following the quarterly review that's been undertaken.
Okay, so as at 31 December. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Further speakers? Councillor Jones.
Yeah, through you, Chair. Just in regards to, I believe this is where I saw it, Burt Road and the Capital Works. I believe I wasn't here at the, I didn't attend the full meeting when this was discussed, and I apologise for that. I was away with my family, but I believe it's been dropped out of the program. And I'd just like to go through you, Chair, to ask General Manager, because I sat in this chamber and we spoke about that, and we told these people that we were going to do something that was initially dropped from a full seal down to some earthworks and gravel resheeting and all that sort of stuff. And I don't like to be a part of something where we pretty much guarantee something and then we go back on it. We obviously, you people that were here obviously had good reason, but unfortunately, I just went through my agenda and I noticed that it was dropped out. So I just go through you, Chair, to GM Meehan for an explanation, and just maybe, I believe that it wasn't able to be done in this financial year, I believe what I found out, but I would like to see or hear from General Manager Meehan just what possibility it is that we could put that back in and do something up there.
Thank you, General Manager.
Yeah, through Mr Mayor. Yeah, the councillor is right. We did identify that project last week. Following the review after the standing committee, that may be a risk that we may not deliver that project. We were expecting that we may start that project late in the financial year. Happy to be guided by council. We could remain that project until the third quarter review if council wanted to review its status at that time. I note there that James has put in his advanced design program coming up later to do a bit of design work through there. Obviously, we've had some concerns in relation to drainage. Otherwise, we'd consider the project in 23-24. I note that we have had some ongoing correspondence from the residents up in that area, so from our point of view, we would be keen to deal with it. We've just probably been proactive after the resolution last week to identify anything that might be at risk of not being delivered. So I would suggest council, if they had a mind to leave it in, maybe review it the third quarter, Mr Mayor, whether it leave it in until that time, if that was palatable.
Yes, certainly. Thanks very much, General Manager. I'm not saying that it's canned, we're just saying that it may not be able to be delivered in the current financial year, but a matter for council to consider. Yeah, okay, thank you. All right, further speakers. So I think the answer is that we can reconsider it in the third quarter review, which will come around in April. Yep. Once we get a better understanding of the schedule of works.
Sorry, just for our benefit, Mr Mayor, that means we'll leave it until that time?
At this stage.
Yep, okay.
I believe that's the will of council. Yep. Okay. And we can consider it in the third quarter review. Okay. Councillor Shoemaker.
Just would like to understand, if I'm reading this correctly, works in progress as of the 31st of January 2023, depreciation is just over target at 59%. Works in progress balance is currently sitting in the balance sheet, total 25.135 million. And there's a breakdown of those there on page 122. And an explanation that will continue capitalising projects as they're completed. I'm just concerned, it says materials and services are tracking above target at 88% at the 31st of January 2023. I guess there's some explanation there in terms of the MPC and RPC works and the waste collection and water usages. I just want to ensure that we're still on target to deliver our budget, or is this, I imagine it's being influenced by our construction cost increases, but I'm a little concerned to see halfway through the year we're tracking at 88% when we haven't got all works. We're only just ploughing through our capital program, really making progress.
Thank you, Manager.
Through you, Mr Mayor. So with regards to our materials and services and being at that 88%, We do have a portion in there, I think it's probably around 5 million over budget, and that is regarding that flood works. So we have amended that in the second quarter, so that won't affect our overall bottom line, as we will have extra income, but that has affected where we currently are compared to budget. We also have a fair few annual invoices that we've received already, so there's some timing there. At this stage, everything that we've looked at, we're looking on track to stick around that budget amount for materials and services. We'll definitely do some additional analysis for the third quarter to bring to anyone's council's attention. If there is anything that's looking a little bit that it may go over, but at this stage, we are looking that we will stick on track.
Thank you.
Thank you, Manager. Councillor Jones.
Yeah, just been thinking, Mr. Mayor, just one quick question through you to Manager of Parks and Gardens Facilities. Just in regards to the money from Works, I think it was Works Queensland, something for the work to be done in, what's the main street, the park in Wandai?
McKell or Coronation?
Coronation.
Park.
There were some earthworks, drainage works and all that sort of stuff that was taken out initially, and I asked for it to be put back in, and I believe it was put back in. Have we got any update or where that's travelling, and is it going to be completed?
I think the intention, and please correct me if I'm wrong, officers, but that was $150,000 to do drainage works on the camping ground, the free camping ground at Wandai, the Caravans Park, and that the recommendation was that we move that into the 23-24 budget, because our inability to deliver it in terms of the resources we've got at the moment, we're just not going to be able to get the job done before June. Yeah, would that be correct, General Manager O'May? Yep, good. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Okay, further questions or comments, councillors? I'm wondering, Manager, first of all, can I say thank you for the work you've done. I know that you and I interact via email late at night in relation to work matters. It tells me that you're working back here long hours. You have been back here, I've noticed, working long hours. Thank you very much, Kerry, for that. It's absolutely magnificent, the work you've put in. And the quality of the reporting that we get from you is first class. So thank you very much. Kerry, can you just give us an overview, though, in relation to where we were at with our deficit, where we're at now, and the key some of the key bullet points that gave rise to that change in the budgeted deficit for 22-23? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So through you, so with regards to the second quarter for our income statement, overall we've seen the original budget for the start of the year saw an operating deficit of around 3.6 million. We have, for second quarter, we're proposing that it will be $5.1 million deficit, which is roughly between the first quarter and second quarter, we're looking at around a $1.7 million additional deficit. While there has been some ups and downs over various different streams in both income and expenditure, the main factor that contributed to that 1.7 million is relating to our federal assistance grant, and the our proposal that we will roughly get around 50% prepayment rather than the 75% that we received last year, which roughly was around $1.6 to $1.7 million. So that is roughly the biggest difference between first quarter and second quarter's budget.
Thank you, Manager, and thank you, Mr. CEO, for your commentary on that in the media. And I was approached by a federal member of Parliament who was going into estimates in Canberra last week as to what some of the big issues were. Amongst 3 or 4 of them, one of the ones I put forward was the uncertainty as to the timing of the payment of the FAGS grants and the problems that causes councils in terms of managing our cash flow and what we report to our community. It does very much distort the reporting of our deficit. So we'll wait to see whether or not the government are prepared to seriously fix that problem. So, but thank you again, Kerry, for your work. Okay, if there's no further speakers, Councillor Shoemaker, nothing to conclude. We'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Next item is breakdown of expenditure by division and category of percentage of total general revenue, and that is at 162, whereby we do have a recommendation there that council note the report. Do we have a mover? Councillor Shoemaker, second to Councillor Jones. Speakers, Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. In the first instance, I'd like to suggest an amendment to the officer's recommendation that council note the report and develop a communication strategy to explain the contents of such to ratepayers and residents of the South Burnett, including a brochure that is part of the rates notice collateral sent out in February with the 23-24 rates notices, February 2024 rates notices. Oh, sorry, September 2023 rates notices. Oh, sorry, yeah. No, September, yeah. So that council note the report and develop a communication strategy to explain the contents of such to ratepayers and residents of the South Burnett, including a brochure that is part of the rates notice collateral set out in September 2023 with the rates notices.
August.
Yeah,
August. Is August the correct date?
Yeah, they're issued in August, so we can just change that. Thanks, Kimberly.
August 2023.
Yeah.
Thank you.
February and August.
And
Okay,
I'd
thank
seek
you,
a
Councillor.
seconder.
Yeah, okay. Do we have a seconder for the proposed amendment? Councillor Erkins or Mr CEO, are you happy to take it as a tweak?
I was just thinking, I think, given it's really an alternative to the officer's recommendation. So rather than going through anyway, it's just a thought. If that's what the council was intending to move, take it as the original motion.
Okay,
It'll just save us a bit. Yeah.
All right, Councillor Erkins, you come with that? Okay, we have that now as the original motion. Councillor Shoemaker to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd certainly like to thank the team for the work that's gone into preparing this report. Genuinely believe Facebook often tells one side of the story, and this report shows the entire picture. The report shows that Kingaroy ratepayers are contributing to a stronger region. And the truth is that Kingaroy generates 30% of rates revenue, which from 2013 to date equates to $76,252,428. The report shows that rural ratepayers are contributing to a significant spend on rural roads. This report shows that despite different mayoral leadership over the period of 10 years, spending has been consistent, with $51,427,498 invested in the southern part of our region, being the Nanango and Blackbutt areas. $40,108,111 invested in the central Kingaroy section of the region, and a further $72,156,594 invested in the northern areas of Cumbia, Mergen, Wondai to Bundoomba. There I've listed Division 1 and 2, Division 3 and 4, Division 5 and 6. This report demonstrates that we are so much stronger together, and that the ratepayers of Kingaroy and ratepayers of all areas across our region are contributing to projects spread across the South Burnett. This report shows the rhetoric of Kingaroy gets everything at the cost of other towns and villages is not true. I stand by my belief that there is no space for politics in local government. Our ratepayers are our shareholders and they deserve to know the facts. The facts are that your funds and grant funding received has consistently been spent on projects across the region. Your funds and the capital funds and works funds received, the capital project funds received, have been invested in roads and infrastructure that supports your quality of life regardless of your geography or what town or village you are from. You are all contributing to the bottom line and all building a better South Burnett. As Pastor Chris said this morning, I am comfortable and believe that as councillors we are doing what is morally right, just and true. We are making choices that are leading to the best possible outcomes for you, our ratepayers, many others in the future. I really do appreciate this report and I do feel passionately that it needs to be communicated to across our region.
Okay, further speakers? Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I actually, with respect, question some of the figures because, and I don't know how it's been collated, but Marshlands Bridge, for example, has been put down to Division 5, and I know that was state government grant money. Then there was the Mergen Pool was 1.24 million, was also a state government grant, and yet with the KTP, it seems like the grant has been left out because it's got a figure there of 11.562, which I believe is way below what was actually spent on the KTP. So I'm, number one, questioning the figures, and number two, it's not a lot about, a lot of the concern for the ratepayers is not always about where the money was spent, but it's what we spent the money on. Like, there's a lot of people think that we should have been spending the money on roads as opposed to, you know, fancy lights or things like that. So I just think that you can read anything you like into it. It's confusing. It doesn't tell the true picture because some of it's grant money, some of it's not. Like, I'm actually proud that over my term I've achieved 33,390,000 in Division 5. Like, it's just like, I just think the water's muddy. It's not clear because, like I say, some of that stuff was state government money. It wasn't actually from this council. So I'm, just thinking that that's going to cause all sorts of issues and it's not a true indication of where and of accuracy to send out to our ratepayers, and you can read anything you like into it.
Okay, further speakers? Councillor Jones.
Yeah, I wasn't going to say anything, Chair, on this, but after that, I think what I can see, correct me if I'm wrong, and I'm happy to be corrected, but I believe that KTP project is fully recorded in there under capital spend and the likes. I think that the report, again, correct me if I'm wrong, if I've misunderstood it, but it includes all funding, Works for Queensland and federal funding and all that sort of stuff. I believe that that's all captured in there.
General Manager, I note that 11 million has been included as KTP. I think that's what Councillor Duff's referring to. Could you just clarify? Because we know it's certainly more than that. There's state and federal funding that tips, I think Council's contribution is about 11 million, so that's probably where she's coming from. But yeah, Manager Kerry, General Manager, the 11 million, can you clarify that?
I can clarify that for you, Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind. Yes, it does include funded projects. The KTP excludes the TMR contribution because that is a TMR assets that goes to. So state and federal funding, I just had a look there. So it is 11.562. I will just check that, Mr. Mayor. So if that does need to be updated, I can just go back and amend that report. I will just check that it's reporting it all in 2021. We obviously did spend 11.5 million in 2021. I'll just see just whether that's been rolled up into that thing. So
thanks, GM, because I know it's the figure is certainly more than 11 million, and I know that the state contribution was originally 1.5, and they topped it up by how much?
Yeah, so
second round.
Yeah, so it should be around 13.9 plus. I think our additional is about 1,020,000. I think we did 900 plus the 120 grand, Kerry. So just probably for a way forward, Mr Mayor, like if there's any errors, I'm happy for councillors to email me and I can point them out. If I may, just compliment the work that Stacey did. It's a big report to go back through 10 years of capitalisation and try and round that out. So happy to have any of those errors, if there's a omission or something like that, pointed out to me and I can correct that report.
It certainly doesn't look right. Yeah. If you can explain that or clarify, that'd be appreciated. We need to get this right. We'll stay with you, Councillor Jones.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So even, let's just say that there's a shortfall there on the figures of 4 or 5 million, it still puts Kingaroy under 50 million. So, and I was a part of the last council where a couple of or a councillor and the previous mayor certainly hung their hat on that. And it's certainly, they gave up a lot of opportunity to get work in the township of Kingaroy, hoping that this KTP would come to fruition, and it has, and it's certainly levelled things up. But away from all that, I don't know that the whole process or the meaning of this report, I don't believe, the water's not muddy for me. I can see quite clearly it's a good spend, and Councillor Duff, you're right. You've got $31 million into your area, well done. I'm going to have to work harder. I've only got 21, so watch out. So, but yeah, no, look, the report is fantastic. Whoever's responsible for it, it's a long time overdue, and I think it does need to be made public and let everybody access it, and whoever's interested in it. And it certainly, you know, in my view, I certainly won't be using it to be divisive or anything like that. I don't need to worry about that. It's already happened. But yeah, this is a report that's full of information, and if you sit down and read it, I'll look forward to the return of the comments around the KTP full expenditure in there and see what that actually comes back at. But yeah, no, look, congratulations to the staff, whoever's had any part of doing this report. I think it's an absolute fantastic report, and it's certainly there for everybody to see now. And me personally, there's nothing to hide, and I think it should be known to all the general public, all the ratepayers, where the money is being spent.
Manager, one figure that really stood out in my view was Division 6, 38.7 million. It had the largest spend over that 10-year cycle on roads, footpaths, parks and facilities. Is it possible for us to get your spreadsheet up on screen so we could see that $38 million? It just gives us a better understanding as an example of where that money has been
Kim's
invested.
got it preloaded for you, Mr Mayor, on page 188, I think, just Mr Mayor, that we'll bring it up.
The printouts in the report are that small that I needed to go and upgrade my magnifying glass to see them. So
yeah, Kim's gonna bring up. I've only got access to the report at the moment, Mr Mayor, but she'll zoom up and just scroll through those projects for Div 6. If you go to, keep going down, Kim. 192, Pete's just said.
Okay, so this is the Div 6 spend. Right, thank you. Can we just slowly scroll through that? Can we leave there? Thank you. Just proceed. Just good. Thank you, Kimberly. Yep. Okay, let's keep going. Oh, so this is year by year, is it? Okay. All right. So 24th. Yep. Scrolling through. I'm probably looking for something with $1 million sign in front of it so far, but a lot of roads is there. Yep. Okay. Mm-hmm. 15, 16. Yep. Just feel free to keep scrolling through, Kimberly. Thank you. Yeah. Councillors, feel free to.
Oh, just the Duke Street, Earl Street. What was that one? The $1 million on that?
Oh, memorandum. Thank you. What is the 5.8 million there? Oh, that's Niagara Road. Okay. That's the wind farm. Right, thank you. Mm. Right, I might pull you up there, Kimberly. I think there's a lot there. Councillors, feel free to. Can we shoot a copy? Can we circulate a copy of that document? Yeah, so we can read it on screen. Very much appreciate it. Thanks, Kimberly. Thanks, Kerry. Look, just if I could, while I've got the mic. So in collating these figures, we've addressed two issues. First of all, what was the total revenue generated across each of the divisions through rates and utilities charges. And then secondly, we looked at, across each town, we then looked at the expenditure on capital projects only, so it doesn't include operating costs. So when one lumps all that together, the total spent in Kingaroy, the total revenue in Kingaroy came to 139.6 million, so about 140 million over the 10 years generated in Kingaroy, and outside of Kingaroy, 250 million. So 36% of our revenue, from my calculations, came over that 10 years from rates and utilities in Kingaroy, 64% outside the region. And isn't this interesting? Capital projects came to 34% in Kingaroy, 36% in Kingaroy, and 64% from the rest of the region. So income, 36% in Kingaroy, capital projects, 30% in Kingaroy, income, 64% outside of Kingaroy, projects, 64% outside of Kingaroy. Who would have thought? Kerry, it almost looks as though you've put those figures together to achieve that outcome, but I say that in jest. It's interesting, isn't it, that that's where that's landed. So I guess for me, what's important here moving forward is not so much where the money's spent, as we often hear in the community, but how it's spent and what it's spent on. And I'm really keen to have us look at more closely our asset classes rather than our divisions as such into the future, because I think those asset management plans are really important. And I had a really interesting conversation with the Queensland Treasury Corporation senior officers last week about the sustainability ratio and the expectation from the audit office that we'll hit 90% of our depreciation in renewable works. They're not overly keen on that. I'm not overly keen on it. And we talked more about councils being able to adjust their income statement, manager, put in a journal, a contra journal, to adjust it for where the asset management plans actually reflect something different to what the depreciation schedule does. So obviously there's work to be done there in terms of the accounting standards. So councils might have an asset management plan that says we need to spend $10 million this year because our asset management plan tells us that. That's scientific data from our technical officers. But we've got this depreciation schedule over here that says we should be spending 15 million. Okay, so the two often contradict. I think that needs to be clarified, because in some cases we might be actually over depreciating assets that we have deliberately decided to sweat, or that actually have an effective life longer than what the schedule says because of certain environmental factors. So I think that is a really important argument. We should continue to push through the LGAQ and through ALGA to have asset management plans as the substantiating supporting documents in behind our depreciation expense, rather than these arbitrary depreciation schedules that, quite frankly, I don't have a lot of confidence in, with all due respect, engineer Meehan, because I know the accountants and the engineers often have conflicting views on this. So I thought that was quite interesting. Anyway, interesting observation. The only thing I'd like to wrap up in saying is I really would like to see us, as you're indicating, General Manager Meehan, really do some real integrity testing around this data. If we're going to take this out to the community, we've got an obligation to make sure that the data is absolutely accurate before we report it to the community. So would like to see that, if we can, between now and August, when that publication goes out, if this is adopted. Thank you. Councillor Erkins.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor. I think probably what a lot of the community don't see, it's a bit like when we look at divisions 5 and 6 and how much was spent there. I think what the community don't actually look at is the fact that they've got a big road network, and whereas they look in Kingaroy and they'll see something like the KTP, that they see as a luxury, and then they see their roads and they don't think of the money that has actually been spent on the road. So I think it's that we need to get across to our community that while, some things are an asset that they can see, the fact that they're driving over a road that, is being constantly, and despite the criticism that we get, there's a lot of money goes onto those roads, and that in our brochure, hopefully that we'll get that out to the community. Divisions 3 and 4 don't have the road network, but they're doing facilities that are basically of use to everybody in the region.
Any further speakers before we go to Councillor Shoemaker to close? Councillor Henshin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. Yeah, look, great amount of work has gone into this. It's a wonderful document. And I think the one thing just that struck me straight up, that over the past 10 years, all previous councils have done a pretty good job in making sure that the region has been looked after as evenly as possible. And regardless of some commentary out in the community, if there's not $1 spent here this year, it'll be spent there next year. And that's what this report has shown. You brought up Division 6 there before, Mr. Mayor, as you saw. You would be still going through it because it is massive. It is massive. And you will laugh again, Councillor Jones, at this. And you've had it many times before in previous councils, and I applaud the previous councillors to bring it to their attention that yes, and I will continue to drive it into you, that Division 6 is 40% of the South Burnett. It's massive, and thank you, Councillor Erkins. The miles that Councillor Duff and I do out in that part of the woods is incredible because it's a big area and there's a lot of road network out there. There might be some network in towns, which there is, and I appreciate that. But out in the rural sector, they only usually have one road. And we saw yesterday or the day before in these chambers down in Banarkin where there was an issue there where rural residential couldn't get access out. They only had one way in, one way out. So, yeah, I applaud this. And I know, Mr. Mayor, that originally you were seriously concerned about the division. I think this is not meant, and as Councillor Jones has said, this is not meant in any shape or form to create division. It's a wonderful document and there's some great reading there. Pick it to bits how people of the community might like to. I think it's self-explanatory. Yes, there's some more work and some more explanations need to be revised or reviewed and given on it. But I think, and Councillor Shoemaker, thank you for bringing this to the floor when you mentioned this sometime last year, I believe in October or November, I think it was. So, yeah, there's some interesting figures there. I mean, Division 6's revenues, $38 million. It's a pretty powerful sector, and Division 5. There's revenue there of $71 million, $72 million. It's a pretty powerful sector, that rural sector. So, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, if there's nothing further, we'll go to Councillor Shoemaker to close.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As I said, it's very clear. The facts are, as ratepayers, your funds have consistently been spent on projects across the region. They've been invested in roads and infrastructure that supports your quality of life, regardless of your geography or what your town or village contributes to the bottom line.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. We'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Okay, those against? Councillor Duff against, carried 6 votes to 1. Thank you. Before we move on to this final item, I think if we can knock over 10.10, we can then go to lunch and then we can come back and go straight into our parks and gardens issues and our infrastructure issues. But Mr. CEO, LGAQ have advised me that the local government department's minimum standard for accepting an application to go from divisional to non-divisional is 30 months. 30 months. So it's a 2.5-year process. 24 months. Changing electoral representation from divided to undivided is a 24-month minimum service time. That's the minimum. So it would take at least 2 years for that to be done. The commentary, not necessarily the advice, but the commentary from the CEO of the LGAQ was perhaps you would be best to leave it to the next term of council, but a matter for the council. So, okay, so there you have it. And I'll forward that to you, Mr. CEO, that email, and to all the councillors. Okay, so moving on, 10.10, councillor salary increase from 1 July 23 at 204. Let's get the page. Can we get that up, please? So the recommendation from the committee is that South Brisbane Regional Council notes the decision of the Annual Remuneration Commission as determined by the independent, as determined by the Independent Local Government Remuneration Commission for the 23-24 period, and advises the Commission that Council wishes to accept an amount lower than the maximum remuneration payable to councillors, including the Mayor and Deputy Mayor. The amount requested represents a 4% increase over a 2-year period, an average of 2% each year on current remuneration, as per the schedule below. Mayor, $138,524. Deputy Mayor, $86,577, and councillors, $73,589. Do we have a mover? Councillor Erkins. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Potter. Speakers, Councillor Erkins first. Thank you.
A year to cover the whole increase for everybody. So it's not, oh, here it is. There it is. So for the Mayor, it's an increase of $102 a week. For the Deputy Mayor, it's an increase of $64 a week. And for the councillors, it's an increase of $54.43. There's some sense in all of those. But as I said in the committee meeting, I believe the amount of work that goes into it, to expect councillors, especially with an election coming up in 12 months, to attract people that have got the time to put into the job. I believe that it's actually 2% for this year and 2% for last year, so 4% is a fair increase for the work that goes into it.
Thank you, Councillor. Further speakers? Okay, sorry, Councillor Schumacher.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Certainly, I think the decision. Look, the reality is I don't feel it's fair that the Commission actually requires councillors to nominate their remuneration. The issue is always very contentious in our community, regardless of the decision made. I've reviewed what we have been paid since being elected in 2020-21 to date, and for consecutive years, that number has been the same. The recommendation that's been put forward is 4%. We've proposed 4%, which is still less than what the Commission has put forward. I do feel it is a minor increase in our wages. I'm certainly very grateful for the opportunity to serve my community. I'm more than happy to discuss with any member of the community how much time and effort I put into the role, my performance to date, and by all means their feedback is always welcome. I certainly think it's in line with the same recommendation that we've put forward and endorsed for the staff, which was 4%, and I'm supportive of the motion. I want to support my colleagues on this. I know they do many, many hours of driving every week. I know every community event or activity, if I was to take a log of how much money I've invested back into the community from my annual wage, I can tell you I'm very lucky that my husband makes a good wage, because that really is the only reason why I can do this job. You know, at the end of the day, to do this job well, to buy a ticket to every event that we attend, to take your children along and buy a meal at every event that you attend, to drive there, I would actually like to do a bit of analysis on how much money I get paid and how much money I reinvest in this community every week. I can tell you it's quite a large portion. It's a very difficult decision. I think it's always contentious. I would like to support my colleagues in this instance with the recommendation put forward. I do feel it's fair.
Further speakers? Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm speaking against this. In my career as a councillor, I've never voted in favour of taking a pay rise. I think that the community, particularly at this time, are struggling. We're looking at people who are on pensioners are struggling. We've got homeless people. I think that we are the leaders of this region as far as we are the elected representatives, and to say that, you know, like it's I came from a situation in the Wandai Council where we only just got paid to attend the meetings, like we didn't get paid a wage, and so it depends on whether you're doing it because it's your total income or whether you're doing it because for the community. So for me, it's about the community, and I would put my hand up if it was the same as it was in the former Wandai days. And I put as much into it then as I do now. I was very, very committed. And if you have a look at some of the other figures of councils in other areas, like in Victoria, a councillor gets paid in a category 3, $37,565, and deputy mayor $62,000. So I mean, it just depends on what your views are on what a role of a councillor is. But for me, it's if we had a wealthy region and we weren't a low socioeconomic area, and I get that councillors are putting a lot of time and effort into it, but this is about our community. It's about the struggle that we're dealing with. We've got a very, very low socioeconomic area, and I'm at this point not prepared to accept a pay rise. I think that we need to lead by example and realise our community is hurting, because that comes out of the hip pockets of the ratepayers. So I'm against the motion. Thank you.
Councillor Potter.
Yep. Thank you, Ms Mayor. I actually took offence to that, Councillor Duff, because this is my income. I do not have any other income apart from what my husband earns in his job where he drives a truck. So I am a community member and I do work for my community, but you just put me in a like, I'm only doing this because it's income I need to earn. So I do take offence to that, through you, Mr Mayor, to that particular one, because I put like over 70 hours a week into this job, which is, when you work it out, comes less than $20 an hour. Now, any other person in any other job would get more than that normally. So I did take offence. So I do this job because I love my community. I put my hand up back in 2016 because I love my community and I wanted to make a difference. The community said, yes, okay, we'll let you go, Danita. So, and I thank them for doing that, and then I thank them again for back in 2020. And at this stage, I will be standing again next year. But to say that I have to separate myself, this is either, as I said, I don't have any other income. This is my income, this is my job, but this is also my life, and my community is my life. So this is why, and if we start not taking these, the extra money to do that extra mileage, this is extra, the extra $100 a fortnight will allow me to fuel up my car and go extra mileage. And the amount of fuel prices have gone up since last election is just incredible. So, look, I think the only way for us to be able to do our jobs and keep doing our jobs, especially ones like myself who don't have another income stream, I couldn't do this job, you know, if, you know, my husband wasn't working, but, you know, we've still got family to feed, we've still got bills to pay, the same as every other person in this community, rates to pay, fuel bills. So, look, I think that this is something that is needed, and I think, yes, next election, if people feel that they want to stand up and go against me or any of us in this chamber, that's their right. And I think that we deserve to give them a pay that they deserve, whoever that may be.
Further speakers? Councillor Jones.
Mr Mayor, I am trying to sit here quietly and get through this meeting because we have a big agenda, but it just... if none of us do this job for the money, and I just want to make sure that when this goes out, that people understand that's gross. That's what we earn gross, right? We've got to pay tax out of that. We've got to run vehicles because we don't claim any more travel allowance or anything like that. Yes, we get a benefit at the back end probably with your tax and all that sort of stuff. So as a Deputy Mayor, I'm currently on about 84,500 or something like that, and I think I'll work it out and I get about $46,000 or $7,000 or something like that. And I'm lucky my wife works and we have another business that we have leased out. But Councillor Potter, and I said it earlier in the day, that good people are choosing not to run because they see the wages and they just can't survive because that's their only source of income and at times and all that sort of stuff. So you're losing really good members of the community that would stick their hand up and have a crack at this role. And I've done a few sums and I just don't know whether it's happy to be corrected, but at 86,000 with the new one and you have $4,000 in your electorate as a divisional councillor, each one of those people pay you 40 cents a week. And I am sure as hell that they get 40 cents a week's worth of value out of me working in this council and the time that I've got to travel and everywhere I've got to go and the abuse that I've got to put up with. And I'm sure everybody else in this chamber is the same. So I'm happy to get flogged out in the community and all that. And like Councillor Potter said, there's an election in 2024, March 24. Put your bloody hand up and have a crack and get in here and just see how hard it is and how good yous can go. There's a challenge for the people out in the community that want to bag us, a whole lot of us in here, for having a crack and doing the best we possibly can. Put your hand up at the next election and see if you get elected. And if you beat me fair and square, I'm happy with that. But I tell you what, I'll be just as big a critic as what you are out in the community right now. Because this is not an easy role. And for $86,000 and $138,000 for you, Mr Mayor, it's pittance. And comparing us down to a council in Victoria, what good's that? We're in Queensland, rural Queensland. Every other council around us is getting good funds. This is not an easy role. And for a 2% or a 4% pay rise, I've been involved in council for 7 years. And Councillor Duff, I just can't remember. I'm trying to recall, but you said that you haven't voted for a pay rise in your whole 19 years. I just can't go back. I thought we voted for one early in the first term, but anyway, I'll be corrected and I'll take your word on that. I'll take your word. I'm not going to argue with you. I'll take your word.
Sorry, I'll stand corrected. There was one where we actually gave the money back to the community. We actually voted to take it and then we donated.
Thank you. So, Mr Mayor, I'm fully supportive of this, and like there's topics here today in this agenda that we're getting bogged down on, and this is another one. So yeah, I'm trying to sit quietly today, but I'm struggling.
Okay, Councillor Henson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, look, and again it comes back to we will get badgered and we'll get smashed when we walk outside these chambers. There's assumptions, there's so many assumptions made out in the community as to what we do and what we get. And I hope there's public watching there because we don't get meals. No one pays for our meals, and personally I don't want anyone ever paying for my meal. Every man and woman and child has to eat every day. So that's just a no-brainer for me. As far as our travel allowance and that, where people think we get a car or people think we get paid to fill our cars up. I stated here in Chambers last week, every Friday I pull into a service station and put $300 on my dash. It comes up 1,402 kilometres range. I've got to do that sometimes twice a week. Councillor Duff, you would do it the same. You would do it the same. I think it's offensive to mention Victoria in the same sentence as South Burnett, let alone Queensland, because how many of them are coming up here to live? And have a look at the state and the state it's in. So that's just no contest there to compare us with that. If they want to go $30,000 or $33,000 in a year in Victoria, well, good luck to them. Have a look at the place. We're in a wonderful state. We're in a wonderful region. No one does it for the money. Of course we don't. As Councillor Potter has said, $20 an hour. At an increase of $54, that's like what, $8 a day or something? $9 a day, roughly. you know, our pay slips say that we go home with approximately 900 and something. Us councillors, don't know about the deputy or you, Mr Mayor, roughly $900 a week, a little bit more. That's wonderful. I appreciate that. And I appreciate the ratepayers giving me the chance to represent them. Take that 300 plus some in fuel. Take that fuel service, the car service. Take the running costs of that car. Take your time, effort, and the toll it takes on you to do everything else. People say to me, how do I run a farm and be a councillor? It's pretty simple. You get up a bit early and you go to bed a fair bit later. So yeah, I'm fully supportive of this. The other thing I'll make note, that in the event that this council wasn't to take this pay rise, I can guarantee you that the next term in council, they will get absolutely smashed when they want, or it is suggested that they're going to get a 4, 6 or an 8% pay rise, because that's what will happen. So on that, I am fully supportive of this. Would have been 6%, but the 4% at $54 for us as councillors, 64 for Deputy Mayor and 102 for you, Mr Mayor. And there's many people out there have made the comment that's not enough for what we do and the time we put into this job. And I appreciate, and as I've said before, humbled to be given the opportunity to represent this region. Thank you.
Okay, has everyone had a chance to express their views? We'll go back to Councillor Erkin shortly to close, but it is challenging. I do share Councillor Shoemaker's sentiments that it's unfortunate that the government puts us in this situation where we've got to decide on our own salaries when we live and work beside people in our community who are doing it tough. It's unfortunate that we have to do this. But yeah, look, I didn't support this at the committee meeting. I'm not going to support it today. I'm not going to speak as to why, because I think we've all articulated plenty of reasons. We've talked this to death. I just want to explain to the community the process. So the process is that the Local Government Remuneration Commission is an independent body. They go through and do assessment on what they believe should be the pay rise for councillors across Queensland in different categories of councils. We're a Category 3 council. So they've recommended a certain salary level for those 3 positions in Category 3 councils. Council then, if council chooses to not do anything, that by default applies. Okay, you take the pay rise the Commission gives you if you choose to not do anything. Councils cannot resolve to take more than what they recommend, but you can resolve to take less, anywhere between 0 and the figure that they give. Now, we did last year take 0. In our first year as a council, we took the pay rise that was recommended from my recollection. And I do recall a certain resident who watches council closely ringing me that night to say to me it was a bad move to take the pay rise. And I argued heatedly with him about all the things we've said around the chamber today. But then I went and thought about the fact that he took the time to ring me and tell me that, and I thought, you know, he was probably right. It wasn't good timing, because at that time the community was hurting, and it wasn't a good look to see the community seeing me take a pay rise when people out there were hurting. So I suppose I should have called him back and said, look, on reflection after cooling down the next day when I thought about it, as I often do, I probably overreacted in my response to him, because I think he had was genuinely trying to help me in terms of my view on this. So since then, since that conversation, I haven't voted. I've always supported no pay rise. Look, for me, I'm going to give this money back. And so the process is that if this gets adopted, it applies to all of us. So even if those who vote against it, we'll still get the pay rise. Look, this isn't it's a shame the cameras are on. I'm just going to donate one back to the community anyway, because I'm going to put a significant amount of money into the homeless centre in Kingaroy when it's established, and if this is going to just tip it on top of that for me. But you know, I understand. Look, we've all got different circumstances. I understand this. It's unfortunate that we've got to be put in this position. I basically committed after that conversation that I wouldn't support any more pay rises for the end of my term, so I'm just going to stick with that and not support this pay rise as it stands. Okay, Councillor Erkins, right of reply for you, and then we'll go to the vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I think we've had some great comments around the table. I think that, as Councillor Potter said, we all have a love of our community, That is why we do it. And I think you'll find that, I know that Councillor Duff often says that she's been working in council for 18 years, but I can tell you that I've lived in this region for over 40 years, and I have spent, up until coming onto council, 39 odd years working for my community for nothing, and I have a music shed that I supply for my community for nothing. So I don't really think that anybody here is here in it for the money. They are all working for their community. And I do know that I have attended things that Councillor Henson has put on for his community. Before he was in council, he was working for his community. So, you know, I don't think, and to say that, you know, to compare us with other councils, I do feel is a little unfair, because I think we are all here working for our community. For us to have the hours that we put in, there is no way that you can have another income, or very difficult to do it, and you've got to put some hours in. To say that you were paid by the number of meetings, I'll bet you back in those days you weren't attending anywhere near the meetings. I go through my calendar and try and find some time to do something for myself, and it's near impossible with the number of meetings that we're expected, and I want to attend because I want to contribute. But also the number of meetings that I set off from the Nango to come to, and in the time between leaving there and get here, the meeting's been cancelled. So, you know, it's very frustrating, the number of meetings I try and get. And as I explained to somebody on Facebook, I like to go to the Wando Business Committee, the Mergen one. I like to go to the Health Council, the Arts Council. I like to go to the Chamber of Commerce in Kingaroy. I like to go to all these things because, as I was told when I come under council, I might be representing Division 1, but I'm also working for the whole region. So I like to go to those things so that when something comes up for debate, I am aware of what's happening in those regions, and I know what their community, a little bit of an understanding of what their community want. As I said, I also probably, and I'd say that other people here will be in the same position, I quite often have to pay someone to do work for me because I'm out doing work for council, and I'm sure we're all in that position. I also know, as Councillor Shoemaker said, we go to these events, we pay. I mean, someone said we were out at the Chamber of Commerce eating, or the breakfast it might have been. We all pay our way at going to these things. So, you know, I have no, you know, I believe that we definitely put the time in. I believe that we deserve to have some recompensation for the time that we put in. And I don't think that we are being in any way overpaid. I believe that we are doing the work. And as I said, I am still doing work, and I'm sure all my fellow councillors are doing other things that are not council involved, just doing it for our community. So I hope that I get support of my fellow councillors in this.
Okay, we'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Councillor Shoemaker, Erkins, Jones, Potter and Henson. Those against? Councillor Duff and Otto. That's been carried. 5 votes to 2. I think we're well overdue for lunch, aren't we? Can I move that we adjourn for lunch? Do we have a seconder? Councillor Henson's off the mark again. Thank you. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Right, I'll now move that we resume the meeting. Second to Councillor Henson. Thank you. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Welcome back. And the next item on the agenda is now item 11.1 Glennon Street Mediums, page 207, where the recommendation from the committee is that we note the report and consider Glennon Street pavement between Alfred and Markwell Streets for consideration in the 23-24 Capital Works Program and other Forward Works programs. Do we have a mover? Councillor Potter, seconded Councillor Henson. Speakers, Councillor Potter. Anything from you? Okay, thank you, Councillor. Are we happy to go to the vote? Those in favour? Yep, carried unanimously. Thank you all. 11.2, the 22-23 Advanced Design Program at 210. Recommendation is Council note infrastructure planning are programming the 23-24 Advanced Design Program for detailed delivery in the 22-23 financial year. Do we have a move? Have I got the dates back to front there? Is that right? Is that? Yep.
Yeah, you got that right, Mr. Mayor.
Yep,
That's
delivery of the design happened this year.
Yep.
Okay, thank
Yep.
you. Okay, do we have a mover? Yep, Councillor Jones and a seconder. Anywhere? Someone put their hand up. Councillor Potter, thank you. Any speakers? Councillor Jones? If not, we might go to Manager Darcy to give us a quick overview of the work that's at hand between now and June. Thank you, James.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to highlight the noted upcoming design program, and for works in 23-24, we are targeting the funded programs external to council here. So before them, you see the works for Queensland with Wandai. We're looking at the Tingura-Chelmsford Road with Roads to Recovery. TID's funding for Rural and School and Tesmans Road footpath. We are looking at some regional road planning to complement a lot of the upcoming flood damage response works that will happen across the region in the coming 12 to 18 months. And then we've also got a couple of items there in the water main section to assist the delivery of water renewals next year. And then also we've got some projects that complement the rehabilitation program that is council funded. So looking to try and work on this over the next 4 months, seeing there being a really good opportunity to make use of what we have right now to hit the ground running for 23-24.
Thank you, Manager. Councillors, Councillor Duff.
Through Mr. Mayor, just on the ones like the potential LRCI design projects like the Wandai Industrial Estate Stage 2 and that Gore Street in front of the high school, have we done any work on those, or is that just going to happen once we've made a decision on that LRCI?
Thanks for the question through you, Mr. Mayor. We're waiting some return dialogue from the state in relation to the Gore Street item adjacent to the high school. We're hoping to have something back from the state in the next 4 to 6 weeks because there could be further funding opportunities in the coming months under the STIP program. As for the Wandai Industrial Estate, we're working on still completing that detailed design right now. We are getting close, as we can attest to in our design program updates that we do, we're looking to probably bring a report back to council in the very near future.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thanks. Thanks, Manager. Anything further, councillors? If not, we'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, next item is 11.3 Wandai Roundabout Refurbishment Project. And the recommendation on page 212 is that Southport Regional Council commits to completing the construction of the Wandai Roundabout by 30 November 2023, subject to weather and resource availability, undertakes a cost analysis to determine whether the project be delivered internally or externally, considers complementary works for the completion of the Scott Street, Haley to Edward redevelopment works in parallel with the roundabout works, and continues to advocate for road improvements to DTMR. Do we have a mover? Councillor Henson, second to Councillor Jones. Speakers, Councillor Henson. Councillors, just check your lights. Yeah, thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. Thank you through you. Yeah, not going to elaborate too much on this, Mr. Mayor, but thank you. Talked in a standing committee meeting. Great result. As much as my disappointed it can't be delivered before June this year, but certainly can understand the workload the guys and girls are under there to have it delivered hopefully before Christmas, as it states there. November. Really look forward to this work going ahead, along with if it can complement Scott Street down to Edward Street would be a fantastic result for council and the community of Wandoi. Thank you.
Yeah. Anything to add to the report, Manager, from your perspective in terms of the design process moving forward? You're comfortable where things are at, General Manager?
Yeah, through you, Mr Mayor, just adding there, we'll be bringing the Wandoi Streetscape consultation report up as well, so that'll be a good time to merge the two to have a chat.
Yeah, thank you, officers. Okay, Councillor Erkins.
Through you, Mr Mayor, and I know that Councillor Jones won't be happy about me raising this, but I happened to be in Wandoi for a meal, and I was talking to the guy there. He told me that he didn't want a roundabout, and he didn't think that other people in the area wanted that roundabout. So I know Councillor Jones said that you had done a lot of community consultation, but he was concerned about the effect it would have on his business and other businesses. And he also said that really what they wanted, the most important thing for them, is they wanted the older people to be able to have a safe way to cross that highway to get down to the butchers. So I'm just checking that we have done all the community consultation, because it's a lot of money to be spending if the community aren't happy, and we've already done one thing where we got a lot of negative feedback, so it'd be nice to know.
We might go Divisional Councillor Henshin,
Yeah,
if you don't mind.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Erkins. And prior to you becoming a councillor, can I just inform, and I stand to be corrected if I get anything wrong here, but we had 9 days of community consultation and went back to the Wandoi community after I think we did 6 community consultation days down there, went back for another 3, and all the statistics were collated and put together, and it was also incorporating the Christmas tree as well to be relocated in time over against the art gallery. So yes, community consultation was quite extensive on that over quite a period of time. The original, there were 3 concepts initially taken to the community, which they were all invited to participate in and give their thoughts on, which again was collated and brought back to council and came up with the final design plan, with Manager Darcy, I'm sure, could elaborate on a little bit more if you have anything to add. But that's where the community consultation was in Wandoi in relation to that roundabout, and there was not one, in my conversation, there was not one comment made about not having the roundabout there. So I appreciate your input though, Councillor Erkins.
Okay, Councillor Duff.
Through you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, I agree with what Councillor Erkins is saying, because it wasn't, I don't believe that the consultation was about whether or not you want a roundabout or whether that's a priority for your town. Or it was more about which particular design do you want. So I don't actually think that was what Councillor Erkins has suggested, that there might have been other priorities, like how do we know that they wouldn't have preferred to have the in front of Jimmy Ryan's butcher shop, it had to have those an area where you could cross more easily. That might have been more of a priority. So it was more about not what is your priority, but rather your choice of how you like, what you like about the roundabout and which one do you prefer.
Okay, Councillor Henshin, did you want to continue?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. To respond to that, Councillor Duff, the public were given every opportunity, and as I stated before, not one person on a piece of paper said anything about their not wanting a roundabout there. There was consultation, all right, and extreme consultation, 9 days, as I mentioned. We did 6 days down there. I think, I'm not sure who requested it. I think because of some public interest, we went back there for another 3 days in different places each time, from the grocery store to the chambers, down to Dan's Diner, and I think the art gallery from memory. I'm just not sure, but there was multiple places in Wandoi over those 9 days, and people were encouraged for any input they wanted into that roundabout and its design. You're right, the design. There was 3 designs put forward, but they also were asked their opinion. And as I said, not one person came to me or my fellow councillors, correct me if I'm wrong, I do believe You did actually come and give your company to me over multiple days when we were down there, over multiple weeks and weeks and weeks. And not one person said a thing about not wanting that roundabout.
So, yeah, we'll come back to you. Yeah, we'll stay with you, Councillor Erkins. You got the floor. Thanks.
Honest, I'm not trying to be, but I happen to be speaking to someone who is, I would say, a fairly, look, I don't know if I can say who it was. I don't want to get anyone into trouble, but it's someone I think that I would respect as a business person in Wondai, and he definitely told me, in his opinion, the community were not behind doing it. And I do know it's a little bit like when we went to Mergen asking about the trees, and Councillor Duff told me that I wasn't doing it right when I didn't ask them. I was going to the community and I wasn't saying we're going to take that tree out because this and this. I was asking, do you want them to take that tree out? So, sometimes it's how the questions are put to the community as to what the answer. So as I said, I'm just raising it because if there is a possibility of that, I do think it's maybe something that we need to look into, because it's a lot of money that we probably don't have, and maybe there is something else that could be looked at. So as I said, I'm not trying to be argumentative or divisive or anything like that, but just raising it as it was a genuine concern when it was raised with me. So I just thought I'd raise it.
Yeah, well...
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, and I appreciate that, Councillor Erkins, I really do. And I respect the people's opinion on that. It's just disappointing out of those 9 community consultation days that was never ever tabled or brought forward. But can I ask a question of Manager Darcy? In the event, hypothetically, that's main roads, of course, and that roundabout's been there a long, long time. The implications of, or what would be I guess the contemplation of not having a roundabout there and issues with main roads and that being a main thoroughfare through Wondai.
They didn't want to take them out, they just didn't want the new one. And closed to put a new one in.
Okay, sorry, Councillor Erkins, I was of the assumption that they didn't want the roundabout there. I do apologise for misunderstanding that. Well, there's been major issues with that roundabout, and perhaps Manager Darcy, and appreciate Councillor Erkins, you missed all of that consultation. So Manager Darcy, if it's all right through you, Mr Mayor, just to give a quick run through in relation to that roundabout and why it was designed to be replaced.
Through you, Mr Mayor. Thanks, Councillor Henshin. Yeah, the interest in the Wondai roundabout's probably been around for about 18 months. It's been well discussed about the consultation sessions, looking at opportunities for renewal works within the roundabout. It is a TMR asset. The need for the roundabout, I think, is fairly well known. Just the highway does do a 90-degree turn through there, so as well it does feed into a fairly major collector street of Scott Street for Wondai, which is sort of the spine of the southeastern side of Wondai. So yes, there is a need for some form of infrastructure that looks like a roundabout, and it certainly operates well. We do have some other items that we're working with main roads on around the operation of the main streets through there, but in all honesty, the project went through a couple of versions for consideration with the community. The Christmas tree was discussed. We then went out for a second round of consultation around the location of the Christmas tree. So it has been well known through engagement with the community, through the markets up there as well, was another outlet of engagement. And through there, we've managed to come to a fairly sound conclusion on what the roundabout is going to look like, and also where to site the Christmas tree in the near future.
Thank you, Manager. Just check the budget, 348,000 approximately was reported at the committee meeting, budget committee meeting. Still thinking that's where it'll land?
Through Mr Mayor, that's one last week we resolved to go away and do a cost. Our budget is 800 for the combined of those projects. So we'll go away now and have a look at that and look to combine that with the other project to see what's the best way to deliver, to see if we're getting value.
Thank you, General Manager. Okay. Anything further? Councillor Henshaw?
Mr Mayor, and just completely for Councillor Erkins' interest, one of the major things with that roundabout was the trucks. entering and exiting that roundabout, they were actually smashing the curb on the Wandoi Art Gallery side and ruining the edge of the roundabout as well. Correct me if I'm wrong, Manager Darcy, but with the new design, it incorporated a 3-metre apron around there so that gave those trucks and B-doubles, and when it was designed, again, there was no B-doubles in the South Burnett, so it gives heavy transport better access in and around that with that 3-metre apron, and it doesn't smash the curbing on the art gallery side. Thank you, Mr.
Okay, any further speakers? If not, go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, we're up to the 22-23 capital works projects impacted by Reaper submissions at 213, where we have the officer's recommendation that council commit to undertaking the following rehabilitation and bitumen reseal projects, including any identified unapproved Reaper. A, rehabilitation projects, Fairdale Road, Campbell's Road and Silverleaf Road. B, bitumen reseal projects, Burkett's Hill Road, Edward Street, Elbow Road, Flats Road, Haley Street, Hetheringtons Road, Call Road, Kelleher Road, Old S Road, Reefs Road, Tingura Chelmsford Road and Webbers Bridge Road. And 2, review the following projects when the Reaper submission is determined by QRA: River Road reseal, Runnymede Road reseal and First Avenue rehabilitation. Do we have a mover? Councillor Jones, second Councillor Duff. Speakers, Councillor Jones. No, happy with that? Okay, Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm a little nervous about this one and probably want to better understand the report. The financial and resource implications have got me concerned. High level of financial risk of not delivering external funded projects of $2,387,306. Level of financial risk of undertaking unapproved QRA Reaper works. The way I read this report was that the roads that you've put forward here, we've applied for Reaper, but whether we get Reaper or not is not to be known yet. And so my worry is, how are we actually funding these works? And my question probably is, how are we funding these works? And why would we do it this way instead of waiting until the Reaper claim comes through?
Thank you, General Manager.
Yeah, apologies to the council. The resolution should have actually had in there to be funded from the co-contribution we set aside in the capital space that we spoke about last week. Yeah, it's 2 million or 3 million, kid? 2 million, sorry.
Million.
So this was the follow-up report from our one last week that we floated with council to combine our current capital projects with Reaper on those roads. The reason we're floating these ones here is because they have LRCI and R2R on them, they're at risk of not being delivered. We will have Reaper be approved on those roads, and we'll have some Reaper that won't be approved on some of those roads. Our concern is if we delay, we will miss the deadline for LRCI and R2R, in which case we would have put these forward to come out of the $2 million anyway as the co-contribution, because it's the best value for money to combine. So if we're doing a reseal there, and I'll just use Edward Street, Wandoi, for example, which is on line 2, so it's 68,000. We've identified there's $6,300 worth of Reaper through there. So if that Reaper wasn't approved, we would still come to council and say we believe that you should allocate $6,344 there so that you do the complementary works inside there. That's probably, and I do apologise, council, the resolution should have been to fund it from the $2 million if it was unfunded. We actually believe this is the best risk mitigation for council, so you know up front what your risk value is. If you don't go ahead with those works, what will happen though is if we hold on those works, we have to run the risk of not delivering them. And the second part of that is if we go ahead without an approval from council to do that, we will leave works that are not delivered in there. And I think it's reputationally that would be a bad outcome. So if you just go down what we're doing through, we have a substantial work in the space that we're doing. If you go down to the attachment there, we're actually mapping these roads to see where the Reaper is, and we're looking to get best value for money to combine that co-contribution as required with these sections, so that if I use the case of Silverleaf Road, Silverleaf Road's 20 k's long, but there's sections there where we have current capital allocated. So originally we would have walked into that project to do those capital works. We've identified there's Reaper either inside it or adjacent to it. If we were to leave it, we would reputationally, we would look to combine that co-contribution with it to get a better outcome. The other thing is too, we've also allows us to alter the scope of works too. So instead of doing a dig out, we might do an overlay and a reseal through some of these sections. So we're trying to get best value for money. And the idea of having that $2 million in co-contribution, we don't believe we'll access all of it, but QRA will knock some of those works out. I have no doubt whatsoever. It's just about between now and 30th of June, we'll be recommending those works. The balance of the three at the bottom there, I just wanted to bring that to Council's attention. There are three other projects that we are currently looking at the moment. So we will return to Council to again look to co-contribute to that, or we're looking to use the Reaper as the co-contribution to the capital works, and we're looking for Council to manage its risk through its $2 million to cover that off so we get the best outcome. So, but the ones at the bottom there, that's just to identify. So we're currently designing through those roads at the moment, and we'll return to Council with an updated program probably next month to seek an approval around which way it goes. Also, what we'll do is once we get our approvals through, note most of our approvals are starting to come over the next 6 weeks from QRA. We'll also update our risk exposure to that list as we come forward, so we give Council the best information. So does that make sense, Councillor?
Yeah, so just to understand the table that you've provided there, you've got the project, the approved amount of budget breakdown. So the SBRC contribution, is that coming from the $2 million?
So the approved budget is your current capital contribution in your budget already that you've allocated?
Yep, no, the budget breakdown, sorry. So you've got SBR, for instance,
yes,
Silverleaf Road, SBRC $221,875. Is that coming out of that $2 million?
No, that's from existing.
That's
capital.
existing capital.
That's existing capital, yes.
And then so the risk to deliver council program, Reaper within the program. So there's $105,000 within the 22-23 program, and then total Reaper on the road. So I'm just trying to understand what's council's actual contribution to that. So we've got the approved budget 391, LRCI 169, Reaper of 105, and then you've got another column for total Reaper on the entire road of 280.
Yep. So your current capital budget you've allocated in your rehab program is 391. Of that, when you brought down your budget, you did 221 from council as part of your rehabilitation program, and it's got LRCI on there of 169. So you've already approved the 391 in your capital. What we're saying there's $105,000 worth of Reaper either inside that section or close to it. And what we're saying is we've asked the QRA, we've put a submission for 105. We've combined the 105 with the 391 or thereabouts. And what we're saying is we can do a different scope of works to get better value for money through, so it's not patchy. And then, what we're saying is the QRA might they could knock out 105 or they could knock out nothing, but you've got $2 million for your co-contribution to betterment the roads. These would be our highest priority to allocate. So we're just trying to manage our risk down so that you're aware. The total Reaper on the road just shows that there's $280,000 worth of Reaper on Silverleaf Road. That's just there so that you're aware that we can't fix everything. We're trying to combine the capital with that. We're just looking to manage so that we can proceed with these projects because they've got LRCI R2R. We believe they are the highest priority for your $2 million. You've got Reaper there. It's just, I don't think you'll spend the whole $2 million. It's just managing your risk so you can proceed if that's our intent. The next one's down, just so you know, Councillor, they are reseals. So inside your reseal budget, you've got R2R and LRCI allocated to roads. So we've got preparatory works or rehabilitation works either inside or adjacent to them again, which is Reaper. So if we went to proceed with that, we would leave patches inside the reseal not done. Again, if we were to go to council and say, what would you like to spend your $2 million on? We would recommend that we're doing a reseal through there. We'd recommend that you fix these things. So it just manages your risk down. So they would be the highest priorities for us to recommend to you. So that's why they're up there at the moment. We haven't recommended any others at this stage.
But sorry, Mr. Mayor, just trying to understand. So I'm right, though, in my understanding that the Reaper approval for these roads has not been
That's right.
received.
Yep.
So we are, by accepting the risk that you're going to go ahead and do the work. And if the Reaper approval is not granted, it will come out of that $2 million.
Correct. So that's your risk management for it.
And you're saying that you need to do that because if you didn't deliver the R2R and LRCI funded projects within the right time frame, then you would risk losing that grant funding.
Or we would actually proceed without the REPA approval, and we would leave sections of road in between those changes undone, which our understanding is the $2 million is allocated by council to co-contribute to value for works. We would recommend these as your highest priority inside that. It's around managing your risk that you know what we're recommending to proceed with. We don't think that you'll have all of that REPA knocked out, but what we're suggesting is that you've got $2 million there. You would use that at this point in time to co-contribute to these roads so that you can do them with your capital so you don't leave sections undone, or you get best value for money and you change the scope.
So if we don't do this, you'll leave sections undone until we get that REPA approval, and then those sections would be addressed via REPA if we get the approval.
Yep, and they may be different scope. They'll be whatever the REPA is, so we won't reseal right through that section. It'll just be the patch that we do.
I'm just a bit nervous about this one. It comes with a high degree of financial risk. Like at the end of the day, I understand we've got the $2 million there and it's a security net, but in the same instance, I'm concerned that we'd be going ahead with works without any guarantee that we'll get that funding, and potentially that $2 million that had been an opportunity to use it for other betterment projects would be lost just trying to meet these needs. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks, General Manager. Any further speakers on this one? Okay, well, thanks for the report, and we'll go to the vote. Those in favour, carried unanimously, and we wish you all the best, and we actually, well, we want some rain. We hope it just doesn't disrupt your work program any further, General Manager. Yeah. So thanks very much for that report, and all the best with that big program of works. Thank you. Okay, let's move on to the item 12.1, which is land investigation review at 217, where from the committee, okay, well, this one is just that South Bend Regional Council receive and adopt the land investigation report dated February 2023 and progress with the recommendations made in the report subject to available resources. Councillor Shoemaker has moved and Councillor Potter has seconded. Any speakers? Go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, 12.2, notice of motion, Country University's Hub at 218, and the recommendation is that South Bend Regional Council start the process of organising a management committee for a country university centre, of which the hub will be in Kingaroy, with later expectations of the centre opening other satellite CUCs in the surrounding towns and villages, including Cherbourg. Do we have a mover? Councillor Potter, thank you. A seconder? Councillor Duff. Speakers, Councillor Potter, thank you.
Thank you. Further on to this, we've actually got an endorsement from the Cherbourg Aboriginal Shire Council. So it went to their council meeting on the 17th of the 2nd, dated the 17th of the 2nd. So the Cherbourg Aboriginal Shire Council resolves that it endorses the proposal to organise a management committee for a country university centre in Kingaroy with satellite CUCs in the surrounding areas, including Cherbourg, and that's signed by Mayor Elvis Sando and the CEO Zala. So I'd just like to say that we've actually got the endorsement from Cherbourg now to help us with that.
Good news. Thank you, Councillor Potter, and great to see our neighbours are coming on board with what's an exciting concept, isn't it? Okay, any further speakers? No? Okay, I'd just like to say I think this is a great concept. Thank you, Councillor Potter, for moving this forward. This is a great next step, and won't it be great if one day we can see a CUC here in Kingaroy? Absolutely. Okay, shall we go to the vote? Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, 12.3, the Arts, Culture and Heritage Advisory Committee at 219, where the committee has recommended that, the following recommendations be adopted. Okay, I'm hoping I've got the right recommendation,
Yeah,
Mr.
Mayor,
CEO.
just for a point of clarification through you, Mr. Mayor, there were several reports that went to the standing committee, and so for efficiency and time, we've actually folded all the ones together that came out of the standing committee because they were all separate reports. So they all apply to the same thing. The only one that wasn't in there and has come through, I believe afterwards, but I'll stand corrected. The current term has, the current group have given feedback because they were a bit slow starting. They've asked council to consider extending their term to 30 June 2024. So that's why it's highlighted in the yellow. The rest of that all went through the standing committees.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. CEO. Much appreciated. We'll roll those into one, that the Regional Arts Development Fund guidelines be amended to include a RADF quick response grant program with a maximum of $1,000 per application, that a RADF quick response grant program be introduced in the financial year 23-24, that the RADF grant application to Arts Queensland be increased to $20,000, that the current term of the advisory committee is extended to 30 June 2024, Jonathan Fernley's expression of interest be accepted as the Nango Theatre Company's replacement for Valerie Matthews on the Arts, Culture and Heritage Advisory Committee, and that Council appoint the following individuals as proxy members of the Arts, Culture and Heritage Advisory Committee in accordance with the Arts, Culture and Heritage terms of reference. 1, the Nango Theatre Company, Valerie Matthews. 2, Kingaroy Art Gallery, Fran Van Verschel, thank you. And 3, Community Representative Kerry Lloyd. Do we have a mover? Councillor Potter, thank you. Seconder, Councillor Erkins. Speakers? No? We're comfortable?
Yeah.
Councillor
Just
Jones.
a question on the quick, the $1,000 per application for quick response. How many of those have, what's the story there? How does that operate? How do we get the quick response? Who decides who gets them and says that they go out, all that sort of stuff? Is it, just a bit of feedback on that.
Yeah, Councillor Potter, thank you.
Thank you for the question. So the RADF at the moment, just to, as you know, what happens with this is we've only got the 2 rounds per year. So in February and August. The issue with that is there's a lot of things happen throughout the year, whether it's a specialist conductor going to Brisbane, a specialist, celloist going to Brisbane, McGregor College doing specific art courses. They're always throughout the year. And the problem here is our artists can't go and expand their knowledge and learn from these amazing people that teach it. So what will happen now is they can put, once it's open, they will be able to put, if it's passed, they'll be able to put an application in to say go to McGregor College and get $1,000 to help them with travel and to help them with, with accommodation while they're there at that particular college. And it's a learning experience for these. And they do bring their skills back to the South Burnett, which is what we want. We want them to go learn and bring them back. And so that's what that response round will be judged, but will be done by the Arts, Culture and Heritage Advisory Committee, so that we have set aside the people that we meet with, which is what this is all about. So if there's any other questions, more than happy to try and answer them.
Yeah, through you, Chair. Just so on the $1,000, what happen? Yeah, so how are we controlling that somebody can just write in on and apply for $1,000? Do you automatically give them $1,000? Are you asking for a breakdown of the costs and all that sort of stuff before you decide this, or is it just automatically if they apply they get $1,000? That's, to me, that's what there's nothing in there to say that they have to articulate their expenses.
No. So what happens with this, to be quite honest through you, Mr Mayor, I don't know the full ins and outs of this yet. GMO may be able to fill that in. But I do believe we're going through Smarty grants now for a lot of our RADF, so they've got a lot of boxes to tick with regards to that. But it's not automatically, like if someone puts in for, dare I say, we've had it before that someone puts in to do a course over in Western Australia, to do something, and it's probably more of a personal interest as opposed to an interest that will come back, that they will teach to the South Burnett residents, that type of thing. So it will come back to the committee, and the committee will have the say in it. General Manager, you may want to expand on some of that.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so dot point 2 talks about that a quick response grant program be introduced, and that will include eligibility criteria. So there will be eligibility criteria and guidelines that they will need to meet. The introduction of the Smarty Grants program, we do envisage that people will be able to submit their applications online. we won't need to bring everyone into a room. They'll be able to utilise the technology to assess them remotely and vote on those things. So yeah, it is just to take opportunity of those out of round options. And again, the limited it down to $1,000 was to make sure that it wasn't eating up all the funds. There'll be limits on, like, you won't be able to apply for more than one in any year. So yeah, there are a number of guidelines that will go with it.
Thank you, General Manager. Any further speakers? Shall we go to the vote? Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 12.4 is the Creative Country Association Mergen Ancient Songbird Centre at 221. Recommendation is that South Burnett Regional Council write to the Minister for Tourism and the CEO of Tourism Events Queensland on behalf of the Creative Country Association seeking $150,000 funding to complete their project. We have a mover, Councillor Duff, seconder, Councillor Potter. Speakers? Councillor Duff.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, this was discussed at the committee meeting. It's basically just offering our support. I know Creative Country are doing a wonderful job with that centre, but they just need that extra funding, so it's just to give them the support of council.
Okay, further speakers? Councillor Jones.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I don't support this simply because I support the Mergen venture up there, but I don't support the fact that the council is writing to the Minister for the Tourism. When I was in that part of that discussion, I thought we were just going to write a letter of support, not actually write the letter to the Minister. So every other person in the community that comes to me or something like that that's applying for a grant, they ask me for a letter of support, not actually for me to write the letter to the Minister asking for the $150,000. I just want some clarification. I fully support it, fully supportive of council writing a letter of support, but I don't know how you to me I don't support the fact that the council is writing a letter of request on behalf of the community organisation up there, that's all. Happy to write a letter of support, but not actually write the letter, be responsible for asking for the money. Because I don't know about the rest of the council, the money speaking for myself, I've got a letter of a request now for a letter of support for other community groups in my region that want to apply for a grant, and they've just asked me for a letter of support to say, yes, I fully support the proposal put forward by the community organisation. So just want,
The resolution is as committee recommended. I think the difference here, I guess the only difference here possibly is that there's actually not an identified grant that they're applying for. So there's no grant application as such to support. They're more asking, I think, for us to seek a response from the government as to funding the $150,000. And I guess that's then a question for the Minister as to where that may potentially come from, if there is a funding program that he could identify to support that.
yeah, just understand that, Mayor, but I just, if we do this for one, where does any community organisation that's asking for a federal or state or any other grant can write to us and ask us to write the letter to the Minister? I just struggle with that. I'm happy for the letter of support to go, but not, I'm a bit concerned with the fact that we're writing the letter on their behalf asking for the funding.
Okay, did you want to add, General Manager, respond?
Yeah,
thank you.
Through this, yeah, probably just to clarify the situation that Councillor Jones is, and I had the same probably query in the back of my head, are we asking for the money for us to get the 150 to complete the project? And I don't think that was the case, so I'd probably suggest, is it more the case that we write the letter to the Minister, CEO, to support the Creative Country Association seeking the 150,000. So my understanding is we don't want to get $150,000 off the Minister to hand over. We want to support their application. So it's probably just a bit wordsmith in how you interpret it, but I can see how Councillor Jones is interpreting it, that we're seeking $150,000 on behalf of them.
Yeah, I just wonder whether we could wordsmith that to say, on behalf of Queensland Association, requesting sorry, Kimberly, just after the word association there. Yeah, on behalf of, so after the association, requesting the provision of funding to the association of 150,000, and then take the word funding out there if we could. Thanks, Kimberly. So it just says to complete the project. Would that, what do you think about that word smithing, General Manager O'May? Would it sort of make it clearer as to the intent?
Yeah, no, that right to ministers to on the, it's probably the on behalf of. I think you could say requesting provision of funding to the association, $150,000 for the, yeah, it's because essentially we are writing a letter of support, but we are writing directly to the minister, not a little letter of support for a grant application, but it's essentially that was my view. We're supporting their approach to the minister, but it's outside of the grants.
Yeah, I think they've asked us to approach the minister as the local government and ask the minister to put his hand in his pocket for 150,000 to provide to the association, in the light of the fact that there is no grant for them to apply to. So, yeah, we'll stay with you, Councillor Jones.
Sorry, and that's what I mean. Like, I'm fully supportive of what they're doing up there. I've been there, had a look at it, and I think it's great. And their shortfall, and they've been caught out like us as council and all that sort of, and all the other major jobs. But I can't support it simply because we haven't, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't know in my term of council that we've ever written and requested funding from a community organisation. Written hundreds of letters of support, and we can write a letter of support saying, yeah, we fully support, you know, what they're doing up there. I can't remember what the name of it, Creative Country Association, but I struggle with the wording, and I won't support it just because of the way it's written, because happy for it to have letter of support, but I just cannot support the fact that we are indicating that we're going to write to the Minister of Tourism and the CEO of Tourism Events on their behalf requesting provision of funding. That, to me, is not a letter of support. A letter of support is to say, yep, I fully support Creative Countries Association's project, and I think it's a wonderful thing, and I would love to see the funding be received by this community organisation to finish their project. That's a letter of support to me. That I don't believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. CEO or any other senior staff, that we have ever written like this to a minister ever before in council. We've always given a letter of support.
Probably a hard one to answer, but yeah, just clarify, they didn't ask for a letter of support. They asked for us to approach the government as the local government, to approach the state government to provide the funding. So this is really responding to what they wanted in their request. I'm not sure if we've ever done it before, Mr. CEO, your long history we've ever said it, but let me say this, Councillor Jones, and I'll speak and shut up, is that, I mean, there's nothing wrong with setting a new, doing something that's going to be new if it's worth it, I would have thought. But whether or not council thinks it's worth it, I suppose, is another matter. But Mr. CEO, are you uncomfortable with this from a governance point of view?
It's really what we're all talking about is how council will advocate for a tourism group. How council will advocate for a community group. So whether the advocation is through a letter of support or direct contact, the bit I would be uncomfortable with, which I think, if I'm hearing everyone, everyone's agreeing on this point. We don't want the money. It's just an advocacy on behalf of the group. So how that's done, that's the question. That's the resolution that was adopted at the last meeting.
Mr. CEO, Councillor Jones, but what if we, and obviously we're going to go to Councillor Duff and Potter on this, but what if we were to say requesting engagement with Creative Country Association as to funding options for $150,000, funding options available to the association, funding options, that may be available to the association for $150 to complete the project. So then we're actually asking them to simply engage with them as to what the funding options might be. So it's not a letter of support, but it's a request to actually work with them as to potential funding options from our council.
To me, that's a long-winded version of a letter of support.
All
but
right.
I'm happy for that to go.
I'm doing my best here to try and wordsmith this.
All I'm saying is, yeah, the CEO has touched. We don't want the money. We're not applying for it. But the way that was worded, we're writing to the minister to ask on their behalf for $150,000, where I think the Creative Country Association should be writing to the minister asking with a letter of support, fully endorsing from council. That was what I'm trying to say.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Councillor. So, Councillor Erkins? Sorry, so hang on. Councillor Duff and Potter, are you comfortable with what I've got there now? Or do you want to go back to the original motion? Happy with that? Councillor Duff, happy with that?
Happy if we can get it over the line, because I just, it's basically, I don't really think it matters even if we did just go and ask the government for 150,000, or whether we have a support letter. It's basically they want, there's obviously no funding round, so I guess I'm happy with it as long as I'm happy with the wording.
Okay, Councillor Erkins.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I really think that the centre up there is going to be a great asset to our region. And, you know, whatever we can do to help get them that extra $150,000, you know, I'm very supportive of that. I think we've made it more, you know, more difficult to understand, because obviously from the sounds of it, there is no actual funding, but we're asking if the minister can find $150,000 that's tucked away. If there's $150,000 tucked away somewhere, can he, you know, anyway give it to them? I don't think there's anything wrong with the fact that we've never done this before, because we're not actually giving them a letter of support. We are asking him. I think that was their intention. They wanted us to ask whether he could find $150,000 from somewhere to give it, and that we think it would be a, you know, if that $150,000 is available, it would be a great help. It's a great project, and it's a great asset to our community. So and you know, just because you don't let one kid go to the, you know, movies tonight, just because you stop one doesn't mean you can't let the next one go. So I don't think it's a matter of we've never done it before. I think that's okay to do something new. I'd be supportive of just writing the letter asking that they give the money, you know, to the organisation.
Councillor Hinchin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, look, we'll go round and round, and as Councillor Jones says, you know, I'm fully supportive of a great project, as Councillor Erkins has alluded to there. It just bewilders me a little bit as why they can't write to the ministers and as stated, and I have emails here with people and organisations and associations asking for a letter of support, and I'm a little bemused. Certainly, we all want to support it. That's a no-brainer within this chamber, but I'm bewildered why they can't write and then us support them with a letter, and we're just going round and round. But the question I ask is, why don't they write to them and then get our support?
Yeah, if I could answer that, I think they feel that perhaps if it comes from the office of the mayor, of the local council, that it may have more likelihood of getting the attention of the minister, rather than a letter that they send in as a local association. I think that's the answer.
Yeah, and I can appreciate that, Mr. Mayor, so long as they don't come back to us and say, well, why isn't the council supporting them? Brace ourselves, but that might be the response we get. We might get a letter back from the minister in relation to why aren't the council supporting them with the 150,000. That's just, I'm just putting it out there. That might be the response we get back, that's all.
Okay. On the same line, Councillor Jones, if you could, the same line of questioning. Yes? Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no, just in response to Councillor Erkins, I'm not trying to stop any kid from going to the circus, mate. Not at all. Not at all. Fair and consistent. We haven't done it before, and if we do this today, I can assure you that I will be telling all my community organisations to come to council with this request and ask the council to write a letter to the minister saying, yep, why aren't, please use that terminology. And whenever I'm a councillor, and if that's knocked back, we're setting a precedent here. So we're opening up the door. Any community organisation has the ability now to come to council rather than writing the letter, as Councillor Hanchin said, requesting them themselves. And if we've got a letter of support with them, surely, you know, anyway, that's just my point. So all kids, please go to the circus, but just be careful.
Anything further? No? Councillor Duff to close.
Yeah, through you, Mr Mayor. Yeah. So, Deputy Mayor Jones, history is made by the first timers. So I don't think there's anything wrong, as Councillor Urquhart has said, about challenging the government and saying we support this project and we'd like you to actually come up with 150. I think, as the Mayor said, it cuts a lot more weight if the council leads it rather than a community group. And if we had some success with it, well then I'd be 100% suggesting other community groups to come forward and say, well, let's see if we can get the government to come in on it. I'm be surprised if we actually get any success, because I don't think the government has got any additional funds, but I'm thinking that it's probably worth trying that tactic for our council to lead it. So I'm hoping to get the support of the chamber.
Okay, that closes the debate. Let's go to the vote. Those in favour? Okay, carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, 12.5, notice of motion, Park Lease 222. Recommendation for committee is that South Burnett Regional Council work with the Kingaroy Vegetable Co-op Incorporated to investigate the options of land for the Kingaroy Vegetable Co-op Incorporated. They will then be able to build a community garden that is universally accessible and available to all residents of the South Burnett by leasing a suitable area to the Kingaroy Vegetable Co-op Incorporated. They would then have the ability to apply for any grants available. Do we have a mover? Councillor Potter, thank you. Seconder? Councillor Erkins, thank you. Speakers? Councillor Potter? No? Shall we go to the vote? Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, next one is 13.1, application fee for clearing vegetation or burning on road reserve at 223. And the recommendation there is that South Burnett Regional Council amend its 2223 register of fees and charges to remove the $60 administration fee for the following applications: permit to clear vegetation on a rural road reserve or other council-controlled reserve, and permit to burn on rural road reserve or other council-controlled reserve. Do we have a mover? A mover, Councillor Erkins. Moved? Yep. Councillor Jones is seconded. Speakers? Councillor Erkins? No? Other speakers? Okay. Councillor Hanchin.
Mr Mayor, just quickly, and this initiative was taken, and I seek the support of Chambers here, of course, but I think this is a great move. When it was brought to my attention, there were some rather irate landowners out there that a fee of $60 was charged. To waive this fee, remove it now. That being said, there still needs to be, and I think we need to make a quite clear that a permit needs to be still applied for, but that will be free, that permit. I think we put some media release around that would be appreciated, and I think it would be a great step forward in controlling some of our vegetation and our weeds and things on our reserves and road reserves. So, yeah, fully supportive of this, Mr Mayor.
Okay, shall we go to the vote? Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Now, next one, 30.2, rural residential blocks. On 226, there's the recommendation that South Burnett Regional Council review the overgrown property policy, statutory 062, to consider the designated town area maps and the adjoining rural residential allotments, 1 hectare or less, that may not have been captured in the policy as part of the annual review process. Do we have a mover? Councillor Duff, thank you. Seconder? Councillor Potter. Speakers? Councillor Duff, anything? No?
I think it's been discussed at the committee meeting, so all good. Thank you.
Thank you. Other speakers? To the vote, those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, we're up to 14.1, supply of mulch from Kingaroy and the Nango waste facilities. Page 227. Recommendation is that from 28 February 2023, South Burnett Regional Council ceases to supply green waste mulch to the public at the Kingery and the Nango waste facilities. Do we have a mover? Councillor Potter, thank you. A seconder? Yep. Councillor Henson, thank you. Speakers? Councillor Henson.
Mr Mayor, just a question on notice, and I was asked this question yesterday in relation to mulch, and a bit of clarification, and as I state, a question on notice. Council can use or is intending to use on its own council assets in certain places this mulch. Am I correct in saying that? Yep. That being said, the question was asked from the Bunduma Homestead Committee. That being a council asset, but leased out to them, where do we sit with this? And there would be many other assets owned by council that would fall into this category. So would council still supply the likes of Bunduma Homestead with mulch, being leased off council by that committee, and it's a public place? How do we sit with that?
Thank you, General Manager.
Yeah, through you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, so it's not exactly correct that we're going to use it on other council assets. So the idea is that it would be utilised on site. So the issue, as we discussed as a standing committee, is the potential contamination of this with asbestos fibres or other contaminants. So given that the landfill site is a contaminated site, we have approved from EPA to utilise it, fixing batters, cover material and that. So yeah, we're not planning on exporting it to parks or any other site, so it'd be only utilised on that site. So we wouldn't be supplying it to, because that's the risk if you take that contaminated material to all over the place, you spread the contamination. So that's the unfortunate reason why we have to stop providing the mulch. But yeah, it's only on-site use.
Yes, thank you, Manager O'May and Mayor. That was just a question that was tabled to me at Bunduma yesterday, so I'll be able to go back and respond to that. Thank you.
Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm just wondering, are there any other controls we could put in place to reduce the risk of asbestos ending up in this mulch? It's a question for General Manager O'May.
I think it was discussed this. We could have staff, we could man the site, we could operate as, and creating that, I suppose, high quality mulch. And we would be operating in direct competition to competitors. There would be because we would have to be inspecting every load. I don't know, even if you've got a truckload of material, are we going to be 100% certain there's not a pipe in the middle of the material? So again, it's not just the asbestos, there's the weed seed risks and those which is a lot more difficult to control too. You've got a truckload of material and what noxious and weeds are in there. So you could introduce a really high level of inspection and sorting and that, but again, I think you'd be getting into a very costly exercise, and if you were doing cost recovery, I imagine we'd probably be over the over the cost of a commercial supplier. The issue is you're getting material from all over the place. You don't know the source. So I think, as I said at the meeting, that where we have used stuff in the parks, we've tended to use ergon only where they might have trimmed trees, and we know exactly what the material has come and set that aside and mulched. So, and that's where the suppliers of the commercial mulches would be. They know what's going into it. It's where you can't control that input source. You really struggle to control the output. So, it'd be possible, be very costly, and I probably wouldn't be recommending it.
Yes, no, I understand. And just in terms of the communication, what is the process? How are we actually going to let people know this at the dump, that this decision's been made and the reasons why this decision's been made?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so we did correspond with people who have been, like I think we were back 3 or 4 months of like people who have collecting. We've got people who regularly access it, so we have written to those people. I meant to check this morning whether we did have the sign. We were slow getting the signs up on the out at the tip, but yeah, they're just, as people have came in the recent weeks, we've been advising them, and we did write to those ones. because people book in to get it, so we've had the details. But basically, yeah, and through media we have released that. But yeah, it's really those letters to those people who have accessed it previously. And yeah, I just haven't checked whether we did have the signs on site yet. And probably, yeah, I think Councillor Shoemaker did receive some feedback that we're a bit lax on our communication on that, so we'll just take that one on the chin.
Yeah, and I certainly recognise that. However, I know I've had a number of conversations with people who use this product. I've actually been surprised at the number of people who actually do use this product. And if I know anything about communication and risk management, it's about being upfront and communicating the reasons why. And I just worry that I understand the reason why we've made this decision, but I feel we haven't actually done the communication piece correctly, and that is actually creating this sort of negative rhetoric around and lack of understanding around the reasons why. And if it's the guy at the gate, with all respect to him, providing the update, and he's got a heap of people lined up, I'm worried about maybe the messaging coming out in our community around the reasons why. I think we really have to be clear here, because this is something that's happened for a very long time in our community. I know we've gotten loads of it for our own farm. I've spread it around my own farm, and in the conversations I've had with people, there's a real lack of understanding as to that level of risk. And then the feedback I've gotten is that when they've called the book in, or they've had a chat with whoever's at the landfill about it, they're not getting the whole story. And so I'm concerned that this will be another very simple decision, very well-informed reason why we've made this decision, but it's just not very well communicated. And again, councillors will end up beat up over it. So I guess that's my feedback to you. I'll support this decision. I understand it would be timely and costly to try to control the amount of product. I know I've been out there on a Sunday myself unloading a trailer, and I know it would be quite simple to probably hide something, do the wrong thing, and it's a shame that so many people get penalised because one person does do the wrong thing. But I am very worried about the way we communicate things like this. I learned that through other lessons that certainly have not been easy for our council. So I just am seeking that we do better from a communication point of view.
Just on that, in that regard, General Manager May, I'm just wondering if we can put out a media release, and if we can perhaps just, let's contact Daniel at Burnett today. I'm sure he'll come on board with helping us share that story. He's very community minded, and I'm sure that, the radio stations would do so as well. And perhaps we can just put a sign up at the entry to the dump that says, no longer for these reasons. It doesn't need to be a whole story, but just a brief description, because of the potential for contamination or something like that. So when people drive in, they can see the sign, understand that's the primary reason for doing so. So maybe a good media release. Let's get the media on board, and let's get some signage up. What do councillors think about that? Councillor Potter?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I do agree a media release is done, but I'm just curious as to when we plan on holding this, because I personally believe we probably need to give a bit of a lead-in time. I know it was in our last report, but I'm going to guess we don't have any signage up out at the transfer stations yet with regards to this. So I really do think a lead-in time. We can't just, if we're going to do it, we can't just do it straight up. We do need to give people time.
Yeah, thanks, General Manager May.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so the resolution we did have was for the 28th of February, which is in about a week's time. And I know, talking to the staff after we had that standing committee thing, we said we probably should have pushed it back a month to allow a lot more of that communication to happen. And yeah, I think we have had a bit of a breakdown on that. So yeah, we have been advising. So that's what is in the recommendation. The date was actually in the recommendation.
Okay, well, Councillor Potter and Councillor Henson, how would you feel if we change that to the 1st of April? Gives us the month of March to do the community information. You happy with that? Any risk from your point of view with that, GMMA? Any concerns about changing it to 1 April?
Oh, no, we would just have to make sure, like, because I assume we have been telling people that we aren't taking bookings beyond that date, but yeah, we just have to make sure the operations can, yeah, because it's that once a day where they once a week day. So yeah, we just have to resource to continue that for the next month.
Councillors Potter and Henson, you comfortable with that change? Okay, yep, so we can proceed. Okay, Councillor Erkins.
Yep, through you, Mr Mayor. When at the committee meeting, I actually voted against this because I thought all the gardeners in Nanango would be up in arms, but the garden club informed me that they didn't want it. It was too much seed in it, so I just thought I'd feed that back.
Well, it probably confirms what our staff are saying, doesn't it? Yeah, contaminated with weeds. Councillor Jones.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. By acknowledging the fact that the mulch is contaminated, and now we're moving it back a month, where does that put us legally and all that sort of stuff? I'm not saying anything or whatever, but and it's out of left field. But seriously, when you acknowledge that something's contaminated and has a possibility of being contaminated, and then you give an extra month from when you've already suggested that we start or stop it, how do we go with that? Like, who knows? You know, just out of left field, just something to think about.
Concerned about the risk of that, General Manager O'May?
Oh, so this is all about risk mitigation. So we're not saying that it is contaminated, but we're saying that there is a potential and there is a risk for that. Other councils have been caught in the past. So yeah, we're not saying it is, but yeah, we're saying there is a high or a potential for it to be contaminated. So yeah, so the longer you continue, there is a risk. But as we said, we've been doing it for years, and so yeah, it'll be another 4 weeks. I think so. Yeah, as I said, we've sent letters to those people who are the regular users, or people who have accessed it over the last 4 months. But yeah, we can do, and I believe they might have been holding off on the media till we'd got the ratification through council today.
Councillor Potter to close.
Yeah, sorry, Mr Mayor. Look, I'm quite happy to change that for maybe an extra 2 weeks as opposed to a full month. I think if just hearing from what DMMA has said that the letters have been sent out to the regular users, you said. So, and I think that's probably one of the better things we can do. And as long as maybe just another 2 weeks for the other people to come in. So I'm quite happy to leave that.
2 weeks after the 28th to the 14th of March?
Yep, that sounds good.
Yeah, come for that, 14th of March. Sorry, Kimberly. Yeah, Kimberly was a jump ahead of me there. 14th of March she's got. You happy with that?
Look, I'm quite happy with that, Mr Mayor, and I think we've had enough conversation on these things.
Good. Yep, excellent. Councillor Henson, you're comfortable with that, so we can go to the vote. Those in favour? Those in favour, yes. Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, next one. While we're on waste facilities, 14.2, receiving of cash at waste facilities. This is at 228, where this is about no longer accepting cash at Nanango, Mergen and Wandai facilities, but moving to FPOS and via a monthly waste account. And the report is to be received for information. Do we have a mover? Councillor Potter, thank you. Seconder, Councillor Duff. Someone? Thank you. Speakers? Councillor Duff.
Just a question through you, Mr Mayor. Just are we going to do some consultation around that, or are we just suddenly going to take away the option to have cash?
Yeah, through you, Mr Mayor. I'd be game to say no. I'd be brave to say no after the last discussion, wouldn't I? So yeah, no, I think definitely we do need to make sure, as Councillor Shoemaker said, we need to get those communications right. Again, looking at this, I think the 1st of March is probably too soon. We don't take a lot, and this is probably more targeted at commercial operators because they're the main ones that are utilising it. So we don't have cash at Kingaroy. A lot of places are moving that way, but yeah, I think I would certainly we'd push that date out and make sure we do get a good piece of communication on it together. So. The benefit of this we do see is actually trying to keep a control of commercial operators that are using our facility, particularly say in the northern end of the region there where we have commercial operators coming in from from outside the region. If they're paying cash and we've got no way of tracking that they are coming from out of the region. So part of the idea would be to actually get people on accounts, or if even if they're paying electronically, then there's a record of that business or where it's coming from. So, and it also, again, risk mitigation. We've had break-ins at their facilities. We don't, that keeping cash on the facility makes you a higher target. So, but yeah, I would say, we will certainly push this out and make sure we do that communication piece before we do introduce it.
And General Manager, I would imagine that under our community engagement policy, this will come under the informing section of that index, and as such, we will be informing the community, including signage at the sites, media releases, and social media posts. Yeah, so that sounds good. Thank you. Yeah, all right. I'm certainly comfortable with that. Any further speakers on the matter? No. Happy to go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay. 15.1, First Settlers Park, Benarkan, project update 229. And the recommendation from the committee is that South Burnett Regional Council adopt the concept plans for stage 1 upgrades to First Settlers Park, Benarkan, and note the estimated costings. Do we have a mover? Councillor Jones, seconder Councillor Shoemaker. Speakers, Councillor Jones? No? Comfortable? Okay. Further speakers? To the vote, those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 15.2, Highsville Sports Ground at 2:30, and this one has come through again from the committee. Recommendation is that South Burnett Regional Council reconnect the power at the Highsville Sports Grounds for community use only and install temporary low-cost solar lights at the toilets and investigate options for future lighting alternatives. Do we have a mover? Councillor Duff. A seconder, Councillor Henson. Speakers? Councillor Duff? No, you're happy. Further speakers? To the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 15.3, Tipperary Flat Park report at 2:31. And we have the report there. Recommendation is that Council note the project update and design for Tipperary Flats Works for Queensland project. Do we have a mover? Councillor Erkins, thank you. Seconder, Councillor Jones. Speakers, Councillor Erkins.
I just want to make mention in this that the Lions Park, which is there at Tipperary Flat, we've had the shade sail mysteriously disappeared. So there was some talk that council took it. There was some talk Lions took it. So we don't actually know what happened to it, but it's gone. But General Manager Peterson contacted me, and we've contacted Lions in Nanango, and council are assisting the Lions Club to put in for a grant, hopefully that's successful, to actually refurbish the Lions Park, which will be great if they can get that, and it will definitely add to the Tipperary Flat.
Thank you, Councillor Erkins.
So thanks very much to Manager Peterson. That was really a great. Hopefully, it's successful.
Thank you, Councillor. Just for the community's information, in the report it is here that the council is going to endeavour to do our best to have the project completed by May 23, obviously subject to weather and resource availability. So May 23 is the target date at this stage. Any further speakers? Happy to go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, 15.4, the Nango Regional Area Map. That's at page 236, where we have a recommendation there from the committee that South Burnett Regional Council liaise with NATDA to design and replace the Nanango Regional Map sign, and that the sign be relocated to Reg McCallum Park. Do we have a mover? Councillor Potter, seconder. Councillor Erkins, speakers. Councillor Potter? No? Straight to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 15.5, notice of motion regarding the Nanango walking track slashing at 2:37. From the committee, it's recommended that a report regarding the previously planted treed area and costing on the Parkland Road Reserve area adjacent to the pedestrian pathway in South Nanango to the Diagonal Highway be undertaken in consultation with staff, and suggested recommendations that consider community feedback be brought back to the April Livability Governance and Finance Standing Committee meeting. Do we have a mover? Councillor Henson, seconder Councillor Erkins. Any speakers? To the vote, those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, next one is 15.6, notice of motion Mergen Gully and Resident Health and Safety, 238, where the Committee has recommended to Council that South Bennett Regional Council approve the scope of works and associated operational budget, if required, to address the overgrown grass, vegetation, dead trees, branches and debris throughout the Mergen Gully, commencing at the intersection of Heading and Leach Streets and ending at the bridge crossing on Thorn Street, and that such works are completed prior to April 6, 2023, Easter weekend. Do we have a mover? Councillor Duff, seconded by Councillor Potter. Thank you. Speakers, Councillor Duff.
I think it's had adequate discussion at the committee meeting. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just wanted to check, so at the committee meeting, we talked about the associated operational budget and the deadline of prior to Easter. I guess question to Manager Leanne, have we got any further information to understand this? I understand it was quite a treacherous area to maintain. The reason why it hadn't been maintained, some of that reason was because it's been so wet and so difficult to mow and get in there. Also, you know, there's history around what was and wasn't maintained. Just, I guess, seeking an update from you. Just want to make sure we're not putting any imposition on your team and that this is able to be achieved.
Thank you, Councillor. Through you, Mr Mayor. Unfortunately, we have no more information really to give you. We were keen to get a contractor out on site just to work through some of this, to prepare an estimate, but we haven't been able to do that yet. Unfortunately, they haven't been available to meet with us, but it is on our list to do. So at this point, we have no further advice to provide on this one.
So just a supplementary question, in terms of OPEX budget or ability to deliver this or idea of cost, we're flying a little bit blind here. Yeah, okay. With that in mind, Mr Mayor, I'd like to propose that the matter lay on the table until those details can be provided.
Thank you, Councillor. So that's a procedural motion. Do we have a seconder for the procedural motion? Yes, Councillor Erkins, thank you. Let's go to the vote. Those in favour? Okay, yep. We're voting a procedural motion to lay the matter on the table until costings can be provided. So we've got in favour Councillor Shoemaker, Councillor Erkins, Councillor Jones and Councillor Henson. Those against, Councillor Duff, Councillor Potter and Councillor Otto. So the procedural motion has been carried. The matter will now lay on the table. Thank you, Council. Okay, we'll now move on to 15.7, Notice of Motion, Divestment of Council Land Holdings at 239. Recommendation is provided, Council, at 240, 241 and 242. And with the leave of my colleagues, I'd like to move this one. I don't tend to move a motion very often, but I'd like to move that Council acts on the review of Council's land holdings report presented to Council in December 22 as follows. Items 1 through to item 1 through to item 11 as presented. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Potter, thank you. Look, I think, first of all, I'd just like to say, in speaking to this, that our properties team, former manager Rebecca, who's now in a new role, did a lot of work. And I'd like to acknowledge the work that she has done in putting together this report. This recommendation is about progressing the implementation of the recommendations in that report as and when resources are available to do so. So I just wanted to make sure that we understand that. We'll leave that obviously with Manager Peterson and General Manager Romay to make the appropriate determinations as to what they can get done when. But I just want to be able to give our staff the head of power to be able to progress this and move it forward without having to come back to Council. So on that basis, I'm committed to my colleagues. Further speakers? No? Councillor Jones.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Just on 3, you've got residential land at 4 Hart Street, Blackbutt. Act immediately to prepare for sale by offer on the open market by way of tender in the first instance, if not sold, list for the open market. Residential land, Blackbutt, Crow's Nest, Blackbutt. Is that the same block of land that we're referring to? Because that's on, or is that Hart Street, or is there more land further out on Blackbutt, Crow's Nest Road?
Yeah, they were identified in the report as 2 separate items.
Yeah.
So that's cut and paste directly from the report. So I would imagine that Manager Rebecca would have identified those as 2 separate blocks of land, I would expect. Councillor.
So just in regards to that, Mr Mayor, that we've gone up on 4 Hart Street to act immediately and put it on the open market, and then down here it says act immediately to offer to the adjoining owner on commercial terms as deemed reasonable by the Chief Executive Officer under delegation. Why is those 2 parcels of land treated differently in regards to the option of sale?
Yeah, I think if we go back to the workshop where Manager Rebecca provided these recommendations, that she was saying where there is an adjoining block of land and there's an existing neighbour, that you can actually offer it to the neighbour first under the regulations that we work under, and that applied to the Blackbutt Crow's Nest Road block, but I can only think that perhaps it didn't apply in the Hart Street case. There might have been more than one neighbour, and so, but I think the recommendation was that we go to tender on that particular one. Manager Leanne, can you recall?
It's whether or not the allotment has any restrictions on it. So if the adjoining allotment doesn't have any road access, then we offer that particular allotment to an adjoining landowner. But in the one in the case of Hart Street, yeah, it's accessible, so it's a parcel of its own that can be sold by its own. Yeah.
Do you think from memory this was one, wasn't it? That Blackbutt Crow's Nest Road one was a little portion off to the side or around the back or somewhere where there was no road access. I do recall that on the map. Yeah. Thanks for clarifying, Manager. Yeah, thank you. Any further speakers? Shall we go to the vote? Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, next one is Notice of Motion, Blackbutt Sensory Gardens, page 243, where from the committee it's recommended that South Bennett Regional Council investigates repurposing 2 shade shelters from Kingaroy Lions Park, subject to structural soundness, for gifting to the Blackbutt Community Development Association for inclusion at the Blackbutt Sensory Gardens, and encourage the association to apply to council for a community grant of $3,000 as follows: $1,800 for road base to improve the walking paths, $1,200 to engage a contractor to install the shade shelters. Do we have a mover? Councillor Potter, thank you. A seconder? Councillor Jones, speakers? Straight to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, next one is 15.9, Minor Infrastructure Program, page 244. Committee has recommended that South Bennett Regional Council nominate the following project for the Minor Infrastructure Program funding. South Bennett Regional Council support the development of the South Bennett Mountain Bike Club Incorporated Master Plan for Gordon Brook through a commitment of 20% of the approved grant should the application be successful. The South Bennett Regional Council provide a written commitment to the club as to supporting long-term tenure over the Gordon Brook property, and the South Bennett Regional Council provide a report to the club in advance of the funding application due date as to the development application / building approval requirements applying to this component of their master plan. Okay, do we have a mover? Councillor Henshin, thank you. Seconder? Councillor Potter, thank you. Any speakers? No? Straight to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Next one is 15.10, adoption of the Kingaroy Memorial Park and W.J. Lang Memorial Pool Master Plan. That is at 246, and we do have there the recommendation from the officers that South Bennett Regional Council adopts the Kingaroy Memorial Park and W.J. Lang Memorial Pool Master Plan and develops project scope and costings for implementing the Works for Queensland Round 4 Kingaroy Memorial Park project allocation of $321,450 in alignment with the priorities identified in the Memorial Park Master Plan, and a report be presented to the June Council meeting. Do we have a mover? Councillor Shoemaker, seconded Councillor Potter. Speakers? Councillor Shoemaker first. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I certainly just wanted to acknowledge the work that's gone into this project. It's been a project that was a key strategic priority of council when we first got elected. It's a project that aligns strongly with our corporate plan, and it does really set out the vision for hopefully what will be achieved over a period of time at Memorial Park and at the pool. I think it's always important to have a vision. I think it's always important to have a project that we're working towards, that we're scoping up and costing
and thinking about and actively pursuing funding opportunities. And now that we have done this master planning process and that we have all of this information, we really are in a front row seat to be able to deliver a really good outcome for what is our regional park of significance. So I'm very excited about the opportunity to work on this into the future and grateful for the master planning process. I think it's very important in terms of reducing what I've seen in other parks and other previous projects where we buy pieces as we get funding and nothing really talks to each other or aligns. I think it's really exciting to have a vision and an idea for the future that we're all working together in the same direction toward, and it's been marvellous to share this with the community. I know I've joined in a number of the different community information sessions, and people of all ages have engaged in that feedback and really paid a real interest in the project. So I'm excited we've got to this part, and encourage everybody to get online, to download the master plan, to do the flyover. It's an amazing vision, and I'm very excited about working progressively toward achieving it.
Okay, Councillor Henshin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I understand, and I've had conversations with multiple people and different people, and I understand every project has to have a master plan. And there has been an enormous amount of work go into this plan, and a majority of it is some great work, but I struggle, and I will struggle to support this in the event that if we go to page 251 in the stormwater channel, and there's been plenty of commentary around how much water goes down that channel. And if you look at the overview, I cannot comprehend how that can be designed with the amount of water that goes down through that channel. Appreciate the rest of the design in the park. There's an enormous amount of work going into it, but for the life of me, I cannot understand how we can put in that channel what is designed there on page 251 and expect there not to be some major flood implications there in major rain events. I am just bewildered at that. I honestly am. I'm not sure if we go back a couple of years as to there was plenty of photos in the media, the amount of water that comes down there, and that catchment area for that starts right back up on the top of the Bunya Highway, near where the old aerodrome used to be. I'm bewildered. I'm speechless with that. I honestly am. To think that all that wonderful work's been done there, and we have a water course that has got all that infrastructure in it that might look pretty, but I can rest assure you that there's going to be some massive damage done there in the event of a rain event, with that being in that water course. So don't get me wrong, I think the concept of a design for Memorial Park and to improve it in some shape or form is great, but that water course through there, I'm sorry, I'm speechless as to that design in there. So I will struggle with that, seriously struggle with this master plan for this Memorial Park. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Might give our officers an opportunity to respond. Thank you, Manager.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Certainly through the feedback from the community and a number of user groups and visits down in the park, that was some of the feedback that we received from the community as well. So during this process, we did seek clarification from the designers just to get an understanding of what information they used through the process, and what they ended up using was a whole heap of data that has been provided by council through our flood hazard mapping that we have in the organisation and our flow rate. So a lot of that information was provided by council. But they also have designed it thinking about the future, that there's also a lot of works that's going to happen upstream of the park over the next 20 to 30 years, and they've started to factor some of that in their designs. You've just got to remember that the master plan is just a master plan. It's very high level. In the report, it does actually outline that if we were to go ahead with the works for the floodway, we would need to actually do further hazard mapping and further investigations. And that's through the report, just to actually confirm those flow rates, the width of the water, and that's taking into consideration all the design and future development works upstream. So you're talking about upstream a fair big catchment in Kingaroy that feeds through this particular park. So just keeping in mind, the consultants certainly have factored that in. The design there is 3 times the width of the current flood structure. Or drain structure. So on the designs and the master plan, we've actually allowed the space, but we certainly do need to continue to do some additional modelling and works around the flood side of things. But we were confident that there was enough space there in the designs that we've allowed for that. So my suggestion, and it's in the report there, that if you were to progress and wanted to start on the drain, for example, is that you would be going to that next level and doing intense modelling and design in that floodway. But that's certainly not what we got back from the community through the feedback process. They were really looking at the green space, the youth area, the swimming pool, the botanical gardens, and it might mean that, you know, for the next 10 years, the actual drain doesn't change at all. It's a high-level master plan. It's to give us a vision so we can work on different components, different stages of the park. And it could be that the actual drain may not change for a long period of time, but it's in the designs there for your future vision.
Yeah, thank you, Manager. Councillor Henson, is it the depth of the drain of the concrete invert that you're concerned about?
Well, I'm going to put my farmer band pants on here, Mr. Mayor. Water from up there has to go down there. Now, the catchment area of that to Memorial Park, as I stated, starts up at the top of the Bunya Highway. And a question on notice, and this is going to get technical, I'll ask the question of what the fall is and what the speed of that water is that goes through there, because you're not going to change that. You are not going to change the fall of that unless there's some horrendous earthworks done in that place to slow the water down. And if you talk 20 years down the track with the development, which we all want, we're going to channel that more of that water down there, because you're not going to send it up and over Mount Warrulan. There's only one place for it to go. So I'm genuinely concerned about the amount of water that goes down that area. And yes, it may be 10 years that drain mightn't be changed, but we talk about if it's flooded, it's forget it. I would love to see some photos go back when we've had some flooding down there and appreciate that if it gets expanded out, it still has to go down that way. And to slow that water down, if you're going to put a precinct in there that's wider and you're going to have it slalom through there, it'll tear it to bits, it'll destroy it. So the question I ask is probably fairly technical, but the fall of that land and the amount of water and speed that goes in there. I can tell you from experience, 1 in 3 runs water. Now that means, in here I've got my farm boy pants on, 1 in 3, and in relation to contours or waterways, 1 inch in 3 inches, 1 metre in 3 metres. That was what carries water, to not have any erosion. The pace that water goes down there, I would suggest that is extremely way above 1 in 3. So that's my question, if we could find what the fall of that is. And I ask that whoever's designed, or whatever the design and master plan is, reviewed and come back that can't work. I'm sorry, that just can't work.
Right. We might go to GME first, because we know you're an engineer, not a water engineer. I know you're going to say that. And then we might go to GMO May.
I'm definitely not a design engineer, Mr. Mayor. Just by the councillor is right. we've raised similar issues around obviously the memorial drain carries a volume of water. We've had issues there in the past. Leanne's just pointed out there on page 284, there is some commentary around the AEP for there. I would just suggest that the way a project like that would proceed, there would be some interaction with James and his team prior to finalising any drainage designs through their councillor. So if the councillor was happy, you could adopt the plan subject to detailed design of any drainage structures or any drainage prior to works. If that's, I think that's the intent of it. But your points, you're quite right, councillor, around the drainage. But I think it'll be a case of if they were to proceed with works along that drainage, then they would do a hydraulic design through there to make sure that whatever carries capacity, so there's no worsening. Which I think that drain is actually in the planning scheme too. I think, Pete, I'm pretty sure that section. So it would have to be remodelled prior to that. I think just on 284 there, councillor, any development of the park will need to consider flood risk and should be subject to detailed flood modelling. So your point would be well made, councillor, if that helps.
Thank you, General Manager Meehan. So what, what this report is saying, that look, we acknowledge that, and that before we do anything there should be detailed flood modelling happen. So they've acknowledged that in the report, haven't they? So if we adopt this, what we're saying that it's subject to that flood modelling taking place before any works happens in that channel. Yeah, okay, that's good to see. Yeah, thank you, General Manager. General Manager O'May, anything that you'd like to add? Thank you.
Yeah, through, I think GME may have addressed it, but I was just going to say, with respect, we can get survey data and stuff now, but if this isn't developed in 10 years, it's irrelevant, because we've the upstream, what happens in Kingaroy North and that. So I think, and to be honest, council hasn't got the funding to touch this drain in the short term. I would say medium term future. So I suppose, just with respect to Councillor Henson, I don't see getting any further data at this point is going to be useful. It'll be a waste of resources, and I think at the time when council is seriously considering doing work is the time where we would do detailed analysis of that. So,
thank you, General Manager. Yeah, thank you, Manager. Councillor Duff.
Through Mr. Mayor, I'm concerned about adopting this plan because I've had a lot of pushback about the cost of delivering this whole project. I've had people from right across the region saying that it's over the top. The figures, like if you give anyone an open checkbook, obviously they're going to, put all the bells and whistles. But in a community where we have like a low socioeconomic area, and this is what we talked about, it's not where we spend the money, it's what we spend the money on. And I just think we're giving the community a false sense of that we're going to spend millions and millions and millions of dollars on Memorial Park, when in reality that's again the kind of stuff the decisions that we're making when the park itself, you wait and wait and wait until you get all this funding, whereas it used to be a beautiful park when it had the flowers done, and if we just did the gardens up, that's the kind of feedback I'm getting from the community, that they don't want millions of dollars put into Memorial Park. They just want a nice park. So I'm not going to support the adoption of this master plan. Thank you.
Yeah, I just wonder from that point of view, and I certainly have had people coming forward very excited about the master plan in Kingaroy, sharing with me how, some of the things we've got in there, how excited they are about it. I just wonder if it is something we can look at in terms of our communications, Mr. Sow, with the community, to explain that this is a long-term plan and it's something that will be delivered in stages. So we're going to be careful that the community don't think that, they've got to see all this within the next couple of years. It's very much a long-term plan that would be staged. So I'd love to see us get some communication out around that if we can, just to reset the expectations of the community on that. Yeah. Okay, so who was next? Councillor Erkins, thank you.
One of the things that we talk about here is our community, and we're a low socioeconomic area, but having this park done up eventually as it is, that is only going to be good for our community members who can't afford to go down to Brisbane or can't afford to go to the coast or whatever. You know, it allows people to stay in their own community, but still be able to take advantage of taking their kids to a botanical garden or to play on the different things. But I have also had people concerned about the cost, and I think that is because we're not selling the right story. We're not saying, you know, that we're not going out and doing this tomorrow, but this is what, you know, whenever we get this money, this is what we hope to have, so that, you know, you can take your kids to the trees and, you know, look at the gardens or look at the play areas or whatever. So I think it does come down, because when I first seen it, I did think, you know, and I probably will be dead by the time we get it. However, I think, you know, we do have to have a plan, but I do think that we all have to be aware that costs are a big thing, and we have to make sure that our community knows that we're not going out to do this tomorrow, but we've got, this is our vision, this is where we want to go. And I know, you know, I often say about the distance and I say about what happens in Kingaroy, but Funanango, to come to the, you know, a nice botanical gardens or to come to the park here, it's a lot better than having to take the kids down to Brisbane. And one of the other things for you guys who live here, I always said that my kids, when I take my kids on holiday when they were little, McDonald's was a great treat for them because we didn't have it in our backyard. And it's still, if you live in Nanango, going to McDonald's is a treat. So from there, coming over here, like what a great treat it will be to them to come to it once it's finished. But I do think it's important that we sell the idea that we're not looking at doing this tomorrow. You know, it's a long range plan. It will be done in stages as the money is available.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. Just before we go to Councillor Potter, item 2 there talks about the 320,000 priorities identified in the master plan. That'll come back in June. Yeah, so we'll be seeing things like the old concrete tables and seats will be replaced with some nice modern furniture, because, I mean, they must be from the 1920s or something, those old concrete seats that we're sitting on.
I remember when.
Well, there's no shade there. They're under the trees, and for me, that really that front William Street entry is really important. But look forward to seeing that list of priorities. Manager Leanne, yeah, Councillor Potter.
Yep, thank you. And we've all seen such a change in Memorial Park over the years. And I do miss my gun I used to sit on as a kid, which I think is now out at the airport. But I don't think I'm allowed to sit on that and turn the wheel anymore. But look, I do believe that this is a great... we really need to move forward with this. We need to get that master plan. We need to get it scoped, because we need to be shovel ready for any grants that come out. And we know we're not going to be able to afford this as a council. I mean, we know it's nearly $27,500 all up just for the pool area. Sorry, 27 million. Yeah. Sorry, it doesn't roll off the tongue that easily, does it? And we know as a council, we can't afford this out of our own pocket, and we need to be ready for any grants that are available out there. So I think this is something we do need to do. And you're right, Mr. Mayor and Councillor Erkins, we'll probably never see this, possibly, you know, whether it is in our lifetime or not, but definitely not my time as a councillor will I see this whole project completed. But I do believe we need to move forward, and we need to start somewhere, and this is a really good start. But I also think that communication story you're talking about is extremely important, and the way we word that and the way we give it to our to the community, it will all pivot on that.
Yeah, and if I could just say before we go to Councillor Shoemaker to close that, yes, look, I'm absolutely prepared to support this on the condition that we are going to deliver this in a very financially responsible and careful way, and that it's not going to take us away from some of those other priorities that we've got. Manager Java, sorry, you right? Oh, is there a noise there? Is that a chopper overhead? Yeah, yeah. As long as we do this in a careful, planned, financially responsible way, and it doesn't detract from our other asset classes, where we've still got a lot of renewables work to do, roads and buildings and other parks and things. So on that basis, if it's long term, it's a vision, we do it carefully in stages, small steps, then I'm happy to support on that basis. And yeah, I think it would be great if we can go away from today and develop a really robust communication piece to take out to the community that can be circulated to all councillors for input before we finalise that and get it out around the expectations around timing, staging, priorities, and whether that, because I've had questions from the Kingaroy swimming pool, where does the swimming pool sit in the list of priorities? Where does the heated pool sit in the list of priorities? It would be great if we could clarify that for the community in terms of what that priority list might look like. Yeah, thank you. Okay, Councillor Shoemaker, to close. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Certainly, as a mother of 2 children growing up in the South Burnett, I know from their friends and the many conversations I've had, many young people in the region are advocating for activities like this. And I think as leaders, it's our role to really think about the future and to think about how we want the future to look and to work together to try to build a better future. And I guess that's why I'm really excited about this plan and this project. It's really thinking about what does our community, what are their deepest desires? What would they like to achieve? And through the whole design process and the consultation piece and the many conversations that we've had in the community, I feel this design reflects that. I know it will take time to build, but I don't think we should ever stop trying to do better for our community and our region. So I've been listening the last couple of years. People talk a lot about livability. Projects like these go a long way in terms of improving the way people live in their communities. Very excited about this project, very grateful for the work that's gone in. It's been amazing to sit with people of all ages and to talk about this project. There's a real enthusiasm for it, and I hope that we can progressively work together to achieve that grand vision.
Let's go to the vote. Those in favour? Okay. Those against? Okay, that's been carried 6 votes to 1 with Councillor Duff against. Oh, sorry. Oh, did I miss? 5-2, was it? Who was against? Sorry, Councillor Henson's against, Councillor Duff's against. Sorry, 5-2. Yeah, I'm starting to get fatigued, aren't I? Late in the day. My apologies. Carried 5-2. Thank you.
Could we adjourn for a short break?
Yeah, sure. I'd like to move that we adjourn. Do we have a second? Councillor Henson, those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. We'll take a short break and resume. Thank you. Move that we resume. Second, Councillor Henson, those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 1511, Kingaroy Memorial Park Master Plan Youth Precinct Development, and that's at page 339, where we have a recommendation that South Burnett Regional Council submit a funding application under the Minor Infrastructure Program for the development of Stage 1 of the Kingaroy Memorial Park Youth Recreation Precinct to the total value of $450,000. Do we have a mover? Councillor Potter, a seconder, Councillor Shoemaker. Before we go to speakers, I just want to clarify for the community that the total project value, Manager Leanne will correct me if I'm wrong, is $450,000, and we're applying for a grant of $250,000. And so if we're successful, then council will tip in the extra 200, but the majority will be funded by the minor infrastructure grant if successful. Would that be correct, Manager?
That is correct.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Potter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, this is a great start to the Memorial Park Master Plan. So to have this space where the youth can go, they can play basketball, because as I said in the last meeting when we were discussing this, that basketball is the main thing that the youth around here have asked me for. They just want a place they can play basketball. And to attach that to the Ninja Warrior and the parkour course, I think that's just fantastic. So thank you very much to Leanne and her team for bringing this forward.
Further speakers? Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I 100% support the application for grant funding. I think basketball is what the youth certainly want. I asked for a basketball half court in Mergen for 50,000 and wasn't able to achieve that at this stage. So, but certainly that's what the cry out for youth across our region is, to have the opportunity to play basketball outdoors. Thank you.
Councillor Erkins.
Thank you. Well, I support basketball court for the kids. What I'm concerned about, where are we going to get the other 200,000 from? I thought we've got no money.
Well, can I say we do have money? It's a matter of priorities. I would expect that this would come out of our 23-24 capital budget, Manager Leanne. So, but if you could please clarify, yeah.
Yep, that would be correct. So depending on the value for the depreciation that you set for next year's capital works budget for 23-24, there's a list of projects you've deferred that you want funded in 23-24 CapEx, and this would be one of those projects if you decide to go that way.
But aren't we talking about the fact that we've got a deficit of $5 million?
Yes, we have, but this is the separate bucket of money. This is capital funding, okay? So what we're saying is in 23-24...
Isn't deficit out of our money in the bank?
Well,
Does that
no.
mean that we haven't got $5 million?
Well, not necessarily. It's only out of our money in the bank, and I Kerry sitting down there, and she can explain this better than me. So, Kerry, can you come and explain to Councillor? It might be. I think I'm best if I leave it with you because you're the expert. Yep, Manager Kerry. Thank you.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. So when we look at the income statement and we see that we've got that $5 million 5.1 operational deficit, the reason that it isn't fully, most likely, a reduction in cash is because you've got things like depreciation that isn't cash unless you spend it. So that's why we talk about, we might have $22 million in depreciation, but we may only choose to fund 17 million of that in cash. So that's why when we look at that income statement and what the operational deficit
So is this the paper money that you said we had?
This is
that we didn't have.
This is when you talk about your paper money. That depreciation is essentially a book entry unless you choose to spend it.
So, but we still are. So does a deficit actually mean that we have spent $5 million more than what we have?
No, so not necessarily. And that's because of the fact that...
So how much have we spent more than... I mean, I only know what comes into your house and what goes out of your house.
Yes, correct.
So what's come into our house and what's gone out? What's the difference? Are we at a loss? Are we run at a loss?
Is that the cash reconciliation question? Is it, Kerry? How will our cash move between the start of the financial year and the end of the financial year?
Yes, correct. So that does come from the cash reconciliation. So based on the second quarter cash reconciliation that we did up, if we had a look at the general operations, so this isn't including water, wastewater, waste or fleet because they are self-funding. If we have a look at general operations, we were around $3.9 million in cash out of the bank for the year when we looked at
So we spent $3.9 million more than what we own.
Yeah.
I just can't see why we keep saying about these projects we've got to do that are going to cost us money if we're spending more money than what we're making.
Well, we're not spending more money than what we're making because that is offset by surpluses that we have in other business units across council. So our total cash at bank might actually stay the same, might come down a bit, might go up a little bit, depending on how much surplus other business units like water, sewerage, waste might make in their operations. So if we, for example, don't do a big capital project this year, capital works program this year, we actually won't dip into our cash because we're not spending money on capital works, if that makes sense. Yeah.
But didn't you just say we've spent $3.9 million more than what we earned?
Not as a council in total. No, that's only in our general operations part.
So, but all those other things, aren't they self-funding? So isn't the water, the money that comes in on the water, isn't that to fund more water? I mean, aren't we needing to fund our water?
Well, yes, it is. But so next financial year, we'll have a depreciation allocation. It might be 22 million. Well, you might say, well, of that 22 million, we're going to cash back 17 million because we're 5 million short on what we need. So we'll only spend 17 of the 22 because we don't want to dip into our cash. And inside that 17 million, there is a pool that Leanne has for her building assets and her parks to use as part of her funded depreciation. So this 200,000, I would have imagined Manager Leanne would come out of that funded depreciation that you have in your budget for next year, in your capital budget.
So this is not coming out of our bank account?
Well, it is, but it's not necessarily going to reduce our bank account because if it comes out of funded depreciation, it won't necessarily reduce our bank account as long as we don't spend our full depreciation amount if we're in deficit. So it's a bit complicated, isn't it, how this stuff works? But yeah, GM, did you want to add anything?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. There's two separate issues with a deficit and our cash, councillor. So what you're referring to is like the Kerry is saying, or the Mayor is saying there, is with our general operations, if we weren't taking into consideration our business units, we're looking at, I would say, burning about 4 million there. That is funded depreciation.
It's just my concern that, I mean, when we were at our last meeting, I think it was, when you said that we were, we're going to be in trouble because we've got a deficit, and I'm just concerned that, we're throwing money into projects. I just want to be sure that we can afford to be putting this money in things. It's all right to get a grant, but, if you've got to put half the money up yourself, are you really in front? I understand that we get a facility at the end, but I'm just thinking, we're going to be coming up to talking rates, and I don't want to go back to my community and say, you're going to be paying more rates, but look at this nice new this, and look at this shiny such and such, and we've just got this in. That's what I'm saying. Look, what we're doing now, is that going to affect our bank account, that we need to get more money in from our ratepayers? That's probably my concern. That's what I'm asking.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. They're great questions, they really are, councillor, and really happy to sort of take to one side and sort of explain it. But going forward, the next budget that we're doing, it's going to be a more sophisticated way of actually giving it back to council to ask council, you as a council, how much do you want to fund in this depreciation? So we will punch in the capital budget with all of your projects that you want going forward in the next financial year, and we will do a cash reconciliation, and we will show you where the shortfall is. Then you tell us, because our asset management plans will tell us, for example, we have 27 million in depreciation, and you want to go and however much you want to put towards your capital, then we will say, this is what the shortfall is. You tell us how much out of your cash funded depreciation do you want to fund. So it's going to be, there's not going to be any guesswork. Traditionally, for roads example, is that normally the depreciation is around about 11 million. So council has traditionally chosen not to fund 4 million of it there, of the funded depreciation to go ahead. But now with this new, it's more advanced and sophisticated reconciliation with our cash, we will come back to council and say, right, for example, this $11 million identified in your roads, how much do you want to fund of that? This is the shortfall in funded depreciation, and we will be putting it back to council.
So you guys from finance would not be letting us spend more money than what we can afford to do?
Can I say that as the portfolio holder?
Yeah.
We will always do our best to stop you from spending money, Councillor Erkins, in finance. But seriously, that's tongue in cheek. Look, seriously, I think the staff will give us options and say, well, if you do this, this is where your cash is going to land.
I'm the first to admit I don't understand it. That's why I'm asking the question. And, it's no good me trying to explain it to people who come and ask me if I don't get some understanding of it. That's all. So long as,
Just on that note, I was just sharing with Mr. CEO that in a recent quick catch up with QTC are going to be making contact with Mr. CEO in coming days to come and run some more financial literacy courses for all of us as a council chamber about understanding depreciation, understanding asset management plans, understanding funded and unfunded cash balances, Yeah, because it does take a bit of getting your head around
Yeah.
all of this. Yeah,
Yeah, it's
so-
a different, I mean, I run my own business
Yes.
for 30 years, but this is a different accounting system and a different, than what I'm used to.
It
so-
is, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, further speakers on this one? No? Okay, so Councillor Potter, did you want to close with anything? Yeah, okay. Thanks very much, Manager Kerry. Yeah, thank you. And General Manager. Okay, we'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, next one is W4Q projects for facilities and parks. We're up to page 340. And we do have the recommendation there. And I see, Councillor Duffett, you've got your light on. So did you want to speak to the recommendation?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I've given Kimberly the motion that I'd like to put forward.
Excuse me, Mr.
Ah, yes, thank you, Mr CO.
Table.
Yes, thank you very much. Okay, does someone want to move that it be lifted off the table? Councillor Potter, seconded Councillor Shoemaker. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. It's now lifted. Thank you, Mr CEO. I missed that one. Okay. Thank you, Mr CEO. Okay, so has everyone got that? So picking up the debate where we left it the other day, there is a motion then that is up for discussion. As you can see there, that's the one, Mr CEO, that is on 341. Okay. Right, can we get that up? Oh, you're good on screen. Thanks, Kimberly. So, Councillor Duff, that's your motion. So we're now going to debate that. Here's your opportunity to talk to it.
So I wanted to move an alternate motion.
So you're looking to amend your motion? Is that okay, Mr CEO? She can amend her own motion? Yep.
So that's based around the discussions we had last time when it was later.
Okay, yeah. So if you could go ahead and give us that. Thank you, Councillor Duff.
Number one, South Bennett Regional Council receives the Works for Queensland Program Round 4 2021 update. Number two, the Council proceeds to complete the Mergen PCYC renovations in accordance with the design plans tabled at the Standing Committee meeting on the 7th of December 2022 and allocates funding of $660,000 from the current second quarter capital budget. And number three, that Council reallocates the Mergen PCYC bathroom renovation funds of $365,000 to Kingaroy Lions Park amenities replacement and playground upgrades and operational maintenance 23-24.
Okay, so do we have a seconder for the amendment? Seconder for the amendment at all? Yep. Take a bit of time, yep. Take your time, councillors. So have a look at that. Yep. So Councillor Potter has seconded that. We'll go to Councillor Duff. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So from the discussions in the chamber, I was of the opinion that the council was supportive of getting this happening. We've done the designs and I put forward the information from the manager, Renee, about the fact that the PCYC doesn't have any compliant wheelchair toilets and all of that. And I believe that the mood of the council was that General Manager Meehan would seek to find some funding. And I have had some conversations with him and he has said through the second quarter capital budgets, there's been some roads, some savings that we could use that money. I think it was up to $1 million, and so I'm seeking that $660,000 from that.
Right, now, thank you, Councillor. Now, for the benefit of all of us in the room, just before we go, Councillor Potter, because I certainly need to understand. So we're saying that if this is resolved, that we put that in the 22-23 budget, the 660,000, but we know the work won't start before 1 July. Can we get some explanation around that, General Manager Meehan, Manager Leanne, or Finance? Yeah, how does that work?
So, through you, Mr Mayor, I can probably answer the first part of the question. So, when we went away last week, we returned a value of money for works that would be delayed, deferred or reconsidered for 23-24, as we did in the second quarter review today. I think what the council is suggesting there is that that would come from the savings that were made through Kevin's programs or the reduction in Kevin's programs work. The program question I'll probably leave to Leanne, and the financial question I'll leave to Susan and Kerry, if that's okay.
Yeah, thank you, Manager. So Manager Leanne, the timing around the commencement and the completion of the works on this bathroom renovation? Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Certainly, we wouldn't be committing to the commencement of this project until the start of the new financial year. Just looking at the number of projects there that we've got to deliver, and realistically, we've only got limited resources in-house. And yeah, what I'm saying is we can deliver a certain number of projects, but we wouldn't be able to commence the PCYC bathrooms until the next financial year.
But what we're suggesting, General Manager Jarvis, is that this would then set aside that funding. This would then basically then allocate that funding, sitting there aside in this resolution, so that it could be used in 23-24 to deliver the project. Is that
Through
correct?
you, Mr. Mayor, the funding that's has been put back from the capital has been taken from the roads the roads program, so that then, if this were to get through, would be restricted there and used. So that funded depreciation that was used for the roads, the capital works, would be restricted for next year there for the next budget. However, that it wouldn't be available for the roads component. They would lose that off their roads component.
So this resolution would, if passed, would have the effect of restricting that $660,000 for use by facilities.
Correct. We would identify that in the budget going forward. That would restrict, yes.
Thank you. Thanks for clarifying. Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's a lot of money to put in restrictions. Look, I know we need to do something here, but right now I'm looking at a picture of a disability toilet for $21,000 that's portable. And it's a disabled unisex toilet. I have sent you all the link to the page, and they are available in Brisbane. And I just feel that right now we can't afford $660,000, but you know, we could probably afford a couple of these ones. I know we'd have to put delivery on them. I'm not 100% sure. It just say that they can be connected to an existing building with mains, power, sewage and water. So, and I really think that, you know, as Councillor Erkins has sort of always on our back a bit about spending money, I just think something like this might be a better option for now until we can actually get another maybe grant or something like that. But I just think that we've got to look maybe at other options for right now that we can afford that will still give us the outcome that we need.
So, General Manager Meehan, you're freeing up $1 million in this year's budget. Can you just explain for Council how that money's been freed up so that we can put that 660 aside? And by freeing up that $1 million, does that mean that we're taking money off roads or we're funding it through other mechanisms, through that pooling of complementary work on top of repo or something?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. I don't know what the exact amount is. Kev ran that total when I was away last Thursday, Friday. Ultimately, happy to be corrected by my colleague down the back here, that money will be restricted into the general fund for redistribution next year or whenever council chooses. Our proposal is, so Kev has reduced his program by whatever projects he thinks he won't deliver, with the exception of essentially the funded projects going forward, and obviously Burt Road's back in there. It'll be a case of, for us, when we propose our budget next year, will be how much funded depreciation do we want to use, and does council want to go to its restricted cash to deliver some of the projects that were deferred currently, or council allocates that money wherever it wants. To be honest, at the end of the day, and I'll say this with much happiness, it's council's money. It's not mine or Kev's money to allocate. So it's a council decision where that money goes. So, but it was restricted from delay in transport work. So,
thank you, General Manager. Okay, further speakers, Councillor Jones.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. As it's just been acknowledged, it's depreciation from roads. And I take the chamber back to the conversations previously had today. It's not about where it's spent, it's about what it's spent on. there's no way I'm going to give up. If we've saved and done a great job on saving $1 million of road depreciation, that's where it should be spent. Because we all know that one of the major concerns of all our ratepayers is roads. So if you want to bring up the conversation around where people and where the money is concerned or being spent, that's their concern. Sorry, I'm not supporting this, whatever it is, amendment to the motion. I'm quite happy where it says here. And I believe that the reason that 365 was to be committed and then the other 295 to go to Lions Park in Kingaroy was the fact that Manager Peterson has just said that this project wouldn't be able to be completed in this financial year, so that for whatever reason, and Lions Park could possibly be done or whatever, be completed. So that was the reasons there, and it says here that we're going to do something and find the other 295 back in the 23-24 budget. Manager Peterson says that we can't start the work until the 1st of July anyway, with the funding that Councillor Duff has put forward. We can allocate the money, but the project won't start until the 1st of July. So I can't see what's being gained here, and I'm sorry, as a roads portfolio holder and infrastructure and whatnot, for the work that the staff have done and done a mighty job in saving and putting back and acknowledging the fact of capital projects and all that sort of stuff for $1 million. And I hear it today on a number of occasions, people are concerned where the money's being spent. I'll guarantee you that the people want $1 million put back onto their roads. So I will not be supporting the amendment. I'm in support of the initial one that the amendment was made from.
Right. Further speakers? Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to propose a foreshadowed motion. So Kimberly, you can cut and paste, copy and paste everything. I just want to change the second paragraph. So for the second paragraph, Council proceeds to complete the Mergen PCY renovations in accordance with the design plans tabled at the Standing Committee meeting on the 7th of December 2022 and allocates funding of $660,000 from the LRCI Phase 4 grant allocation. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to put that forward as a foreshadowed motion.
Thank you, Councillor. We've got to go to Councillor Erkins here. So can I just ask, what is the depreciation in 23-24? I know we won't have an exact figure until we actually do the capital program and we run the schedule. But let me rephrase. In 22-23, this current year, can we find out what the depreciation figure was for Manager Leanne's area, for facilities and the actual depreciation expense for Manager Leanne's department? Just approximately is fine. Thanks, Manager.
Is that the funded or just the total?
No, this is just the depreciation expense.
Totals is around 3.2, or what's it? 4.
4 million depreciation expense, and how much of that are we funding in the current year? 1.8 is being funded out of 4. Okay, can I now go to General Manager Meehan's pool? How much is his depreciation expense for roads and how for transport assets, and how much is funded?
And
Yep.
we funded
So 11.6, 7.9, and 4 and 1.8. Right. 2.2 unfunded there. Right. And, okay, 3.7 unfunded there. Okay. All right, just wanted to get that understanding. Councillor, oh no, foreshadowed motions aren't seconded. Okay, until they're moved. Councillor Erkins.
Again, everyone knows I'm stingy with money. So can I just ask where the 365,000, what money, where was that actually from?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so that's for other projects that have been completed under Works for Queensland. So that was grant funded money, and we did asbestos removal at and upgrades Mergen and I haven't got the program in front of me, but they're already two completed, one down at Blackbutt and.
Okay, so that's actually cash money that we have.
No, it's money we've already spent out. It's grant money we've received and spent out of the Works for Queensland.
So we don't have that 300.
Well, we did have we had a bucket of 5. Oh yeah, no,
yeah, 365. So that's cash money that we actually have.
Yeah, so yeah, that's the grant funding. So that's the exit. So we did have a bucket there where we had 3 projects, and PCYC was one of them.
Okay, so when I look at $660,000 to do disabled toilets, I mean, geez, you could build a house with an ensuite.
Look, I think we'd be careful here to simplify this project. If you look at the concept plans, at the moment, if you go into the showers at the Mergen PCYC, they're all open. You've got little boys standing beside old grown men having showers. It's not like we've got at the Lango. It's open toilets, open showers, the toilets. You know, these are really old, non-compliant toilets.
Probably a little bit like the Reg McCullum ones with the tiles.
Well, what I'm saying, Councillor, we've got to be careful to oversimplify this. This concept, this works, is more than just that.
I understand that, but I also understand that, you know, the community are onto us all the time about our roads. And I'm thinking with all this money that we're getting in from the flood, oh, wow, it looks like we're going to be able to get on top of our roads and do something with our roads, because that is the biggest complaint that I get. You know, our roads are this, our roads are that. Even now, you know, on every day, you know, councillor's got a pay rise, but I've still got a pothole in front of my house. You know, I mean, for us to talk about taking money out of roads, I just can't understand the logic for that, because that is one of the main things that people complain about. It's a bit like we said before about the, you know, the nice big shiny things. That's not what our community really want. What they want is they want their roads in decent condition, and they want affordable living in the area. So I understand that you need to have disabled toilets, but I just can't see that sort of money to do on that. And the same with shifting that $365,000 to the Kingaroy Lions Park amenities. I'm sorry, but those toilets can be renovated and get good use out of them for another few years. One of the things that I believe in public toilets that people want is they want a clean toilet. That's what they're mostly worried about. So, you know, I would much rather look at being more responsible with the money and looking to what we can do to, you know, do those toilets up in Lions Park, but not a $365,000 new toilets down there, and definitely not a $660,000 upgrade in the PCYC at the expense of our roads.
Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I certainly don't disagree with Councillor Erkin's perspective, and I know we've had a look at those Kingaroy Lions Park amenities. We've had a look at the playground. We've done a lot of work on Lions Park. I can see in the discussions, I'm thinking back to the discussions we've had about this.
The reason why I think reserving, if I'm hearing the staff correctly, it is difficult to combine funding programs. And that what we're trying to do was to try and keep funding to a specific project clean by funding it with one program rather than funding it with multiple programs. The $365,000 for Lions Park amenities and the playground upgrades, we've done a lot of work there and identified that there are options as to what that might look like, whether all of those funds are spent on the toilets. I don't think that was the case. It would go quite a way in terms of fixing the playground. Look, I'm not sure that $365,000, to be honest, I'm happy to put it into Parks and Gardens allocations. I know we've taken quite a lot of money from our original plans for Memorial Park to fund Tipperary Flat. You know, the $365,000 allocation for a Works for Queensland project in the parks to either transfer it to another parks-related project or PCYC project, because it had been allocated for PCYC, I think is clean, and I support that. I'm hearing you though, Councillor Erkins, and I do agree. Toilet amenities, the cost of those is huge. The reality is, from what I've seen, we haven't been putting as much money as what we would have liked to have been over a period of time back into these facilities. And now we're getting to a stage where they really aren't meeting the needs for people with disabilities and the like, and something does have to change. So I understand your view. The PCYC bathroom, we've come this far, and I know how hard it is to put plans and things together in terms of trying to cost them. There's been a hell of a lot of work go into this project to get it to this point. The PCYC is an enormous facility, and it's an enormous facility for council to maintain, and it's a legacy issue. And the reality is that we haven't been putting the money into that facility that we should have been putting into it because it hasn't been available. I will not support taking $660,000 worth of cash out of the bank when I can't see the big picture. And if we've saved funding from our roads depreciation, we need to look at the entire program and decide how best to invest our cash. And to be honest, I would like to put some in the bank. We've taken a hell of a lot out. We've not put any back in this term. I think we need to hold a bit firm on the cash that we have available. The way I see it, the LRCI grant allocation was $1.6 million. This is an opportunity for one clean project allocation. It aligns 660, and the PCYC project aligns with the LRCI criteria. I see it as a bit of a trade-off. We're saving the money that we would take out of our bank. I cannot support taking cash when I cannot see the full capital program and the full picture. And that's why I put forward the foreshadowed motion. I really do want to see those PCYC bathrooms returned, refurbished, being able to be used. I want to see that facility used. It's an enormous facility, and it's wonderful that there are things like wheelchair basketball and gymnastics and things like that happening. I'd like to see more of that. It's costing us a hell of a lot of money as a council. I am stuck. That's where I'm at. That's all the thoughts in my head. The way I see it is, if we allocate that 365 to Kingaroy Lions Park, might actually finish one park in Kingaroy, which would be nice. I don't know. I'll be led.
Okay, I'd just like to clarify, Councillor Shoemaker talked the fact we took, and I agree, you know, absolutely preserving our cash balance is something I've always advocated for. Just for the information of council, so based on the proposed second quarter budget that we're looking at this stage, we're likely to end up with a cash balance at 30 June 23 of 48,878,878. That's the current forecast. and originally that, in the original budget, that was 54, comes back to 48. So original budget 54, cash balance, amended budget, early in the piece it went down to 48, and then with this new amendment goes to 48.8. So that's just to put that into context in terms of the movement of cash, if that helps councillors. Okay, Councillor Jones, your thoughts?
Yes, thanks, Chair. Just a question in regards to what Councillor Shoemaker has put up in regards to the LRCI funding. We had 1.6 allocated. I don't think we've had the discussion on anything to allocate the money anywhere. So no money of this has been allocated. That's correct. So
not at this stage.
Yeah,
We're probably starting to move into the foreshadowed motion now. But anyway, go ahead.
Well, that's
Yep.
where is that not what?
No, we're not on that. No, we're back on the original motion of Councillor Duff's. The foreshadoweds.
Yeah, well,
probably muddied the water a bit.
I
But yeah.
don't need to waste my breath on that one because I'm not supporting that. But I can support the. I have some questions, and I could support the second one of Councillor Shoemaker. So I'll just. So we're voting on the first Councillor Duff's amendment.
Yeah, Councillor Duff's.
Yep, right.
I'm just wondering, Councillor Duff, whether I'm hearing what the councillors are saying about not wanting to pull the 660 off roads. It's a priority for our region. Would you be prepared to consider the 660 being part of the funded depreciation program for facilities in 23-24? I know Leanne's looking at me with the terse look now because I'm sure she's got a list for the projects.
So,
as part of a slight change to point 2.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the issue that I've got with all of this is that I was led to believe by the chamber that there was absolute support for this because I read, I went and saw Leanne, Leo, Garrity and Renee, and I read out about the fact that there's no compliant toilets in the PCYC and the Wheelchair Basketball and Disabilities Discrimination Act and all of this stuff that Renee had put forward to me and the number of disabled people and the fact that there's no compliant toilets and the fact that we've got a design and the support, I was led to believe that the support was in the chamber and so then I said, well, okay, and the support was that we do the Lions Park one and that General Manager Min was to come up with some additional funding. So then I get completely blindsided by the chamber saying that I'm now trying to take the money off roads. That was never the intention. The intention of this chamber, from what I was led to believe, was that it was put on General Manager Meehan to come back and make up the difference because the support was in this chamber to do this project. So I'm just at a loss because I don't know, if I say, okay, well, I'm just going to leave it up to the chamber and the mayor suggested, oh, okay, we'll just put it up. I don't know if I can get the support from anybody in anything to do with this anymore. So I'm supportive of Councillor Shoemaker's proposal to get it out of the LRCI. I'm supportive of finding it somewhere else, but I believe that the support was in the chamber to get some disability and showers for the PCYC. So I might just leave it to you guys to work it out because I honestly don't know how I'm supposed to get this money, but I just know that there's an absolute need for the PCYC to get some toilets and showers for disabled people.
Okay, was that to conclude the debate on this particular motion, Mr. CEO? Was that a concluding? I didn't indicate it would be, so yeah, Councillor Jones.
Thank you,
certainly.
Mayor. Just in response to that, Councillor Duff, I wasn't privy to the meeting that you had and the conversation, so referring to blindsided and whatever, no one more so than me. At no stage did I say that I'm only speaking on my behalf through you, Chair, that I am not supportive. I totally agree that the PCYC needs new toilets and disability toilets. There is an offer on the table, for God's sake, that can say to you that you'll get the money, and the conversation the Mayor has offered, the LRCI funding right there in the foreshadowed motion. Exactly. There's a possibility that it'll go ahead.
Councillor Ordo, Councillor Jones has got the floor. Continue, Councillor Jones.
Totally willing to try and work through and find out where we get the money from. And Councillor Shoemaker's right. It's a clean cut, one fund, allocated money, 1.6 million in the LRCI, local roads, community infrastructure. Exactly what it's for. So we have a conversation around this, we decide whether we're all happy to take it out, somebody's going to miss out with one of their little projects. It might be a half court in Mergen. Just saying that we get to get this 660,000 to get your PCYC disabled toilets. So to sit over there and say that you're completely blindsided, I wasn't here and part of that meeting, but no one's more uninformed, and my apologies for going away with my family to have a little bit of family time, but I'm just finding out about it now. All I said was I don't agree with taking depreciation out of the roads, because we all know, and I don't know how many times you've said, Councillor, in this chamber, roads, roads, roads. So, you know, I don't know what conversations went on with you and the GM or whatever, but I'm quite happy. I'm not going to support your amendment, but I'm more than willing to have a conversation around the foreshadowed motion, because there is a resolution in there that if everybody agrees to it, it'll fix the problem. But keep in mind that this project, no matter what, won't start until the 1st of July. So the already pending motion that you put an amendment to was saying that we'll find the money in the 23-24 budget, which starts on the 1st of July. So, sorry about that, but yeah, no one's more blindsided than me. So I just wanted to clear that up, and I'm quite happy to try and work out a resolution, Mr Mayor, today to find out where we can support this, because it is needed. As you indicated, there are boys standing beside men in an open shower. Not acceptable in this day and age. People with disability can't use a toilet. Unacceptable in this day and age. So, rather than throw the pram out with the cot or whatever they say, let's have a look at what's in front of us, and let's have a look at us, and there is a possibility that we can work out a resolution. Simple as that. So, yeah, thanks, mate.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Potter.
Yep. Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, we've discussed the taking it out from LRCI, but you mentioned before about taking it out from depreciation through Leanne's through the next financial year. Look, I'd actually just like to discuss the pros and cons of that, if you wouldn't mind, on both parts.
I think that's a really good suggestion. Thank you. Can I just say one of the downsides with LRCI is the fact that we have to spend it by 30 June 24. And if things go pear-shaped for our staff with getting tenders and contracts and getting the work done, then we might not be able to acquit the grant by 30 June 24. Whereas with our CapEx, it gives our staff more time. So if it rolls over, we can continue the work. It might not get completed until maybe October or December 24. So I do concern that the LRCI comes with some project risk in 23-24.
24.
Oh, sorry, no, it's 25. Yeah.
Works for Queensland.
Sorry. Okay, no, well, that's all right then. I take all that back. Forget what I just said. Sorry. Yep, no project risk. It's June 25. Yep, so look, okay, yep, happy with that. But, yeah, Manager Land, from your point of view, General Managers, Councillor Potter's raised the issue, pros and cons about using CapEx versus using LRCI. You know, Manager Land, you're going to have, I don't know how much next year in front of depreciation. Your depreciation's probably going to be around 4 million again. Can we give you 1.8? Can we give you 2? Who knows? How would taking 660, how would putting 660 of that into PCYC affect your CapEx program for your defunct depreciation next year? Can you help explain that to us?
Through you, Mr Mayor, I might take this one.
Oh, sorry, General Manager. Yep.
Yeah, and it is a bit of a difficult how long is a piece of string question, because the crux of that will be if we've got $4 million depreciation, if council says you've got the 1.8, we're only going to fund the 1.8 again, then it will be a big hit out of that. If council says we're going to fund 2.5 million of the 4 million for facilities depreciation next year, then it certainly makes it easier to fit a project in. I'll probably have a personal, if you've got grant funding available, I'd be trying to use that first and saving council's money because then you can allocate it. So I certainly, our concern with the Works for Queensland project, which is the June 24, you were talking about doing the PCYC under that was the project risks. If you did it under LRCI, it is a 2-year program, so we do believe that would be sufficient time to deliver that program if we did it under that, particularly if we got the early heads up now. We've got plans and that ready that we could go. So we don't see that project risk with the LRCI as much. What that does do, Bud, is if you remove the LRCI, it is 600,000 that can't be allocated to, say, a roads project. But I suppose the plus side of that is there is 600,000 of depreciation that's still available for allocation to a roads or to another building project or whatever. So, yeah, hopefully that sort of gives
I hear what you're saying. It is a bit of a maze, isn't it? But you know, I had in my mind some things I wanted to see done under LSCI, which were roads around Kingaroy, some rehab on some of our Kingaroy roads, some rehab and some work around Wandoi on some of their connectors. So, you know, and we were putting a list together around that. I am concerned that we're going to reduce that phase 4 from 1.64 down to 980. So again, it could potentially still diminish our capacity to spend that money on roads. So either which way we jump on this, I guess. You could see it that way. But anyway, we'll debate that once we get to that if we do. Councillor Jones, then let's go to Councillor Shoemaker, and then we'll wrap up.
Councillor Shoemaker's had a light on for a while.
Oh, she has. Sorry, my apologies. I'm trying to get across this. Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you. Look, we're trying to work with you, Councillor Duff, to find a solution. I don't think it's fair, some of the statements that you've made. If you look at the original recommendation, the discussion we had in committee meeting was trying to find 295,000 from savings, not 660. There's quite a difference there in the number. I am of the view that cash is king, and I am of the view that we need to spend grant funding wisely. And spend it as quickly as we can. I am of the view that spending $660,000 cash or allocating $660,000 cash on a capital works program for next year when I haven't seen all of the highest priority needs for that works program would be irresponsible, and I will not support that. I absolutely want to work with you to find a solution. I want to see those bathrooms done. We are shovel ready, and I do believe that with the work that's been done, we could get them done within the project timeline of the 30th of June 2025 through LRCI, and I do see that works for Queensland funding. You know, there's been a hell of a lot of work that's gone on to have a really good look at those bathrooms at Lions Park, to have a look at that playground facility, and I'm sure that the staff, if we give them that funding, they will go and make something happen that certainly will complete and finish that park, and I do think that would be a wonderful outcome for our region. So look, I'm supportive of what you're trying to do. I really am. I really want to work with you to find a solution here, and I think every one of us does. But cash is king. You know, we hear all the time about making financially responsible decisions, and the reality is we should be trying to spend that grant funding as best we can on renewal works like these. So I'm fully supportive of this, of spending the LRCI funding. I think it's a brilliant project and we need to see it done, but I will not support spending cash when I cannot see the entire capital program for next year. And I do not know at this point in time, because we haven't seen it for buildings, what that even looks like. And absolutely not supportive if we've returned money from roads with the way things are, with the REAPA grants at the moment. We just heard our highest financial risk is the fact that those REAPA grants may not be approved, that we're going to start work on some roads which need to be repaired and we want to get a good outcome for the community. I just think we have to hold tight with our cash at the moment. I absolutely agree with Councillor Erkins. Until we can see that bigger picture and make a responsible decision with our cash, we should keep it in the bank.
Question again, Councillor Schumer mentioned this is renewals. Do we know what, is this all renewals? There's 660,000?
Not all of it.
Can we have that clarified for the chamber? Just make sure we vote on this, that we're clear. Is this going to go to our sustainability ratio, or is it going to be a capital upgrade?
It's a combination. It's going to be some renewal and a capital upgrade as well. because we are trying to replace a number of bathrooms, toilets and showers, but the PWDs will be new. Yeah.
All right, okay. So, Councillor Duff, I think we'll close with you.
I'd like to withdraw the first motion if I'm able to, and just go to the foreshadowed one.
I think just
the poor old mayor.
So Mayor, just to complicate this, so the foreshadow won't come alive until the amendment's dealt with, and then there's still a substantial resolution there, so they'll need to be dealt with before the foreshadow comes to life.
Okay, and that won't be the end of it because I've got something else to throw in the mix. But anyway, you'll hear about that shortly. Now we have a vote on a proposed amendment to the resolution. Those in favour? We're voting on the proposed amendment from Councillor Duff as presented. Kimberly, can you highlight that for us? Yeah. Okay. All right. Right. Okay, sorry, I will get that clear. I got confused myself there. Those in favour of the proposed amendment, which is basically we're going to reallocate 660 from the 22-23 roads to set aside for the PCYC. Okay? Those in favour? Councillor Duff. Those against? Okay, it's been defeated 6 votes to 1. Let's go back to the original motion. If we can, once Kimberly's ticked those boxes, let's go up the screen. So the original motion, councillors, is as presented there. Council receives the report, the update, maintains its commitment of 365 and works for Queensland for the PCYC, allocates an additional 295 from restricted cash from our 23-24, and then proceeds to complete PCYC in 23-24. Okay, now Councillor Duff, you move that, so you may speak to it.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Well, that was where we started, and that's why I was thinking that the 295 was to come from a different, from General Manager Meehan, but then we decided that we would not do the Works for Queensland money with it because of the timelines. So that's where that all started. So I'm just, I guess.
Okay, so Councillor Duff, are you indicating to us that you've now changed your thoughts on your motion and you'd like to retract the motion?
Well,
Mr. CEO, you're looking uncomfortable. Or do you want to go to the vote?
Oh, well, we'll just go to the vote.
Okay, well, let's go through the process. Any further speakers on this original motion? Okay, anything to close, Councillor Duff?
Just wanting to get some money for the PCYC.
I'm pleased we can all still laugh, isn't that? That's a good sign. Okay. We have a seconder, yeah, it was Councillor Potter seconded this one to get it up for debate. So, all right, well, let's go to the vote on this one. Those in favour? Councillor Duff. Those against? Okay, that's been defeated 6 votes to 1 again. Right, let's have, will we go? Take 3. Round 3. Here we go. Ding, ding, ding. Councillor Shoemaker, your foreshadowed motion.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. We've had plenty of discussion. I know we had a number of projects. I had a number of projects that I would like to see progress through the LRCI Phase 4 grant allocation. I do feel, however, and I can see that this project for the bathrooms for the PCYC is shovel ready, ready to go, and we need to get it done. So look, I'm supportive of using the LRCI Phase 4 grant allocation for the 660,000 to see the Mergen PCYC renovations done. I'm supportive of enabling the staff to use the 365,000. Oh, sorry, has this been moved? Oh, seconded? No, so I'm.
Oh, sorry. That's my fault. Do we have a seconder? Yeah. Okay. Councillor Duff actually jumped in. I'll take her second. Thank you. That's a bit like an auction. Councillor Duff is second. Back to you. Sorry, Councillor Shoemaker.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. I just see this as a clean way. Probably my proposal
is to say the only thing. Yeah, look, the work's been done on the Kingaroy Lions Park amenities, the playground. I do feel, and probably just want to confirm with Manager Leanne, $365,000. I cannot remember because we've talked so much about numbers. What we'd put forward for the bathroom amenities or the playground. I personally would love to see the playground done.
My understanding with the motion is that you're going to be able to receive both now. You're getting the bathroom renovations and you're getting the playground equipment in the Works for Queensland program.
Is that enough funding to achieve that?
Actually, I might just run through those for councils.
Yes.
Thank you, General Manager.
So the 365,000 is the savings from the PCYC bathrooms. The toilet block at Lions Park has got a budget of 190, so needs a further of 100 already. It's a $290,000 project. So there's 190 to go to the toilets. There's 50,000 to add to an existing 100,000 for the playgrounds, which would give 150,000. So there's 240 to go down to Lions Park, and then the other allocation, which is the operational maintenance, is 125,000, which will go into your operational maintenance budget in 23-24, and that will actually reduce your deficit. So that will go, that won't be capital funding, so that will go into operational maintenance for those small maintenance projects. As we have used Works for Queensland in the previous 2 years in operational maintenance, we had nothing in year 3. So so it's not 365 down to Lions Park, it's 240 and then the 125 to the operational maintenance.
So
and that's,
shall we fix this motion?
So the motion includes that. It says Lions Park replacement, playground upgrades and operational maintenance 23-24. So you've already done it.
So we're good. Okay. Thank you. Just want to confirm that we're right. Look, I'm supportive of this motion. I would love to see the PCYC renovations done. I absolutely think any opportunity to use grant funding to support those operational maintenance outcomes, I think is a really smart and strategic use of funds. Look, those Lion Park amenities, they're very, very popular facility there, and I just think everyone wins with this motion. It's going to keep it clean and save our cash, which we really, I'm very uncomfortable about doing anything with cash at this point in time, particularly as we're consistently reminded of the challenges we have ahead of us.
Further speakers? Councillor Hitchen.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just quickly, if we went back to that first motion, it stated that the estimates of 660,000, so I just want to make this chamber aware that we start this work. And if it's not done ASAP, that'll be 760,000. And you know I bang on about that a fair bit. I think it's a great initiative, Councillor Shoemaker and Councillor Duff. We're all working for the same thing. We went there 12 months ago, and you're right, those showers and toilets are not up to speed, and I personally wouldn't be very comfortable being in there at all. Bad enough with my clothes on, let alone to be in there with nothing on. But yeah, fully supportive of this. It's cut and dried and it's clean. Thank you.
Okay, further speakers? We're all probably getting a little bit frivolous at this time of day, aren't we? Councillor Henson's talking about having his clothes on and off, and I hope we don't ever see him in budgie smugglers like Tony Abbott or someone. Okay, does anyone else wish to speak? Councillor Erkins, yep.
I'm supportive of the most of it, but I'm not supportive of the redoing the Lions Park toilets. I still think that money can be saved there. I know there are other bathrooms and toilets in the region that need work done to them, and I think with that money we could probably go across and do a lot more than that. So while I'm supportive of the PCYC, I'm not going to support the motion.
Okay, all right. Well, I am going to support this motion because I think we need to finish Lions Park. It's 3 parts done, and I'd like to see it finished. It's an excellent park. It's been really, really a success story for our council. The utilisation down there from locals and tourists, I think, has been a great news story for us. The toilets aren't disability friendly, and I think that needs to be fixed. And, you know, Councillor Potter has articulated this time and time again as to the need for that to be done. And I think for that reason, I am really keen to see the Lions Park amenities replaced and the playground upgrade, and we can tip 100 odd K into operational maintenance, which will help our deficit, which is great for next year. And yeah, absolutely. If 660 out of LRCI, I agree, much better than taking it from cash. So 100% supportive of this motion. Thank you, councillors, for all your contributions. Councillor Shoemaker for moving it. So, Councillor Henson, yeah.
Mr Mayor, on that, and Councillor Erkins, a little bit of useless information. Take into consideration Pound Street is across the road. The refurbishment of those facilities there could be seriously beneficial to whatever might happen across the road in time. And I just asked Councillor Potter, as in relation to PWD, it's not very compliant in that space. So, yeah, I'm fully supportive of it. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Okay, Councillor Shoemaker, anything to close? No? Shall we go to the vote? Those in favour? Okay, all bar one. Those against? Councillor Erkin against. So all councillors in favour. Councillor Erkins, who's against. So that's been carried 6 votes to 1. Thank you all. Let's keep pushing through. The next one we've got is the CTC land transfer at 345, where we do have a recommendation there. And it is that in accordance with the Local Government Act of 2009, Section 257, Council delegate to the Chief Executive Officer of Council the power under Section 262(3) of the Act to negotiate and agree in principle the terms and conditions of a contract for the disposal of the Kingaroy Enterprise Centre land and building assets to the community organisation South Burnett CTC in accordance with Section 236 of the Local Government Regulation 2012 for future consideration and or approval by council. Do we have a mover? Councillor Potter. A seconder? Anywhere? Councillor Shoemaker. Thank you. Speakers? Councillor Potter. No. Any speakers? We'll go straight to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Thank you, Mr CEO, to you and your staff for the work there. And 16.1, the Coolabanya Sale Yards and the washdown facility is at 346, where the recommendation is that the request for quote be sought for the investigation of the current Coolabanya Sale Yards washdown facility capacity and capability options. Do we have a mover? Councillor Henson, secondly, Councillor Potter. Speakers? No, just want to clarify for the community, what we're doing here is seeking quotes to have someone come in and investigate the capacity and capability options. So this is an investigation we're funding. We're not funding any capital works at this stage. Okay, so shall we go to the vote? Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, I think we're over on to questions on notice, Mr CEO. 19, thank you. So 90.1, QE2 Park Mergen reopening at 819. We had a question on notice there from Councillor Duff, and we have a response there. Are you comfortable with the response, Councillor Duff?
Yes, Mr
Yes,
Mayor.
you are. So happy to move that the response be received and noted. Thank you. A seconder? Councillor Henson. Speakers to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Next question on notice was in the Kingaroy Swimming Pool operational expenses at 820 from Councillor Potter. Councillor Potter, you comfortable with the response?
Yes, thank you,
Yes,
Mr.
you are.
Mayor.
You're happy to move that?
Yes, thank you, Mr.
Yes,
Mayor.
happy to move that. Do we have a seconder? Okay, that it be received and noted. Yes, we have a seconder. I'm happy to second that. So a second by the Mayor. And any speakers? To the vote, those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. The final question on notice was RSPCA figures at 913. Recommendation is that response to the question regarding RSPCA figures raised by Councillor Erkins be received and noted. Councillor Erkins, are you comfortable with the response? You are, so you're happy to move that that be received and noted. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Potter, thank you. Any speakers? Councillor Jones?
I was very surprised to read this, Mr. Mayor, that cats, 268 and 291 kittens were impounded. Amazing. And we don't charge registration fees for cats. Not, they're full-blown cats, councillor.
Oh. Councillor.
Just curious, just
Yes,
mention
it's an interesting observation, isn't it? Interesting statistics. Yeah, lots of kittens out there. Okay, so we're happy to go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, we'll go to section 20, Council, where we have recommendation there that Council considers the confidential reports listed below in a meeting closed to the public in accordance with Section 254J of the Local Government Regulation 2012, 20.1 financial hardship rates application on the assessment number stated. And the matter is considered to be confidential under Section 254JD of the Local Government Regulation. 20.2, request to change date of the Bajelki-Peterson Dam fishing competition, considered to be confidential under Section 254J-G of the Local Government Regulation. And Wandai and Mergen cleaning, considered to be confidential under Section 254J-G of the Local Government Regulation. Do we have a mover? Councillor Henson, seconded. Councillor Potter. Speakers, for or against? To the vote, those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. We'll now go into closed session. Right, we'll now return into open council. Thank you, and welcome back to those who are viewing. So item 20.1, recommendation is as presented in relation to that rates application as seen on screen, items 1 through to 11. Do we have a mover? Councillor Potter, seconded. Councillor Henson. Any speakers? Okay, go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Item 20.2, recommendation is that the report be noted for information and that the competition will remain on the first weekend in October. Do we have a mover? Councillor Duff, seconded. Councillor Henson. Speakers? To the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 20.3, Wandai and Mergen cleaning of council facilities. South Bennett Regional Council not accept any tenders in relation to SBRC 22/23-01, cleaning of council buildings and facilities in the Wandai and Mergen areas, and engage a council employee as cleaner for the Wandai Mergen council facilities as a 12-month trial to gain workforce and budget efficiencies. Do we have a mover? Councillor Potter, seconded. Councillor Henson. Speakers? To the vote, those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. That now concludes the meeting. Thanks everyone for what has been a big day.